All right, good morning, everyone. We're here in sunnier LA.
Yeah,
It's
it's
getting
been
there.
the weather's been pretty good lately.
Yeah, it's been pretty. It did rain for like a minute 2 days ago,
Yeah.
but we're here. We've got our at least my first OP10 tournament, and we're starting off with a big one. We got an OP10 case tournament with the new restrictions, over 100 players. We should have likely 7, but maybe 6 rounds of Swiss into a top 8 cut. A lot of people have been saying a lot of things about a lot of leaders on
Yeah.
viability, and I think this is a really good way for people to kind of put their money where their mouth is, and it's going to be interesting to see how this tournament goes today.
Yeah, I've seen the term bait deck so many times in this last couple
Yes,
of weeks,
yeah,
as people are, trying out all these different decks. And I think that's the exciting thing when a ban happens, right? Is
yeah.
that, like, now suddenly there is so much to test, so many things to figure out in the format. And yeah, I think, like, tournaments like this, the store regionals that are happening right now, like, these are all, like you said, the time to put your money where your mouth is, right?
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see exactly what comes from it.
Yeah, and I just noticed your mic was a little bit low, but luckily you're loud in the
Oh,
nice way.
yeah.
So
I'm.
it should be a little bit even now. If it's still a little bit off, please let us know. And yeah, we do have Top Cut. I generally have tournaments on Tuesday night, just because that's usually like a good way to for most people to be open on like a more local sense. Weekends are usually for larger events, and there's a lot of store regionals happening this weekend too.
Yep.
So I know a lot of people are doing those as well. But I do like to have like once a quarter a larger event on a Saturday when it makes sense. And because of that too, I do like having Top Cut because we have way more time to play. So yeah, if we hit over 128 players, which I think we're like 6 people short from that.
Woo!
We would have done our we're at 120, I think 120 after everything. So if we had like 10 more people, we would have done top 16. There's still prizing for top 16 as well, but there is there we could have had a top 16 cut either way, but that's not happening. That's fine. I think top 8 is going to be really nice, and specifically in North American events, we very rarely have top cut. We're starting to
Yeah.
get it a little bit more often, but I think that's another layer that kind of makes a difference when it comes to kind of consistency, meaning that like you can have out of 3 games, 1 game where you're a little bit less, you know, high rolly on
For
your
sure.
draws is really important, and really helps out some decks be a little bit more viable.
Yeah, I personally I love top covet events. I think they add a very different dynamic to tournament preparation. So for us, anyways, it
Yeah.
just means more entertainment. So
It
yeah.
is, yeah, it does mean that, and so we're going to be streaming the entire event today. Should be 7 to 8 hours, so going to be a bit of a long one, but I know a lot of people are looking forward to this, including myself, and then also we'll make sure to have the results on Eggman events. I'll say likely Monday morning. I might get ambitious and do it Sunday, but expected by Monday as well. But in case you are checking out Eggman events, we do have some new dice, an older wave of dice. We also have the EXP share collectible tokens. You can check them out. All of that has been refreshed on the site, so you can check that out and get some Eggman swag. And I don't know, like I'm biased, but the dice are great. So I haven't had any qualms. The only qualm is that if they roll bad, it's my fault, but that's fine. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. So. But looks like we're getting set up pretty shortly. Round starts in about 3 minutes. We've got a pretty good diversity of leaders right now. We've got about 18 teaches, 15 copies of Purple Luffy, which is, I wasn't expecting this to be the second most played leader
Yeah.
for us today. 14 Shanks, 10 Bonnie, and then 6 copies of the Yellow Eustace Kid, and then kind of 5 or less of some others like Smoker, Zoro, Usopp, Lim. Just a good variety of leaders. Is there anything that catches your eyes that you want to try to see round one?
That's a good question. Well, of course, I think the bait decks that people have been talking about, like Usopp, I think is quite interesting. I
Yeah.
think the return, or I should say, the longevity of Lucci and Doflamingo, like those are also decks that I'm interested in seeing to see exactly how they hold up. Because I think a lot of people going into the bans have said like, hey, I think the top 3 decks are going to be like Zoro, Shanks, and Bonnie. And certainly, if you play a lot on the rank sim, you have seen a ton of Zoro because
Yeah.
that is, I think, like one of the most played decks there. But I'm very curious to see how some of these other more niche decks can hold up in this meta. One of my personal bait slash cope decks is the green Uta. So I'm happy to see that there are a couple people who are rocking that one.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
not that I think that it can be undefeated going into round 2, but just in case we can maybe see one of those. Let's see what these what the matchups are for Uta real quick.
Yeah, we'll see. Because let me tell you, there's some matchups you really want to avoid with that deck. So
Yeah, I think what the only bad matchup is what?
basically, any deck that can run Pudding is an absolute nightmare because you can't stop drawing cards with that deck, and you really want to have that like massive hand of like 10 plus cards, and Pudding definitely gets in the way of that. But if your entire bracket is just Blackbeards and Shanks, you're in a good spot. So.
All right. Well, then let's see. Oh, okay. Well, this will be really interesting. We'll go to this one. We'll go to table 7. We'll make sure that they actually show up. That'll be the first one. It would be Uta versus. Did I say Vivi or Rebecca?
I think it's Rebecca. Yeah.
Rebecca. So definitely 2 off-meta leaders, or at least unpopular leaders in this current meta. So that would be, I think, a good one if we go to it. So we'll just have to wait. Red Purple Luffy, we have, I think, like 4 people on it.
Yeah, Red Purple Luffy.
Yeah, 3.
One of the only decks that has like a super positive win rate into Shanks, which I think a lot of people are expecting a lot of in these upcoming tournaments. So, yeah, we'll see how the RP Luffys do. I know you're a big fan of that deck. So.
I am, but I feel like this meta might be a little bit tougher for it. Okay, well, in lack of our table 7 player showing up, let's go to table 1. It's going to be another unique matchup. It's going to be Nico Robin versus the new Star Deck 21 Luffy. So let me get that set up real quick. But it will be. Yeah, I said on the top is going to be Nico Robin, which is a purple straw hat, right? Which means it gets a lot of value.
Yeah, Gum Gum Giant, baby.
There we go.
Notably one of the cards that weren't touched in the bans, and then...
which I was really surprised. I think I was, even for me, shockingly accurate for most things. I think they, for some reason... They're like, oh, all right, either Kingdom Come or Gum Gum Giant. And,
they just rolled the Eggman dice.
Yes, they did. You can blame me for that. They're like, all right, if it's a 1, it's Kingdom Come. Anything else will make it the Giant. And they rolled that 1. So what are we gonna do?
Yeah, very interesting, especially with the results coming out from the East, just how dominant these purple-based Luffy decks are. So maybe they're leaving that for another day. They're like, hey, you guys can have it for now. We'll wait until EB or OP11 when, the terror of purple-based Luffy decks start to come in.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, I think for our current meta, Giant is like maybe one of the only things that keeps them alive in this very like aggro-centric format I think that we have right now. I think that's why it's surprising to me how well Blackbeard has stood the test of aggro. They've made a lot of adjustments to deck lists like the 4-cost Shiryu, which is a tremendous card against the aggro decks, and yeah, I'm very curious to see how a deck like Nico Robin will do against the Star Deck Luffy, which is very aggressive, very aggro. But yeah, Nico Robin also notably has yellow in the color, so maybe that'll help out here. We'll see.
Yeah, and this is also kind of interesting. Like red normally, like especially like aggressive decks normally like when you hit them early because you want to be able to get that extra resource. Like that's your kind of only card draw for this deck, and so saying that you are a banish, so even if you attack big with lead, you're not taking that life, you're still losing the resource. So I think that can be impactful, but we'll kind of have to see how this goes. I can confidently say I've never played this matchup, so I'm interested to see how it goes. All right, looks like
restarting the camera a little higher up.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, like you said, the banish is, I think, really important because, Nico Robin doesn't want to give an aggro deck any more, or resources than than they would like to deal with. And Nico Robin did get first, which I think is good. Most purple decks generally like that first curve because getting that ramp in the beginning like that makes you have the most tempo, which they'll need.
Yeah, I think both players kind of want to go first because it can also mean you can be a little bit more aggressive with Luffy.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think we're just getting one. Oh, it looks like we might
Having
have some
some
camera
camera
issues.
issues, yeah.
Yeah. We might actually jump out of this if it doesn't get any better because I don't want to be a part of that. Yeah, unfortunately, we might have to jump to us. Here, we'll go back to us real quick. We'll leave this one. That's unfortunate. I kind of wanted to see that one.
Yeah.
Well, let's kind of
Check out some of these other tables here.
yeah. It looks like our table 7, our VV player still hasn't shown up, unfortunately. Let's see. Maybe I kind of wanted something a little spicier, to be honest.
Yeah. It's round one.
It's
We gotta
round 1. Yeah.
we gotta bring them the sauce here.
That is exactly the same matchup we just saw.
We're going through all these different matchups right now, and we're just seeing basically every version of Zoro, Bonnie, Blackbeard combination matchups. So
This
Luffy.
one. Oh, is he already at 1 life? That's crazy.
game might be over before we
Yeah,
decide.
before we even set up. Yeah. I'm trying not to have a game where it's the top 5. Okay, this one might be a little bit interesting, even though camera setup's gonna be fun and interesting to tackle, but we'll get there. Wait, what? Okay, there we go.
All right.
Discord had a new feature. All right. Yeah, this is as awful as I was expecting it to look. All right. But we got Red Purple Luffy versus Boa.
Yeah, they got their. Is that the PSA leader version of Boa?
I believe it is.
Got that in the mail already. Nice. Yeah, Boa is another deck that I think a lot of people have been testing out in this format just because decent matchup into Blackbeard, pretty good matchup into Shanks. Just generally like bouncing everything all the time, every turn while drawing a card is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see how they deal with RP Luffy. I can't really tell how much Dawn they're at. It looks like they've already done the big ramping already. They've got 2 9 costs on board.
2 9 costs on board.
So Boa really needs to find some way to remove those things with Red Rock or whatever. They do have 6 Dawn up here, or at least 6 Dawn up. So
yeah, unfortunately those 9 costs just get outside of like even like 10 drop Kaido. It has to be like I think almost inherently Red Rock.
Yeah.
Are nothing, right? And even if you do spend the time to Red Rock it, they kind of already got their value.
Exactly, and I think being a purple leader, they've ramped up to that point, and yeah, it looks like just going to bounce a Nami just to get that extra card draw, just to survive maybe this next turn. Yeah, it's very uncomfortable to see 2 9 costs on board.
Yeah.
And then that last turn too, RP Luffy kept 2 Dawn up, so who knows what event he could be lurking in his hand.
Yeah, and we're just gonna get a lot of pressure here. Like I think it's not unheard of for Boa to be able to survive this. We're gonna go. We're going for board.
Okay. Extending the game. Used a Dawn, so probably not playing out a Rush Shanks or anything this turn. Another 11, yeah, just getting rid of the board entirely.
Yeah, I mean we can kind of like block her up a little bit. We're gonna play another Nami.
Yeah. Does look a little bit troublesome, I think, for the Boa.
Yeah.
Oh
getting,
yeah, a rad beam. Yeah. How many 1 cost 4K events can we stack up in our hand here for this next turn? Boa also, just generally speaking, like you run a lot of bricks, so sometimes your hand, even though you might have 6 or 7 cards in hand, you might not actually have that much counter. So is that another Nami? What is that?
I actually don't know what that is.
Wait, what?
Is that a Rosinante? Believe it's Rosie.
Oh, Rosinante.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm likely sure because we just untapped two to end our turn. I'll stake my career on that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
'Cause it's I think the card is pretty good, especially since we do like to play a lot of events to ramp too. So like late game, it's just a good way to get value, and also like just help us keep those two Dawn active for like giants and even like Thunderboggle. I know some people are on that card.
Yeah, I've seen some spicy purple Luffy lists that instead of running like the Luffy Taro package, you run the Rosinante package instead. And yeah, exactly, just to be able to sometimes cycle these events that you don't want breaking up your hand, and then the having the 2 Dawn extra at the end of your turn just to keep holding up giants and stuff can be really helpful. So, all right, we're back to Boa, and yeah, okay, playing out Akaya. Probably going to try to get rid of some bricks in hand. Okay, does find 1 red rock, but that's not enough, really.
It's a good start. Like we're probably gonna we might be able to pressure them down to 0 here. We're going 7 into 6. Thinking about using likely Rad Beam. I'm surprised we didn't discard a card off of Rosinante to another what 8. Yeah, we're gonna use Giant here.
Yeah, okay, there's that Rush Shanks.
Yeah, we don't need that on the board anymore. That'd be a little overkill. Yeah, now we just have a lot of value. We've got Rosinante still. We've got our 9-cost Luffy. This will likely just be a push for game here.
Yeah. Yeah, about 6 cards in hand for Boa. Yeah, 7 lead. What you got for me, Boa?
2K,
Okay.
1K, or sorry, 1K, 2K. Ooh, cursed order, but it's fine. We got there.
And oh yeah, big 11. We're definitely taking that one.
And then 13 with Luffy.
Ooh.
I mean, at some point, oh, with 5 cards in hand. I mean, I don't know. I don't think you're losing here.
Yeah.
By 2. Yeah,
Yeah.
And Mihawk, yeah, we had 3K worth of counter in hand with
Yep.
Kaido, 3,000 Worlds, and Mihawk. Unfortunately, yeah, I think Boa. I have a lot of people who are Boa believers in this meta, but I do think Red Purple is a little bit too aggressive and makes some larger bodies, which just kind of makes it hard to interact with.
Yeah. Yeah, like Boa is good into Shanks because like when you're not behind on your curve, like you're able to kind of deal with stuff as they come out. But again, because of that purple ramp, you get ahead of like what your bounce is able to do. You're yeah, I think that's definitely probably just a little too tough there. And I think for a lot of other leaders, like your 10 cost Kaido is like so good because so many decks, aren't playing necessarily just 9 drops and 10 drops, but that is literally all of RP Luffy's deck. So
Yeah. Like I think like the 9-cost Luffy specifically, if you're able to play it on curve, that just gets you so much value. That's
Yeah.
the table we were just at. We still have like over half this round left. Okay, another red purple Luffy playing against Lim. I do want to try to get a Lim game.
yeah, I also love that deck. Lim is very, very fun.
This is gonna be interesting. We also have like most of this game going on right now. So let's go jump over there.
Yeah, okay, here we go. We got people still coping with Lucci.
And new copers.
Yeah.
New on Yellow Kid. But jokes aside, I think both these leaders are viable in
Yes,
their own way.
yes.
I'm not surprised people brought this, and I do think they still have potential in this
No,
meta.
I joke. I think it's just been very funny to see Twitter discourse over some of these decks that were targeted from the bans, and people have some strong feelings about whether or not Lucci is still viable or not. I still think he is quite viable, and I mean you can see it in this matchup already. Like Lucci's got a very dominant board with a Brook and a Kuzan already just keeping that board wiped clean, except for the I think that's what is that on the kids board? Is that the Hawkins?
I believe it is Hawkins.
Yeah.
All right. And also we've got David, and we're at what, table 20? So it's David versus Samuel.
All right. Yeah, Hawkins swinging 6K, likely at the Kuzan, trying to get that off board. I think is very important. And then goes and plays the 8-cost Kid, which on play you can rest it to trash your opponent's life. Very, very good. And then is going to go ahead and use the Kid Leader effect, revealing the top of his life, and then restanding that Hawkins and giving it blocker. Very annoying because now it's hard to get around the life trashing ability of Hawkins. I have been seeing Lucia start running cards like the 6-cost Brook, which is one of the ways that you can get around KO triggers. Because there's so many good cards right now that are that have that on KO effect, right? Shanks is running the Lucky Roo, for example, very annoying card also for Lucci. So I think we'll see what they have for us to get around that, or maybe they're just down to take it, you know.
Yeah, but I will say, yeah, there's a pretty menacing board here from Lucci. Like, we have so much removal potential. We have Kuzan, we have Brook, we have Monshuri if there's anything we need from our trash. We're just going to start with the Kuzan. Simple 5 into allegedly, leader, and, getting the bop there. Yeah, we're just going to, I guess, block with Basil immediately. I would be somewhat tempted to hold off for a larger swing.
Yeah, because that 6K Lucci definitely going to come in here. Yeah, Mancheri is so annoying. We'll see. I don't know what's in Lucia's yard here, but Mancheri just giving that loop of like infinite Rebeccas can be very frustrating to deal with, especially when you just don't have a board to get that Mancheri off the field.
Yeah, so many people are like, we jumped into this game halfway through, but I wouldn't be surprised if Monshuri was played like turn 1, and it's just been staring at the opponent since then.
Yeah, because Yellow Kid just doesn't really have, the removal to deal with something that's just standing there. So yeah, Mancheri just staring at him menacingly.
Okay. And then also, so we -5 with Brook and Kuzan. So currently this kid is, what, a 3K?
3 cost.
Or 3 cost, yeah.
With the leader swing that's going to happen here, pushes it down to that coveted 2 spot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would mean, 4-drop Lucci would make it very easy, which we know that's online, right? Monshuri can at least pick that up. If we need that, as we have nothing better, right?
Okay, so yeah, just the Kid player just decided to take the 5 as well.
Yeah, this is somewhat dangerous. I mean, maybe they have like a 10-cost ace that they're hoping to play.
Yeah.
To get the most value they can from there. But this is kind of like the new wave way to play Rob Lucci, where you just kind of play kind of more mid-range. You have all these like average size bodies that you're just going to get a lot of attacks in and gain a lot of tempo, because again, like having Kuzan and Brook on the board at the same time is already such a benefit for this deck.
Yeah. And yeah, we're going to see that 7K swing. I wonder if the Kid player is going to regret taking some of those 5s. No, is going to go ahead and take yet another life.
It's going to be the Nico Robin has the trigger to play a 3-cost or lower.
Yeah, what?
From hand.
What surprises do we got here?
Hoshi. Is it rested? I haven't played that card enough, but I thought it was active.
I thought it was active as well. Okay, and then we see the Mancheri activation here. Oh,
yeah, I think it is active. Here, give me 1 second.
One. Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. I read rested. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. It's active. So that's pretty good. Not trying to influence it, but it you don't get the choice, right? You have to play it active.
Yeah. Okay, and yeah, Mancheri gonna go ahead and bring back the Rebecca. And of course, we are going to see that Rebecca come back in. Although now our space on our board is already filled up, so
Yeah.
kind of curious what he's gonna play out.
Rob Lucci still has the same problems. Just
Yeah.
too many cars on board again. Oh man.
Is gonna go ahead and replace the Brook. Brook, you've done us a good job, but it's Spanding time. Gonna go ahead, probably bring yet another Lucci on board.
Now, do you get rid of both the Lucci and the Shiro? Do we have enough reduction? Do we went
Yeah, I
4 or
think
5? No, we went. It's a 2 cost.
is it
So,
two costs?
Yeah, yeah. So we
Okay.
can't get rid of Shirahoshi. All right, that one does play in rest, so that will get rid of the 8-drop kid
Yep.
by reducing our trash to 0. It seems almost, because there's some cards hanging out in the back there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just Spanding. Okay, never mind. We have
exactly one. Exactsies.
yeah. That's another thing that I've noticed in particular is that the number of cards in your trash is such a resource for Rob Lucci right now. It used to be trivial to get to 10 cards in there and be able to get your effects, but now like you really have to make sure you're not putting too many cards to the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, I think especially if you're using that Mancherry engine, it's just so easy to be in this situation. Now, future Lucci's Tempest Kicks are just kind of dead for the Lucci player. But that being said, I still think Lucci is really in a good spot here. I mean, kid's already down to 1 life, has that Shirahoshi blocker, I guess, in the way, but I mean, potentially 4 swings next turn still seems pretty scary for kid to deal with. I assume he's going to try to play something that he can make a blocker, but really, like, kid's not going to be able to play more than one thing a turn. But yeah, we're going to see a 6K swing.
Yeah, which likely means like what, maybe a Yamato?
Yeah, but Yamato, he wouldn't be able to use leader ability, and if he's not going to create a blocker, he's in trouble.
Yeah. All right, so we're blocking that. Interesting.
Okay.
8-drop kid would be really huge here if we had it. We're searching.
We're
for
digging.
it.
Yeah, we're digging. Yeah, I think like the new secret rare law could be a really good card here because he can gain that life back and restand it as a blocker.
We end up getting Damned Punk, which is good at removing cards, which means we might have needed to play Luffy first. But also, I think we have. Yeah, we are going to play Yuki.
Yeah, we
kid.
do have another kid and trash that life.
Yeah.
Which is a 2-cost Uta. Nice. Been seeing a return of that card. And what is the last life there? It's a Hawkins.
Yeah, which has a trigger to draw 2, trash 1.
Yeah.
We're going to draw 1 off of the 8-drop kid. And I honestly, the only issue I would say is that, again, we were a little bit too... I think we were a little bit too fast for blocking with that Basil Hawkins. Because I think we have the way to win this game, but it is going to be very tricky to not lose on this next turn with the amount of just attacks that we have from Rob Lucci on their side.
I didn't see how many cards were in kid's hand, but yeah, potentially 4 swings here. We did see that the kid player ditched a brick in hand, so who knows how many cards in his hand are actually counter.
Yep. But there are 2 blockers, right? We've got Shirahoshi, which that one essentially can't get KO'd, right?
Yeah.
Kid is an 8 cost, which is pretty menacing to try to overcome. Like, you can maybe try to sneak a removal by attacking with Kuzan first and then removing after, like, just as a 5K.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a game of chicken here because
yeah,
kid doesn't want to block too early and then take a bigger swing, but he also doesn't want to have things removed as well without getting value. So,
and this is just kind of like, I think, what dream end game scenario for Eustace Kid, where it's just like I can just pressure your life without you being able to do anything. Lucci doesn't have a lot of resources right now. We're out of blockers. It seems like we can always, like, I think we have to, like, if we attack with leader, we can like use Montreux to get Rebecca back. But again, our trash is literally those 3 cards.
Yeah.
Dean, Uta, and Rebecca right now. So looks like we're going to start off with an 8K
Okay,
though.
swing, yeah. So I think Lucci is basically with that is basically declaring like, hey, I am trying to end this game. Oh, and we do see two
Double
2Ks,
2Ks,
yeah.
yeah.
Now things are really tricky. Now you have to remove something. Can't let the blockers get too much value here, but it might be we might be in a tough spot already.
Yeah, but this is just you're going to need kind of exact numbers. Assume that your opponent's hand is kind of bad, and with all the cycle that kid's been able to do during this late game, I would assume it's. I mean, again, we easily just dropped double 2K, so our hand is immediately not awful.
Yeah. Okay, 7K swing.
All right, I do like this. I would be likely tempted to block with kid, which looks like we are.
Then again, how do we get past this Shirahoshi blocker? So pesky.
So shiny.
Yeah. Shirahoshi brings the sun back to her people. I don't know if you've been watching the the anime rerun.
I have not, but it's a good reference there.
Yeah. Yeah, we see a Stussy and a Hina. Unfortunately, pretty irrelevant, I think, either way.
Oh, we're taking a 6 though.
Oh, okay, wait. You only have like 3 cards in hand?
No, we've got
okay, we've
way
we've got a lot. Okay, another brick though. I mean, stranger things have happened here.
Yeah.
Mancherry could get in there. The 6/6. Oh, we are seeing the Shirahoshi block.
Oh, there's no way. Okay, I mean, what? We could put 5 on Montree. There's no way there's no counter in hand, right?
I would be so tempted, but okay, no.
Okay, no,
Okay.
But even then, like our
But to be honest, like even getting back Rebecca just isn't enough when you're staring down potentially 3 swings. I mean,
and I think it's assuming that we didn't discard just now. We added a removal, damned punk in our hand.
yeah. So we know this isn't enough to survive. Yeah, I honestly think maybe just going for a last swing with Mancherry could have been the.
If they had like 3 cards in hand, maybe if they blocked a 6K with a Shirahoshi, but yeah, I think we have the removal card right now.
Yeah. Damn Pong onto Rebecca, and then swing the rest with Kid.
Now I'm confused.
Oh yeah, interesting. He just swings 8. Okay, we do have the 2Ks, 3 2Ks there.
There's no way we did bad math here. Even if we didn't have the removal, right? We have a 2K and a 9, so it'd be. There's no way.
Oh.
There's no way. Oh man.
Was the damn punk not in hand? We saw the damn punk,
We
right?
saw it added, but
it wasn't a alternate universe here.
yeah, or like we used X Drakes too. Man, that's even if we didn't have, I mean, what? I guess we could, because we could have gone 10 and 11. I don't know. I guess we did just get rid of the Dan Punk in hand. But yeah, we just got rid of all the cards that we could have used to win last turn. With again the X Drake and the what was it? Yeah, the X Drakes that we used to counter out, and then also the damn punk, which again we added to hand.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Lucci gets another shot here.
Yeah, he must have cycled damn punk. I didn't see it, but
Yeah, we must have missed that because I mean it would just. Okay, yeah, we see another 8 go in. How many 2Ks you got left there?
yeah, we take that. Decide not to trigger the Satori.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep trying to bait the kid block here. Another 8.
Oh, that's so
Oh no,
unfortunate.
this is looking bad here. If he's already using the block.
5, 6. Yeah. This will be 11.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah,
Oh,
not
wait,
quite.
is that not the damn punk?
What
The
is that?
third card? Did we misread that?
I swear it is. Let me see. Let me double check the art.
Yeah, I maybe I'm just not used to seeing it, but
Or maybe they forgot that Rebecca existed there. That could be the only other thing.
yeah.
No, it looks like I think it's this card, right? Is it? No, I don't think it's Let's Meet in the New World. I'm pretty sure it's.
Pretty sure it's damn punk, right?
Yeah, very
Full
likely.
cost, yeah. Maybe a little oopsies there. I mean, considering that hand, the Mancheri last turn might have gotten there.
It might have. Yeah, it had to have been.
Yeah.
It had to have been. They must have just forgotten Rebecca was added.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe they thought that the card couldn't be used if they were both at 0 life, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah. It says look at up to. Yeah. Unfortunate.
It's the Straw Hat event? Which Straw Hat event?
Oh, Straw Hat event.
I don't think so. I mean, spoilers. I'm looking at their deck list, and this is the only event they have that's not
The zero cost
zero
event.
cost,
Yeah.
which it clearly wasn't. So, yeah, just interesting. Interesting. Maybe draw it with kid. Maybe it was an end.
Yeah,
end,
a different one.
Maybe it could
Yeah.
be that. You're right. There was one more cycle. Yeah, right. But yeah, we saw him at it with last one. Yeah, all kinds of confused.
Yeah.
Here. But we've got not a lot of time left. We can see what games are left to still jump through real quick.
Well, look, it's early in the tournament and it's
Yeah.
early in the morning.
Yeah, early in the
You know,
morning.
anything can happen here. Definitely been on the back end of some mistakes in the morning games for sure.
All right. They dodged me immediately after jumping in there, which means they just finished. This is Dofi
versus Moria.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, yeah, we can see at the end of this game. This is a matchup that when I was playing Doflamingo, I kind of dreaded, to be honest. Moria is very annoying. If you don't have enough of the 4-cost bounce law, Moria can sort of do what you do, but with more removals. So,
I've been seeing a good amount of people kind of trying to uptick on playing Moria in general. I do think like it also really benefited from Ice Age.
yes, it's true that losing Ice Age
and
was
obviously Moria.
yeah,
But mostly Ice Age, right, Eggman? That's the the out of archetype card. But
poor Gecko Moria leader, just like being punished for its own card, its own namesake card, and But that being said, I think Moria, one of the new additions from OP10 is the new Ryuma card, which is also Thriller Bark, also 4-cost, and gives you a little bit more of an aggressive edge. And, I think Gecko Moria in the end wasn't really kind of your typical black deck that is just trying to remove things, right? You're more of a tempo deck. You're trying to spam the board efficiently, while removal's kind of like an added bonus that the Ice Age was able to get you. But I think especially in this current version of Moria, you're just looking to tempo out your opponents with aggression and just good value. So
it is, and it's kind of like the same thing as like what Rob Lucci's been doing. And I do think that there's some potential. It's going to be obviously hard to outvalue Doflamingo, right? We're both kind of the same decks when it comes to, we get to play things for free.
Yeah.
But, we still have to discard a card from Moria, but the card we play for free is out of trash. Dofi has to set up the top card of their deck, but if they do, they get a draw one off of it, right?
Yeah. So we did see a 6K deal with the rest of the Weevil, and I assume if Moria went for board there, then this 6K is also going into the Law.
Mm-hmm.
The Dofi right now doesn't look like they have many cards in hand, so maybe they're in a position where they can't really defend their board as easily. Okay, we do see the 2K. And I think maybe just one card left here in hand. Now we've got a lot of Dawn to play with on the Moria side, so still could do some shenanigans here.
Yeah. And like we don't have any outside of Perona, which you have to have 5 or more cards in your opponent's hand, right? We don't have any cost reduction.
Yeah.
Yeah, which otherwise would be, man, to see like Gekomori with 8 Dawn and like have no idea what they get to do anymore. Like it's such a weird feeling.
Okay, 6.
And yeah, Sengoku's not long for this world.
Yeah, and just the board is getting torched on Dofi's side. And he still has, what is that, 6 Dawn left?
Yeah.
So 3 for Moria leader. Okay, we're going to use leader ability, dutching the hog back.
Yeah, and then likely using it to play hog back at it.
Yeah, get some more value.
Yeah, that is nice to be able to just, draw a card off this, essentially.
Yep. How does it feel, Dofi players?
Oh,
we're getting back. Okay.
Blocker. Okay, like this, because this is gonna be the rest of our Dawn for the turn, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is a pretty wide board. It's gonna be difficult for Dofi to really interact with this too much. We've got 2 life as well. Yeah, this I can see why this is such a grind, and this is gonna be turn 0, I believe. I think we just hit turn 0.
Yeah. But yeah, Moria's kind of set up to end this game on this next turn, so Dofi's got to pray that all these characters on board are going away. But here's the thing with Moria. Moria just never not has counter in hand. I remember back when RP Law, like that meta happened, that kind of like half meta, and I think it was like 7.5 or 6.5 or something.
Here, real quick. Also, let me let them know about the time.
So, anyways, yeah, like anytime you've gone for lethal against the Moria and they have like 4 cards in hand, they're all 2Ks. Just you have to be prepared for that. So we see the block and a 2K to defend the board here, and then we've got the Jozu. What's he gonna return with Jozu here? Oh, he returned the Teach. So just doing what he can to survive, and then we do get passed back the turn with Moria. Dofi only has one life left and 1 blocker in the Boa. Will that be enough to survive here these next few attacks? So we got a 7 from the Hogback coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw a big deep breath from the Dofi player.
Mm-hmm. All right, 2K, 1K.
Okay, 2K, 1K. Back down to, what is that, 1 card in hand?
I think 2 in hand,
2
yeah.
in hand. Okay, well, Dofi players do play more Red Rocks and just events in general these days, so maybe we could see an event bail them out here.
Oh, we think about a 6K?
Oh, 6 is very annoying. I like that.
Yeah, these are tough numbers because we can go 7. We'll have 6 left, and then I think we do 7, 7, 7, 8.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Okay, we see the 2K.
All right, yeah, we systematically can't win this turn now unless we, Tempest kick that Boa?
Yeah.
Or like Helmeppo, I guess.
Yeah, I think if you're in Gecko's shoes, you're well. Okay, we'll see where this next attack goes. Because if he's able to clear the Weevil, Yeah, if he's able to clear at least one card off the board here, then he might be in an okay spot. Oh, interesting. This Moria player is playing more of a heavy removal package. Has the Stussy.
I like that because as we can see, like our board goes pretty wide pretty often.
Yeah.
And so it's not unheard of.
Yeah, brings back a 2K, and yeah, we do see the Weevil end up going. Yeah, this is a tough spot because I mean, technically, next turn Dofi could go for a lethal here, but
Oh, we have another blocker.
Oh, we have another blocker. Yeah.
Once they left the 2 open, I'm like,
yeah.
That's pretty clear. And this is going to be turn 2, so this is going to be the last turn for the Dofi player.
Yeah.
If they can't put them down to 0 and or it's going to be close to time rulings, but I think Mori is in likely the best spot they can be in.
Yeah, they have at least one 2K in hand. I would not be surprised if there was another 2K lurking in his hand too. So, I mean, what do you even do here? Need some sort of removal for the blocker, and then everything else has to hit.
Yeah, and then we've got it's 30 seconds left in time. So if they don't start moving, I think they might just lose to end of time procedures. Like I don't think. Honestly, I think Moria has the advantage in this setup right now, anyways.
Yeah.
There's the occasional time where like end of time procedures are like, man, this player clearly was winning if we had 5 more minutes, but we don't. But I think this is looking like it's closer to
9
Moria's
lead.
side.
Oh, what if it's the law at the top? It is
No,
not.
it's lower.
Imagine.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, and that's time and round as well, which I'll let them know.
Yeah.
All right. Give me 1 second.
What did I say?
Yeah, we were just ending that. That wasn't heard, I don't think, by you guys. But yeah, our Moria player, they had triple 2K in hand, so they weren't sweating. I think if the game was played out to fruition, I think Moria likely had that anyways.
Yeah.
We'd have to still commit for game, right? But I think it was definitely in Moria's game. But yeah, I can only imagine how much of a grind fest that game was.
Yes. Yeah. You just go back and forth, and all your forecasts are drawing you cards. But yeah, I think like again, every time you go for a game against a Moria player, you just have to assume that every card in their hand is a 2K. It's just how it is.
Yeah. Yeah, hit him. Yeah, just swing 9, 9, 10. Yeah, I know. I get it. Hey, it's tough math, right? This game's tough right now. Without Jinbei, Dofi's tough too. Like,
yeah.
You gotta think a little bit more, I think, on your plays and your advantage. But yeah, it's clearly I don't want to gush too much, but our Moria player definitely knows what's up. He's not just bringing this deck on a whim. It seems like he's been trying it in this format, and already some quick success for it.
Yeah. I think Moria is a very interesting pick to bring into this meta, and I mean it's like a light version of Dofi. So and. We all know that Dofi's a pretty good deck, so
it sure is. It sure is. I still think it's very violent. I think most people are. So don't be afraid to see it in the format right now too. But that's gonna be it for round number 1. We've got likely 7 rounds of Swiss into a definite top 8 cut for us today, best of 3. So over 120 I think actually exactly 120 players, but 120 players today. OP10 post restriction format should be a lot of fun for it. So I think did they already pair round 2? Oh yeah, round 2's already been paired. We can't even take a break.
We are just going.
All right, but we can hit you with this ad. Ha! Got him. Got him. All right. Well, we set that up though. Let's see if we can find our the Uta players, because I think the one that we saw originally, I don't believe the VV player showed up.
Okay.
Also, let me what screen you're on? Yeah,
They didn't want the smoke from Uta.
Yeah.
Understandable.
All right. Let's see. Where's Uta at? We've got 2 players, I believe. And I think both of them might be undefeated, which, I wasn't expecting that, but let's see. Yeah, we got Kevin, and then we have. Oh, they're playing each other. There's no way. There's no way.
I'm so
that's
sad. Repair.
Yeah. All right. Okay, guaranteed round 3. Whoever wins.
Yeah.
Whoever wins will watch Uta. There's no way. 120 people, round 2, paired up against the only Utas. That's so funny.
That's so unfortunate. Yeah, I again, for people who missed it in chat, like Uta is my current sort of cope deck that I think has more legs than people might realize in the format, just because does pretty well with the Shanks and Blackbeard, which are 2 decks that I think are going to be very ever present. So yeah,
we can go to table 2. It's got Lim.
It's got Lim.
Yeah. That's which I'm apparently the largest Lim hater.
Oh yeah.
In the world. I put it probably honestly to be honest, probably like one tier too low on my tier list, which I'll even admit I probably should have bumped it up one more. But I feel like there's just so much that goes against it sometimes.
I love this leader.
I do, and that's like the worst thing, like that people won't believe. I do love the leader. I think it's really cool. I like the mechanics for it. I have a hard time picturing myself like it being consistent and strong enough to be able to top a tournament. But
so,
I can be wrong.
One thing I'll say about Lim is that I actually think the deck is quite consistent, but you do have to dodge a couple preeminent matchups that like you're just going to see a lot, which is like Shanks is definitely one of them, and then like honestly I think really Shanks is like the biggest issue for Lim. Most other decks can't really deal with an accelerated 9-cost Zoro the way Shanks can, and so but outside of that, I mean, we'll see in this matchup, because Lim versus Bonnie, like I do think this matchup can be close. Bonnie obviously as a leader right now, I imagine her as like a kid in the beach building a sandcastle, right? And once that sandcastle is built, like, boy, is it hard to get through. And the opponents are always just trying to mess with it, right?
Yeah.
But Lim has like a different approach to breaking the kid wall, which is just get the 9-cost Zoro out and just bash it the kid to bits. So
yeah. I do think one thing that is that you can play Zoro and not get immediately answered by a Dofi, which is nice.
Yeah.
There's not really a great way for Bonnie to interact with an above curve Zoro. So that's been like most of my. If I have success with Lim, it's mostly because I play the Turbo 9-drop build.
Yeah.
And it gets there by itself. But I've seen some people play like Adeo, Dofi, Kid. I don't think they're wrong. It just feels like if you don't play Zoro as soon as you can, like, people can just easily remove it. Like if people are smart, they'll just put 10 Dawn on their highest attack.
And just go for it.
And then they're like, oh, okay, well, it's gone.
And then the other thing with so with Lim, one of your best lines is having a blocker before you get to the Zoro turn, so just to prevent that from happening, right?
Yeah.
And then from there on, you can use the 2K Nami to start stunning people's Dawn, because a lot of like the best ways to deal with 9-cost Zoro are at 10 Dawn, right? Like playing the Doflamingo to stun it, or playing like the bomb Shanks, the 10-cost removal Shanks to deal with it. So resting that Dawn could be really pesky. And the other thing that makes it tough for Lim to win in like a long-term regional with so many games is that you really want first, like 100% of the time. Your curve going second is much, much worse.
Yeah, it's much worse. The two things I will say, like, you have two 50-50s. One, you got to win the dice roll. I think most people will take first away from you at this point, even if it's like makes your curve slightly worse. The other thing is that you kind of need to see one drop Lim on your opening hand. So let's say those are both 50-50s. That means that 25%, like, you will have neither of those things go your way, and I feel like you lose most matchups for that. So,
unless you're using the Eggman dice, so you get one of those things away.
It's 100%. You're never winning the dice roll. Yeah. So with that, like, over 4 games, like, you're gonna like immediately lose one. In my likely, so over like an 8 round tournament, chances are 1 or 2 games you just it's so uphill that it's unlikely for you to win in my mind. So that's my thought process for it. I love to be wrong on this kind of stuff, and I want people to overcome the odds. So hopefully that happens for our limb player today,
Yeah.
and the other ones too, not just this one. I don't have any specific favorites for limb players. Yeah, limb second against Blackbeard. That's fair. Yeah, Blackbeard getting to 10 is way having them at 9 then 10 is way better for us. But we are going first. Okay. And we do have one drop. Okay, we've 100% win rate.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. No just do this 6 more times, or sorry, 5 more times throughout the day. Top cut
And
guarantee.
you got it. Yeah, top cut. But yeah, this is definitely exactly what you want to see as the limb player. The 1 cost, turn 1, and then next turn you get to use your leader ability. Ideally, get some sort of value with like the Enel, which lets you draw 3, discard 2. It's just a graceful charity.
Yeah.
On a 6K body for 3 Dawn, it's so good.
Where's the actual cost? I don't see it. Right? Like it's just crazy. So, but this is the 1-drop limb. The reason it's important is because it has a really good protection for itself, and then it just kind of negates your leader effect, like the negative thing about your leader, for 1 card every turn. But even late game, if you're not even playing things, you can set things active and make it very hard for your opponent to interact with them. So just a solid card in that way. We're going to use our limb leader effect. We're going to pay 3. We're going to play out Sabo, and then we're going to end our turn. We're going to let Sabo be active, which just means like Bonnie can't interact with active cards very often.
Yeah. I will say Sabo is a little bit awkward here because on the following turn, it's going to be very hard for Lim to have enough rested characters to get that card draw if Bonnie has a Dawn up.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sabo does a very good Sangoro impression, just drawing you a bunch of cards, and very, very annoying.
Yeah, you can do something like kind of clever where you like I mean, if you have a 3 cost and then you can use leader effect, you can get 2 things rested.
Yeah, so if he has that god, because this is like the god start. Like if you have the 3 cost limb in hand plus another one of your Odyssey 5 costs, like that is like the optimal curve here, and then you can get that draw. Let's see what he's got for us though.
If you have a 1 cost limb, if you have like a 2 cost limb, I think all those are very strong. But we'll see.
Okay, so
we're just attacking with this first, so we're not even getting the attack or the draw with it.
Yeah, maybe with Mihawk in hand, might be able to get something going with the card draw. Mihawk lets you restand one of your characters, so that's one way. Oh, okay, so
maybe it's either that or we have like something like Newgate, which then we can use to rest the killer. And no, okay,
it is the Mihawk. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So now we're going to swing with the limb just to get the card draw here, and boom, 9K swing and draw card.
Yeah, since we have 3 rested. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, and Mihawk, is super flexible. It can also restand itself, which sometimes is important.
Yeah.
But yeah, the amount of support we got from set 10 for Lim is great. There's a lot of fantastic cards for us.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards from the set is the 5 cost Whitebeard, the Edward Newgate. It's like your anti-Zoro card. Very, very good.
Yeah, because that was the other thing. Like that, it would have been great to play that here too, because you could get rid of the killer.
Yeah.
A 9K swing was enough to get rid of it anyways. So that was good. But we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Dawn, and if we're at 7, I think Hody wouldn't be a terrible choice right here because we could probably remove the 0 costs and pressure the Sabo, but Cav is still a good card, believe it or not.
Yeah. Triggers only one. Oh, interesting. The Sabo.
I'll double check with that ruling because it is once per turn. These rulings get. Yeah, because it depends if it does proc on the first attack or not.
When attacking, it checks the first time and then doesn't check the second time.
Yeah, let me ping our judge. Yeah, because well, the thing is that here I can bring up the card. It doesn't. It's on the official rulings. Okay. It
Okay.
does. It's not a cost, right? Because if there's a cost, you can do it, but it's just a do as much as possible. So yeah, I think you are likely right on that.
Yeah, it's for sure 1% per turn. It's just a matter of does it check the first time it swings no matter what.
Yeah, and there could have been a way for you to do so, like if you attacked with limb first and then your opponent rested the Sabo. But yeah, I do agree. Yeah, yeah, I pinged our judge about it. All right, and Mihawk got the rest off the leader effect.
Okay, well, Lim is now on that coveted 9 Dawn turn. We'll see if the 9 cost Zoro comes down here. But based off of the amount of Dawn he's got, no. Okay, so we're seeing the Sakazuki come in to get the Cavendish off board, and then we're going to go ahead and use the Lim ability again to now bring out Enel, which lets you draw 3, discard 2.
All right, yeah, and our judge is in there too. But yeah, that new Enel, yeah, that new Enel is such a good card. Yeah, judge is there just explaining to it.
Yeah, it was a 5K swing with leader since the Mihawk got rested by the Bonnie ability. Pretty big though that the Lim wasn't able to put down a Zoro right on 9
Nine,
Dawn.
yeah.
Yeah, because now from here on out, like Bonnie's just gonna have many more abilities to deal with the 9 cost, right? Like film Zoro being one of the big ways to deal with it. Normally, by the time you get to 9 Dawn on Lim,
Here,
your
real
opponent's going
quick,
to
we're
8.
gonna be muted. I'm just gonna explain the
Oh, okay.
scenario. All right, cool. Sorry for the delay there. So, uh, big issue is that because Bonnie has like the resting mechanics, we attacked with Sabo first, and then we restarted it with Mihawk. But Sabo, its effect goes. You use its effect once per turn on the first attack, even if you don't meet the quote unquote conditions, which is not a condition. It's not a cost text, right? If something is bolded and then has the colon, it's a cost, but there's no cost associated besides just attacking with it. So the first attack it attacked, it didn't have 3 cards rested. And so when we restarted with Mihawk and did have 3 cards rested, it should not have drawn a card. So that was such a long time ago, Judge ruled that we couldn't rewind game state for it. So he'll get a warning for moving forward with it, and game's going to continue. But honestly, I think it's a pretty edge case ruling, one that I wasn't even aware of, and something that wasn't possible until really this set when Mihawk came out to be able to get the restand. So that's what the resolution and the issue was for that one. Yeah. So anyways, that aside, if I'm to be so bold, I don't think an extra card was the game breaker on this one. We have such a good board right now for Lim. We're able to get a lot of cards onto our board. We were able to play the Sakazuki to get the removal of the Cavendish, and we've got so many like 6Ks. Like, what are we supposed to do with what? Only 8 Dawn right now with Bonnie.
Yeah, if the Cavendish was able to stick, you'd be able to play out the 8-cost kid and still set up the the 8-cost wall that everyone knows and loves by this point. But yeah, only at 8 Dawn, this is definitely a rough spot. Bonnie definitely needs like another turn to set up here.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, we 7K swing, I assume, into one of the characters.
Yeah, and okay, able to get rid of it now, so not worth a 2K, or we just don't have a 2K. And then, okay, Bonnie as well. Pretty good. Either going to stun a Dawn or a character. Looks like we're going to use it on the Sakazuki, and we're going to pass from there.
Yeah, awkwardly stunning the Sakazuki. While it's good because you won't take the 7K swing, it does just allow Lim to have more rested characters to help deal with the board.
Just immediately use another Sakazuki to get rid of that. Brutal.
Interesting. Again, this Lim strategy, instead of just trying to power out the 9-cost Zoro, instead we are using the Sakazuki in order to just keep the board free and just use the Lim ability to spam the board to win the game. So we'll see now another 6K swing. Oh, and we see a 0-cost event.
And Smoker, yeah. All right. We take this last damage, and then are we going to get something out for 3 with Lim effect?
Yeah.
No, we're just going to leave 3 open. Okay. I have been seeing more people run like a couple defensive events in their builds too. So 3 Dawn open is not trivial either.
Yeah, I've been seeing people run stuff like Blast Breath. There's also the event that lets you draw Odyssey cards. Obviously, I think he would have just played that if they had it.
Yeah, if they had the 3, for sure. There's the full 10 Dawn. I mean, we could play like Doflamingo and rest all the cards on board. And again, Sabo gets another free attack. But I feel like we kind of have to play 8-drop kid and hope we can defend it from here.
Yeah, Bonnie just going for a 5K swing. This might actually just be the 10 cost just to buy a little bit of time here. Nope. Okay, so we are going to set up the kid.
Yeah. I'm going to put the card on screen. I'm pretty sure everyone knows about, and it has opinions on this card at this point. Very, very strong. It's been out in this game since set 1, which means it rotates out next year. So that that's probably that might be some people's favorite news about a rotation block, is that 8-drop kid's leaving until they reprint it on April 2nd. Give another 3 years. But oh man, Shanks is such a good removal when we didn't have Rosinante, we didn't have Toshigi, and this is gonna again be.
This Lim build is really cool. I like it. It's much more just tempo heavy. Just like get in there and smack with your 6K, 7K bodies. Like I like this a lot from the Lim player. Me playing Lim, I want 9 cost Zoro and that's it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
him having the Shanks in this build, the Sakazukis allow for a much more tempo heavy strategy, and it's working out really well. And yeah, Bonnie just not able to build the wall and needs another 8 cost kid in hand.
I think our best play is just go 7 cost Hody and hope they have no counter at
Yeah.
this point. That might be our only route for victory anymore.
Oh.
Oh. All right, they
Okay.
disconnected. They might have to call a judge. We'll see. We'll see. Like it's in your right to call a judge. I mean nothing is going to change. I mean what? Yeah. If your opponent disconnects, you should call a judge.
Yeah, and if the Bonnie player does play a Hody, your best swings are still pretty sus
I
here.
think it's 5, 6, 8.
Yeah, and the Lim player's already played NL and has been drawing cards off Sabo. Very unlikely, but
Yeah.
we'll see.
All right. Either thinking on something. I mean, yeah, we could do. I mean, if we have another 8-drop kid, that might be enough.
No, okay. 6 lead.
Is that a? Oh no, they're going 6 into something on board then. All right, Bonnie.
Stun the Shanks. Okay. Oh, Electric Luna? Oh.
No, no such luck. Yeah, Electric Luna would be insane.
I was really excited there. He rested 3. Electric Luna would be able to stun everything that's not a 7. I think it's 7 cost and less.
Yeah, 7 or less. Yeah, so
Yeah.
would have been able to get a real good. But if we had Luna, we wouldn't have.
Swung at the board at all.
Yeah, we would have gone face. Yeah. All right.
And yeah,
Usohachi. Yeah, that's gonna
rest
get
the
the Bart
Bardo.
removal. Yeah, and then we just have big numbers. Yeah, GG's. Yeah, okay, we had the Hodies.
Yeah.
Unironically, I mean, it clearly they had a 2K in hand, so it wasn't going to work. But at that point, like, I think they had to just go for it.
Yeah.
It's tough, but it's what it is. Yeah, and then an extra Mihawk attack as well. But all right, Lim currently 2-0, able to beat Bonnie, and I think we had either 4 or 5 Lim players in our event today, so really curious to see how they continue to fare throughout this.
Look, if they can keep winning dice roll and playing a 1-drop on turn 1, they're in a good spot.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Russell not a Bonnie believer anymore? Crazy. All right. Purple Luffy mirror match. Less inclined for that. We have this match just ended.
Yeah, Moria versus Ploofy.
Honestly, I'm curious to play this one just because like this matchup is known. It's going to be Shanks versus Blackbeard, but the life totals are insane. So
Yeah. Okay. This is interesting. How did we get here?
How did we get here? Yeah.
Both players are incredibly healthy for where the state of the game is at.
Yeah, agreed. All right, on the left we've got Shanks, and then on the right we've got Blackbeard.
Yeah, so generally speaking, I would say Blackbeard is favored in this matchup mostly just because Shanks doesn't normally rush down as well as a deck like Zoro or Doflamingo. But that being said, a lot of Shanks these days are playing the Straw Hat build, which gives you a lot more access to rush cards and stuff
Hmm.
like that. So, but that being said, Blackbeard's at 3 life here, and Shanks is still at a healthy 5. Very interesting. And then Blackbeard on board right now has the Katarina Devon, which has been seeing a little more play recently. If you don't know what it does, 5/6, and you get to choose each turn like a new ability. So
Yeah.
like you can have it as a blocker, it can have double attack, it can have banish, and on a empty board like this, pretty useful to have
Yeah.
a banisher or a double attacker.
Yeah, just a lot, and I'm gonna assume it probably has blocker right now, right? If it's
Yeah.
active like this. But yeah, what a strong card to have that flexibility for even like double attack here would be insane to immediately put them down to 3 if it works out.
Yeah, I feel like normally when I see this matchup play out, it's very much a race where Shanks is trying to kill the Blackbeard as soon as possible, and the Blackbeard is trying to counter race with the Burgess, which
Yeah,
got a new art in China. I don't know if you
I
saw
did
that
see
card.
that.
That
Yeah, the
card's
treasure rare.
beautiful.
Yeah.
I want that card.
Well, we just put it in the trash, so unlikely that we're gonna get it. But looks like we're going to try to pressure Teach here. Teach was played the previous turn, so Silvers wasn't, stunned. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 13. So we're just gonna blocker as mentioned. Yeah, that card likely got the blocker. We're gonna play our own blocker to make sure that Silvers is a little bit safe. And hopefully for a Blackbeard player, we have that. I'm surprised we didn't go down to 2 life. I would have been kind of tempted to go down to 2.
Yeah. Yeah, in the late stages of the game, Blackbeard usually doesn't have to leader ability as much against Shanks because Shanks is more likely to just play out big rushers or just big bodies.
Yeah.
And especially right now on Teach's board, like the thing you're usually most concerned about is Ben Beckman's ability.
Mm-hmm.
But 10 cost Teach doesn't care. So
Yeah, and we lose the finger pistol, but picking up a 10-drop Teach likely worth it.
yeah. And now he can use it to turn off the blocker ability from the chopper, and if he wants to, he can go and chase the Shanks, and but looks like instead he's going to go ahead and stun the Rayleigh. Okay, so I guess now we're going to start pressuring Shanks' life total. I think that's interesting. I think maybe in this position, just chasing the Rayleigh off the board by stunning the chopper might have been a little bit better. Just get rid of it entirely.
I mean, we're just attacking 5. Why don't we just use leader effect, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're
Oh no,
passing.
he turned it off with the 10 costs.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I will always forget that. You're right. Good call. Good call. But yeah, man, that chopper blocker is so good.
Yeah.
It is no business being so good, but here it is, just a 2K that's a 6K blocker, and
Yeah. Yeah, for red green smoker, the 7K blocker for 4, that's a 2K as well. What an absurd card.
Silvers was negated.
Yeah, so Silver's got negated. Not the chopper. I expected the chopper to get negated, but instead we got the Rayleigh stop there. And then now we see the rusher himself. And notably did not have the black hole effect. So yeah, we're just gonna have a really, really big swing from the for the dragon coming in, and yeah, just gonna take the 13K hit.
Yeah, 13K. Yeah, when extra dawn's kind of hiding there.
Yeah, only way to get through here was to swing huge.
I don't know if I like this order. I think I would have attacked with leader first, and then
potentially just chase down the
one of the
rested.
teaches.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, the other thing with Blackbeard is you generally run very little 2Ks. I mean, I've seen Blackbeard lists run as little as 6 2Ks. So, swinging, trying to force out 2Ks early on can make it really tough for them to defend themselves later on in the game. But of course, I think we're seeing a third 10 cost teach.
Oof. All right. Who we stunning this time?
Yeah.
I think it'd have to be Silvers again. And I think we on the Silvers, and then we start pressuring Dragon with our other blockers.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, so this is 12 to 9.
Only 2 cards in hand, so.
Yeah. And again, leader effect is turned off because of that card's not teach. Whoops. Oh, we're blocking it. Wow.
Oh, okay.
I think we should have just
let it go. Yeah, now you lost 2 bodies on board. And then 5K at leader without the leader ability. So does he want to give up yet another card?
Man, you got to start thinking, like, all those cards in life are looking very tasty, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like drinking salt water at sea, right? Like, you know it's bad for you, but you want it so badly.
Shanks has kept 1 Dawn up, so I assume one of the cards is Divine Departure.
Which we couldn't have used on.
Yeah, can't use it on characters.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Yeah,
it's just a better guard point.
Oh, man. Hey, it doesn't have a trigger, all right? So it's not
oh, yeah,
yeah,
okay, true.
It doesn't have the best tag in the game. It doesn't have Straw Hat. Okay, we've got the shiny one, too. We got to play it, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, just a flex.
Yeah, that card. I pulled one of those, and it took me a lot of willpower to not keep. I was very sad.
Yeah, those new event, like, I don't know what you call them, manga arts, kind of, but they're just gorgeous.
Yeah, because we also have we have Gear 2 coming out.
Yeah, yeah.
2 looks really nice. One Piece has never been short on the art department, but they've been acting like they are. They're like, we have to keep upping the ante.
Okay, so Shanks could just start swinging big into the rested teaches and just delaying the game a bit. I mean, I'm so curious what happened in the mid game in this game for Shanks to be at five life here.
All right, 15. Go down to 1 life or lose our. Oh no. Yeah. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's good.
All right. Do we have the the 4th teach? And do we have the wanted version? At this point, right? Like, if we've got 3 wanted it would be. I like to match my aesthetics, right? Either everything's the same art, or if there's 4 different arts, I'll play one. Okay, never mind. We just
have the 4th.
We just have the 4th. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, and then just 5, 12, 12.
Yeah, he's definitely forced to accelerate this game because if Shanks can just sit back and keep picking off the teaches with just like big leader attacks, like it's actually. Like, Teach doesn't have a way to get back these 10 costs ever from trash, so when they're gone, they're just gone. Okay, so we are going to take that one.
I think we just have to take all of them, to be honest.
Yeah.
And just pass. All right, there is good news. If they play a 5th teach, we win on the spot. Yeah. Game over. Something's fishy. End the day. But yeah, this is another 12.
Yeah. Just gonna keep trying to pick off these teaches.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. Because let's say the teach dies, there's just no chance that Shanks. Are
we gonna block that one? And double 2K.
Double 2K. He had it. Okay.
Oh, maybe that was that face then. I thought he was just flexing. He had a blocker. Oh, that is brutal.
Okay, now Shanks is in a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got legitimately nothing we can do right now, right? Like,
Yeah, because now, does he have enough countered for any of these swings?
yeah.
Probably not, but
I mean, what's best case? We have on board 3 12s and a 5, right?
Yeah,
So
so
41, 51 across 4. I think it's something like 11, 12, 13, 15, something like that. Something insane.
yeah.
It might be better to be like 12, 12, 13, 14. It might be something like that. Red Hawk. Yeah, Red Hawk can be.
Yeah, Red Hawk in life could be the savior.
Yeah, but if it is like you just attack with one of your teaches last. Oh, okay, or first.
Okay, Red Hawk? Nope. You got to do the thing that one Worlds player did. The NL player.
yeah,
start praying.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've made it this far, right? All right. Another 12.
All right. Nope.
Nope. All right. Put like 8 Dawn on leader, 13. We can even make it. We can end with double.
It just has to be Red Hawk.
Yeah. We can do 13, 14 to end game. So put 8 Dawn on lead. Because Red Hawk can hit anything, right? It can hit leader and it can hit characters.
Okay, 13.
Oh man, this sets up for Red Hawk punish so bad.
2, 3. How many cards in hand there?
A lot now.
4, 5.
I think you attack with leader or with blocker. I mean, like whatever they playing around.
He's counting up his 2Ks.
Yeah, that's not great. No, there is the rush card that Teach has been playing too.
Oh, that's true.
Play.
The Burgess.
Yeah,
the other Burgess.
The other Burgess, but.
Yeah, that would play around a Red Hawk trigger, I guess.
But, I mean, if Shanks doesn't have rush here, right, then we're still in a bad spot.
Yeah, needs exactly. Actually, no. He'd have to first send himself down to 0 for Goldie Roger.
Okay, taking it.
Okay, takes it.
All right, everything here. So this is 14.
13. Oh, he's very confidently pointing to his leader.
13. All right. So it's 13 to 5.
Show me the money.
All right.
2, 4,
9,
5,
10,
6,
11, 12,
7,
13. Not quite there.
No.
Exactly 13 tie. And the Dragon's in hand too, which would have been the best way to finish the game. So brutal. So brutal. And it would have discarded to maybe find a 2K, but 2K would not have helped. Dragon was in such a good spot there.
Yeah. Wow. Nail biter.
Yeah. So close. So close, right? 2, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13. Yeah, with the leader effect, we minused it. And that's what he was doing the numbers probably. Like maybe Dragon was the last card in life. He's like, man, if I get 1K worth of counter.
Yeah, just 1K.
I have a chance because then I need to top deck a rush card still. But, man, what a close game at the end there. All right. Well, that was it. Or maybe they're hoping that they had a 2K out of life. Maybe that could have been and they got a 1K instead.
Yeah.
Super close. All right. Well, that's the end of this one. Some really close games. We're going to see Uta for real next round.
Yes.
2 are undefeated going into this round, and they're playing each other. So
so unfortunate.
2-0 guaranteed Uta. What is this world? And yeah, we're gonna get to there. So we'll take an actual break. We'll be back probably in like 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys in round number 3. Okie doke, we are back. We've got round number 3, and we've got Shanks versus Uta.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this particular matchup. Again, I think there was a post. There's a Letty OP on Reddit does these posts on Reddit every week with the sort of sim rankings and stuff like that. And it was very interesting to see that Uta has been very dominant in this matchup. So I'm very curious to see how that plays out. I think it makes a lot of sense. Uta sort of does, the board spam thing and naturally just wants to keep swinging at that 6K mark that is so pesky for Shanks to deal with and just keeps drawing you cards. And you also get access to film Shanks, which means that when you guys are going back and forth playing your big bombs, 9-cost Shanks just blows up whatever Shanks is rushing with. So there's a... I think if your entire, matchup for the day is just against Shanks and Blackbeard, like Uta ends up looking like a very strong leader. So
Yeah, and I agree. I think those were, I think legitimately for this event, we had 120 players and about a third?
yeah,
A third of the field is those two. So you'll see a good amount of them. So if that's your best matchup, a third of the games you just kind of almost auto win. That helps a lot. But it's those other pesky matchups that can be a little bit tougher, I feel like, for Uta.
yeah. So Uta, I assume didn't win die roll, and that's why they're going second. I actually don't know what's better for Uta.
Yeah, you can definitely try to get the best way you go. We've got the neon there to be able to look at top 3 for a film card. So we're gonna get the I believe that's the Restander.
Yeah, I'm invincible.
Yeah. And then we get the Dawn back. Not that it really matters.
Yeah, what an event, right?
Yeah.
Searcher, and you get the Dawn bag. It basically costs 0.
And it can find, I think the only thing it can't find it itself, right? But it can find events, which is also moderately unheard of for an event searcher to find other events.
Shanks swinging 8 here. Unfortunate. I assume because they are using the starter deck sleeves that they would normally have wanted to play the 3-cost Sanji.
Yeah.
Which is just a fantastic card in the red decks right now.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to be playing the, I guess new's the right word, the newest Uta.
Yeah.
From October. From the other starter deck that it got, which was starter deck 16.
Yeah.
So in this kind of wave of starter decks that we got and like the reprint ones, we have a lot of ways to just add Dawn to leaders randomly, and this Uta is fantastic. So not only are we establishing a 6K body, but we're still attacking a 6K with their leader and getting that card draw off the leader effect. So really, really strong start.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of 6K swings into Shanks, which is exactly what he doesn't want to see. We're going to his 5-Dawn turn. Let's see if he's playing out the card that's on his sleeves. Oh, maybe not.
Uta's also a blocker, so that is quite good. But we do
Okay.
have it. So maybe you're trying to bait out the block. We're going to be able to attack at 6K, make it 7K, and curious to see if it's going to leader. It is. Okay. We're going to 3.
Just trying to force the life down here.
All right. We're at 6 Dawn. We could have something like backlight.
Oh, God, backlight would be brutal here.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty good at removing this. Looks like we just get a 2K Sanji off the top. And again, another 6K attack.
So probably going to have to 2K counter here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. Okay,
1K
leader
and leader
and a
effect.
bill. Okay. Well, this definitely opens up an attack into Luffy if he wants to. But no, I think 7 into lead. It's usually not a good sign for Shanks to have used leader ability on the first attack.
No. But it also just kind of means we don't have a 2K. So, I mean, okay, there we are going to lead
just
life.
take that.
And what are we playing for 4? Looks like Brook, which is going to be playing the Katakuri.
Yep.
Katakuri also is very easily a 6K body. On most, it's worded very specifically. I think you have to have, what, like 6 or more rested cards?
Yeah.
But it's both players' turns, so it counts Dawn and characters and leaders. So it's 6K most of the time, which again Shanks is just like, man, really, just
Yeah.
another 6K body. All right, well, we are at 7. This could be a spot where something like Ben Beckman could be pretty valuable, and we'd still be able to do a 5K and 7K attack with Luffy and Shanks respectively.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Beckman here probably, yeah, one of the better cards to play out. Um, but it just feels like you're so behind, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Uta.
Uta, yeah. All right, looking top 5 here. We do get a Divine,
Departure.
which we could play for 6 for the rest of their Donda if we really felt like we need to get rid of something. If we have like another Yasop in hand, we can play that and keep one open for Divine.
Yasop would be great here just to fend off all these attacks that you're going to have to deal with next turn. I feel like this is definitely a crossroads turn for Shanks because either you can commit to racing against the Uta or just needs to somehow deal with this board. Okay, he's put 4 Dawn on the other side. Lucky Roo, also great card for fending off wide boards. And is playing the Uta Red Hair package, so maybe Lucky Roo hold up either that Divine Departure, you know, be able to protect your leader a little bit, or I mean, it'd be pretty sick to also have a Red Hawk too.
Yeah, because that can get rid of the Brook or Katakuri if it
Yeah.
hasn't swung with, but okay.
Oh, okay, so probably neither. If he had Yasop, probably would have played it before here.
Yeah.
But yeah, just gonna give up a 2K. And I assume this is gonna be Lucky Roo while holding up Divine Departure.
Yeah, but attack with Luffy first in case there's some shenanigans in life. They're gonna take that one, go down to 2.
Yeah, it does look like we're committed to the race here.
Yeah, that Lucky Roo is gonna. We definitely would have liked to see it a little bit earlier, but on 5 we had to play Luffy, right? So this was kind of weirdly the better timing for it, even though we would have liked to play it earlier.
Yeah. Oh, and okay, it's just gonna blankly swing without attaching any Dawn here. So Lucky Roo can get max value. The question is, does he want to block with Lucky Roo right now? I think he should.
Yeah, I think you do, and then you get rid of Katakuri.
Yeah.
Oh no, okay, just 2K.
Oh wow. Okay, so yeah, this could be risky because yeah, you can just pre-attach. Oh no, you can't. Lucky Roo, you can't pre-attach it now. So I guess it doesn't matter.
No, we probably get out of this one. We probably block this one, get rid of the cat.
Yeah, now block and then get rid of the thing. I was in my head, I was confusing it with the Red Hawk. So yeah, now we see the block. Yeah, get rid of the Katakuri.
We've still got a lot of Dawn to work with. Looks like we're paying 4 for maybe another Uta. Yeah, another Uta. Curious. You don't have to discard a card to put a Dawn because we still have like a good amount of open. And I guess the decision now is like, do we go for a leader or do we think that an 8K into Luffy is enough when they just gave us another 2K?
Yeah. We know he picked up the Divine Departure, so like a big swing into the lead here probably isn't gonna get much done.
Oh, we are gonna give it the extra Dawn too. So
yeah,
taking a law out. So this is gonna be a big 9 into likely leader or likely Luffy, I think, and getting another card back to hand with leader effect. Yeah. Okay. That's some tasty removal there.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is definitely the turn that Shanks can start really stabilizing here. He's at that 8+ Dawn turn, so if he has like a Rayleigh in hand here, Rayleigh seems really juicy, able to -3, -2, okay, the board. Like, That'd be one way he can start clawing back into us.
All
Okay,
right,
no,
another Luffy.
just a Luffy.
The first time I saw this card, I'm like, it's good. I don't know if it's better than, Star Deck 1 Luffy. And then the more and more I'm playing, I'm like, man, this card is busted.
It's
Like,
so good.
especially with less removal a little bit in this current format, like, it just gets so much immediate value.
Yeah.
And then, like, if your opponent doesn't remove it, like, that extra 1k every turn afterwards, busted.
Yeah, like in my locals last week, I played against a RP Luffy, and I took the first. I was on the first curve, and he just wasn't ready to take so many 6K attacks from Shanks randomly on my 5-down turn.
Yeah. And looks like we got rid of one of the Utas using the mole gun. We go 7k to leader, they 2k, 1k, it seems.
Yeah.
Another 5 into likely leader or Brook. Regardless where those swings went, they're able to get out of all of them. And that's, again, pretty scary to see such a wide board for Uta. Even if 2 cards, that's still wide for late game Uta, I think, compared to previous formats.
Oh, there's that film Shanks.
Yeah, and we just got to 9 too.
Unfortunate that already committed a Dawn.
Sorry, we got to 10. So we said.
Oh, we're at 10.
Yeah. I misspoke. All right, 2K.
Continue to pepper in these 2Ks, and we know the Shanks player, at least the way he's been playing it, it feels like he's been struggling to find the 2Ks.
Mm-hmm.
And then if he leader ability 1Ks here, then the Brook swings and gets another card, so very annoying.
Yeah, I just kind of have to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially since you know that that's there, and then. Yeah, I don't know. It's brutal.
Yeah. Shanks as a deck, one of the frustrating things about it is its consistency. It's either sometimes you have no 2Ks or all 2Ks, and it can feel like your deck doesn't really function. Even though when it is firing on all cylinders, man, does the deck feel strong about when you don't get there. Ugh.
So a bit of a tough call here. I mean, likely like 8 cost silvers is our best play.
Yeah. Oh, 5 lead.
Means we'd likely have maybe 10 cost Shanks.
10 cost Shanks, yeah.
Yeah, we do. And we going into Uta or into you probably said we're attacking into Uta. You gotta clarify leader or our character there, but man, like, what's even stopping you from just saying, all right, well, I put 10 on Shanks to get rid of your Shanks, and
yeah,
bully you still. Oh, Hody. Okay, we do have misses in this deck.
Okay, leader ability 1K, which. Oh, is he?
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
Okay.
I would likely at this point have just.
Oh, he just has another Shanks.
Oh
my god.
Hey, this is the deck for it, right?
Yep.
Like, this is where you got it, but man, that is upsetting.
Oh, that is utterly brutal. Oh my god. Yeah, this is okay. This is kind of what I expected from Uta in this matchup, but man, it is so brutal coming from the Shanks side.
Oh yeah. And we could have attacked 5 with Brook there too, because they use leader effect.
Yeah, they
already
already used leader.
Like, we don't care if we put them down to 0 for them to have Goldie Roger.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, there's Dragon. I mean,
he's just gonna force them down to 0, and then somehow survive 2 Shanks on board.
Yeah, I don't know about that. 2K, 1K to get out though.
Yeah.
3 cards in hand. I think we'd still publicly acknowledge that we have I'm invincible too, which
Yep.
just more attacks.
Yeah, you have to defend against a 5, 11, 11, 12, 12. Like even okay, Red Hawk trigger, I guess. So if Shanks attacks first, you take, and then you Red Hawk the Uta. I believe Red Hawk is for the turn, the trigger.
But then you have like a 21k Shanks you have to contend with. Like that's a lot. All right, leader effect out of the 5k.
Yeah.
We're going 11 here.
Ooh.
All right, 8, 10, 11. All right, or sorry, 10, 12. All right,
Red
this
Hawk
Red
trigger.
Hawk
That has to be Red Hawk trigger.
No,
No.
such love. Yeah, just conceding there. Yeah. Another 10 cost Shanks, 2 2Ks. We had so many 2Ks that game. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have Logan continuing their undefeated streak with Uta. They're going to enter round 4 with a 3-0 record, and I'm curious to see if they how far they're able to make it in this tournament. All right.
Yeah. I think Uta is a really, really fun pick for this format, and yeah, it's particularly very annoying for Shanks players to deal with. So glad to see that in action, and yeah, let's move on to this other match. Let's see if we can find something fun here.
Let's see. Our Star Deck 21 Luffy is still going undefeated. This game might end somewhat soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against the Blackbeard.
But I think they are gonna be 3-0 as well. This is Shanks versus Purple Luffy. What else we have? We have Blackbeard versus Bonnie. This game's got, we're in like the super late game. I'd be good to jump into this one real quick. All right, we've got, let me also rotate this around. All right, we've got Blackbeard. I think most of our second games are going to be Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Unsurprising. Versus Bonnie, but it looks like, what do you think this matchup looks like in general? Who do you think has the edge?
I think Blackbeard for sure is favored into Bonnie. But that being said, Bonnie has a chance against any deck. So like, if Bonnie's able to create the wall, and like we're seeing it already here, double Bonnie searchers that are just going to be uncontested through the Kid and Cavendish, and the Rosinante protection is very, very annoying. But one of the reasons why Teach is so good in this matchup is because of the 10 cost, of course.
Yeah.
10 cost, being able to disable the 8 cost Kid, magnet ability, and then also turning off Bonnie's leader ability is so frustrating for Bonnie players, and we're seeing it here. Has the double Burgess out as well, so Burgess just goes ahead and clears out the Cavendish. The 5 cost, or the 5 swing probably again takes out the Bonnie. So yeah, the 10 cost spam is just very annoying for Bonnie to deal with, and in general too with this matchup, like Teach doesn't have to necessarily pitch as many cards. There's less things that you're scared of. Generally, it's like you're scared of the Film Shanks blowing up one of your 10 costs when they finally swing. You're also scared of Hody sometimes too. But also, if you pitch cards to your leader ability, then Hody doesn't have to take life, which is kind of nice as well for Bonnie's case. So yeah, I don't know. It's just a tricky matchup for Bonnie to navigate.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that like one Teach effect turns off an 8-drop Kid for not one turn, essentially 2 turns, because now it's going to be active. It still is effect negated, so even if you put a Dawn underneath it, it won't be rested.
Yeah,
which is really tough for you to like. There could be some ways for you to like rest it later with the leader effect, but yeah, it's brutal. or not leader effect, like like I don't know. If we're playing I can be your samurai and Bonnie to rest kid against the teach matchup, then we are 10,000% IQ.
Yeah. And we're getting to that situation that's just very unfortunate for Bonnie here. I assume leader ability was used, and so 10 cost Dofi is off the table. You can't use well, Film Shanks never could kill a Burgess anyways. Like, so what do you do here? Need to play like another kid or something?
Yeah, I mean, but even if we don't play like I mean, yeah, I guess it's like another kid, but then it also just gets answered by
Another
another
10
10
cost.
cost, right? So there's nothing feels great, unfortunately.
Man, those Burgesses are now 9Ks too. They're big beefy boys. Okay, a little 5K swing. Just gonna go ahead and get blocked by the 10 cost here. And we do end up playing another 8 cost kid. We are able to use this one's ability. Are we bringing out another blocker? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so now we're just hiding behind the second 8 cost kid with just the Rosinante in tow. And is it even worth it to keep a Dawn up when we... Oh, does the Blackbeard have another 10 cost teach? The answer is probably yes.
But you have to make sure they do, right? Like even if you play into it, like, and even though they have stage up and they know more so if they found more throughout the game, like you still have to. Sometimes you have to make sure they have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise, if you can end with 2 8-drop kids that are still on the board, that's a lot of like defense properties that you
Yeah.
get.
Oh, we are going to go ahead and use the Bonnie ability, though. So that is all of our Dawn used.
Get a 2K, so it's not the worst choice. We could get rewarded for it.
Yeah, the awkward thing about 10 cost teach and the way it works is that it turns off your leader, your opponent's leader for the turn that you play it, but not the following turn. But the negation on the character does last until your next turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, the first 8 cost kid cannot attack nor use its ability until it gets back to the teach's turn. So
Yeah, and you can like preemptively, make it a like you could attach a Dawn to it still, but what that means is that you can't attack with it still. So you can't have it rested, which means its effect has to be you have a Dawn underneath it and it's rested. So preventing the effect to be active the first time you play Teach is good, and then on the next turn it's still active because it restands at the end of turn. So it's very brutal. Yeah, it's one of the best ways to interact with it. Oh, but we don't have
we
another 10
don't
drop.
have a 10 drop.
Yeah,
Ah.
see, you gotta put him on it sometimes. It means that we've got this Shiryu here. Yeah, you have to attack into and might have made it so they had to choose that one. Yeah, because of 8-drop. Yeah. But yeah, the new Shiryu. The first time I always forget it's only the turn you play it. Because I read it, I'm like, man, activate main, get rid of 3
yeah,
cost
imagine.
every turn. This card is busted. But very good for getting rid of Rosinantes, are like making it so you have to proc Tashiki effects. It looks like we're going 10 into 8, so it is good that we were able to. Sorry, it's a little unfortunate that we didn't keep a Dawn open for Bonnie. Looks like we went 2K, 1K to keep it around. We're going to go 11 into 8.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what we want to try to do with this remaining Dawn.
Yeah, so if this kid ends up living through this attack, the Blackbeard player is gonna have to make some hard choices because they could die on the backswing
Mm-hmm.
if they. Yeah, okay, so
Okay, 2K, 1K, 1K.
yeah, so out of 2Ks, but the kid is still standing, and now the only attacker left is the teach. Okay, we are just gonna go ahead and swing.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe Kuzan for okay.
oh no,
Van
okay,
Auger.
so Van Auger. Use leader ability, but yeah, now things can get a little spicy here. I don't know how many cards he has, the teach player has in hand.
Yeah, and having that like little mistake of not like trying to attack an Abani after 8-drop kid, right? Like you can give them now enough attacks to go for game, which is kind of silly. Like if that was a blocker instead of the Van Auger, I think we'd feel pretty safe here.
Yeah,
Even if it was like Kuzan to play a blocker from light or from trash,
yeah.
and then use leader effect. I don't think there's ways to interact with it, but
But as is, this is looking, it could get a little spicy here.
all right. Well, if we want to go for game right now, right? We've got 1, 5, and 8, so 14, 24. So we could do something like 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
Could be enough.
Or if there's a Hody in hand.
With Hody, it's
It's the same, I think.
it's 8, 8, 8. Yeah. So it'd be the same numbers essentially.
Oh,
we're
using,
searching. Okay. I mean, alternatively, we know that they don't have another 10 drop in hand right now, but
The question is, can you possibly survive this next swing?
yeah.
I'm curious what to get into the Bonnie side of things. Like, what optimally would you have wanted to find with the Bonnie search?
Yeah, like we got a blocker, so that's cool, right? But like, again, there's 2 10s. Like, unless we also have like Electric Luna, right? Electric Luna
Yeah.
blocker, leave a Dawn open for leader. That feels pretty good.
Yeah.
We're just gonna go straight 5 into leader. All right,
Okay,
2K.
2K. Yeah, the question now is if Teach draws a 10 cost the following turn,
Oh, it's just over.
it's just, yeah, so the Bonnie player is definitely playing with fire here.
Yeah, these are again like I understand that these are some big decisions. 8-drop kid can attack, can't have its effect active right now. Just depends if we want to like put all the Dawn on, I guess, kid to pressure one of the Burgesses. No, we're just gonna go 9 to leader.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking that one.
Oh, thinking about a trigger, but nope, going down to 1 life. For 5, we're playing out Cavendish.
Okay.
We're gonna get 2 Dawn. No on places. Yeah, and Bart. Yeah, I'm passing.
Ooh.
This is not a lot to save you with no Dawn open.
Yeah.
1 card in hand that we know like just a 10K gets in.
I don't even know if Cavendish was really worth playing out. Even
Yeah, I agree.
I almost wonder if the 1K would matter more, but oh, and it is. Yeah.
Yeah, another
Okay,
10 drop.
and
Yeah,
that's
that will likely be it. I mean, we can go. Honest, honestly, I don't know if spending the 10 was worth it. To be honest, I think we could have been fine.
yeah, just as is.
Yeah.
Only one card in hand, anyways.
Oh, and we had the.
Oh, black hole
Yeah,
too.
black hole was way better. Yeah,
Yeah, black hole, the kid, and then boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, that's okay though. Because if they had like one Dawn open, like maybe this is better. But
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, Black Hole has just been such an outstanding card for Blackbeard in general. Like, it just does
Or
so
sorry,
much
Liberation, Liberation. Right? Is that
Or,
no? It's
work. Liberation is this. Yeah, the
yeah. Sorry, I think I have the wrong card pool on my images.
yeah, Liberation is the 6-cost event for
Yeah,
us for the English side.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Here, let me get the real card. And hopefully it doesn't break everything.
Yeah, Black Hole, if you guys don't know what it does, it negates the effect of one of your opponent's characters, and then if they're a 4-cost or less, you trash it, and just so good for clearing out blockers for the end game.
Yeah, at this point, like, what are we searching for? Something that
Noah's Ark.
I suppose, right? Yeah, blocker and then big 12K. Oh, big game. Yeah, 2K
rough,
and smoker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still keeping it close, but yeah, not quite there. Not quite there. But I think Bonnie definitely could have won that game too.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen what was left in Blackbeard's hand at that point. You know, if they had the necessary counter to deal with the Bonnie swing potentially for 8/8.
Yeah. 0 cost would have been able to rest the Burgess. We had two 2Ks in hand
okay.
with so we were
it was tough.
We were moderately safe, but yeah, I think that there might have been a better way to end it if we had Liberation in hand instead of playing the 10 drop, but I understand like why he's I gotta play him, right? I got 10 down. Like, what am I doing? Otherwise?
Yeah.
Like, so
you got to do what the deck wants to do, you know?
Yeah, 100%. So we're gonna take a break though, going into round number 4. If there's any decks you guys want us to see, let us know. Also, while we have this break, if you guys need some dice or some tokens, make sure to check out the link in the description on the YouTube side, or use the dice command right here. Get some Eggman dice. We'll be shipping the first wave of them next week, probably early in the week. And yeah, these have been a big hit. I'm happy you guys are enjoying them, and make sure to check it out. So, any Usopp, I think there might be one undefeated potentially. So if there is, I think that'd be a good one for us. So we'll see if that's the case. We'll be back probably like 10 minutes from now, no more than that. So we'll be back for round number 4. Be right back. All right, we are back with round number 4. I've got Zell. You guys have to trust me. I've got a corgi here too.
Our third color caster.
Yeah, Cornelius, you got anything to say about this? No, just
No.
pretend to sneeze real quick.
Yeah, shoo.
Yeah, he for whatever reasons, sneezing with him is a threat. It's an insult towards him.
No.
Gets very very upset. But going into round number 4, we do have for you guys table number 3. Both players undefeated. It's going to be Aris with the purple Luffy, and then Carmen with one of my favorite leaders. It is the red and blue Marco.
Yes. Yeah, Marco, and in general, the red Whitebeard package I think is quite good right now, and so I'm very excited to see how the Marco deck performs. Obviously, Ploofy, not exactly the deck that you're trying to see with this deck, but we'll see how it handles the Ploofy aggression.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think Ploofy is probably one of its potential hardest matchups, just because they like Luffy Taro is such a great combination for the deck that it's difficult for Marco to kind of interact with that, especially at only 4 life. But
Yeah.
I do think there are some ways for it to not be an auto loss.
Yeah, I think Marco. It looks like Marco did end up winning the die roll, so that's part way through the battle, and then I think the tough thing with Luffy is just, of course, the fact that you get to that 7 Dawn Luffy Taro real quick, and then his bodies are just huge. So if Luffy especially gets to that 9 cost Luffy, quicker than Marco can deal with it, like that can spell some disaster real quick.
All right, looks like we're getting started. No law, no searchers for either player. Going to 3, and Marco I think kind of wants to go first in this matchup, and a turn too late. We do have the Ezo here.
Yeah.
Looking at the top 5 for a Whitebeard card. One card that I do think helps this matchup a lot is the 4-cost Atmos. If they're playing like a 4-drop Zoro after this, you can just bounce it right back to their hand, which is quite strong. Getting a Thatch from the top there.
Yeah, just a 2K. Do I figure I'd ask you more than anyone, but do Marco still play the Ivankov package?
I think it's likely still the best way to approach the deck.
Okay.
It is, I think like without as much Zoro, or sorry, Lucci or Dofi, like that ends up staying on board shockingly longer,
Yeah.
I feel like. So that's something that helps out, including that. And yeah, it looks like we're just going to go 7 and pass from there.
Okay, yeah, Luffy now poking 1. We're going to go ahead and use the Thatch that we just searched. Yeah, 5 Dawn. Does he have the kid? Of course. Yep.
Yeah, Luffy always, I think specifically wants to go first in most matchups, but if you end up going second, this Useless Kid is a good, middle card to help you get a lot of value from there.
Yeah.
This also came in OP10, right? I
Mm-hmm.
think it's just as old as the leader is.
Yeah, just classically great card. And then we'll reduce the kid and then swing 7 again. We'll get another 2K, 1K. Get a 2K, 1K. And then, there it is, Ivankov.
Yeah, one of, this had no immediate synergy, right? There's no lore, I think. There's no inherent reason to think, oh, this is the best way to play this. But I still think it is. You just get so much value here. The fact that Emporia is a 4K attacker doesn't really matter because you reduce things to 4Ks very often too.
Mm-hmm.
It is it's a fun little card, fun little package. We also get Monet from this, explaining how it works too. So we stacked the Foss at the top of our deck with their leader effect. We're playing the Emporio. We get to play it for free, and can again go into some card draw later in the game. And again, Purple Luffy doesn't have like a lot of removal, so chances are this Emporio is going to be able to stick on board and get some additional value. Second Emporia from hand. They're actually attacking with Kid, which is a little risky when you, again, can attack so much things, but we are going to take that one, go to 3 in life, and we are going to play out the Luffy Taro, which is a little terrifying.
Yeah, especially when paired with the Sangoro of all cards.
Yeah.
But yeah, exposing the Kid makes it so that, with the Marco leader ability, like the Ivankov just gets to swing for free into it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now we get a decision on, I guess, two things, right? Like we can, what's like more so like what's more important for us, the removal of the Kid, or if we have like a 7-drop Newgate, since we're at 7, we can use the reduction on the Sangoro.
Yeah, get that off the board too. Yeah, Sangoro is just probably the target if you have the ability to remove it off the board. Like it's just so important. It's definitely one of the ways like Plouffe just outvalues basically any deck.
Yeah, and this is where if we happen to have a instead of the Fossa, if we had Monet, Monet would have had so much value here.
Yeah.
We use the Monet to make the Sangoro a 5, and if we had Newgate to follow it up, we'd be able to get rid of the Sangoro with the Newgate, and then still be able to make the Kid a 7K and additional pressure. This is
okay.
equally as good in my mind. Bouncing Sangoro back to hand with the Jozu.
Yeah.
Currently the Kid is a 4K. Why did we draw a card? Oh, with leader effect. Okay, sorry. We hadn't done that yet. And then
now we'll reduce the Kid to 4. Get that swing in with Ivankov. Oh, baby. Look at that value.
Yeah, and then they have to defend. These are both 4s, and if not, you have to defend a 6 going into it. Which I think you can do, and it's not too expensive, but yeah, brutal amount of value here.
6 and takes, so down to 2 life. Now, because Luffy Taro was played with the Kid out, like he does go straight to the 9-Don. But yeah, not having the Kid out makes the 9-Don turn a little bit more wonky.
Mm-hmm. Man, yeah, going to 2 is a little wild too. I mean, we could be playing Linlin here. Linlin, get rid of the Jozu, and then we can pressure the Emporios. Not too bad a value.
Yeah, this is a pivotal turn for Plouffe, just deciding how they want to take this game. Like, playing the Linlin basically means like I'm trying to play the long game, trying to outvalue you with just classic Plouffe cards. But they are already at 2 life. Like it's kind of tough to play the long game when you've been taking so many hits. Like I was very surprised to see the 6K go in. So I don't know, maybe just the hand just not having the counter. I mean that does happen with Plouffe on occasion. It's just you just don't have the counter.
All right, Luffy Taro attacking into either leader or Ivankov. Either way, Fossa's taking one for the team.
Yeah, Plouffe player not sure what they want to do here. Yeah, and
yeah, we're defending Emporio. Like, you know what? This is going to draw me another card if you leave it on board.
Yeah.
Which likely they will. Or now if they're playing 9-drop. They're playing a very removable Zoro Juro.
Yeah. Okay. So Plouffe's sort of hurting for plays here. If this is how they're going to spend their turn, no Luffy Taro, no Mom, no 9-cost Luffy, like all of that would have been probably what they would have liked to have seen instead of just a Zoro Juro. Maybe double Zoro Juro? Oh, okay, and a Nami. We'll be able to filter cards in hand. It's going to get rid of the Kid. So that makes me think that they had counter actually for the the last swing, the 4K into the kid blocker when it was at 4K would have saved him a life. But obviously with the searched giant, we know now from Marco's side he can always play around that. But yeah, I think Marco being at 3 life here, very comfy position. Gonna go ahead, use the ability. Man, Marco leader ability is just so good. I remember when Marco was first sort of announced as a leader, people were immediately comparing it to Sakazuki, and I think that comparison makes a lot of sense. Just to be the ability to filter your draws, just very powerful. Yeah, 9 Dawn turn. Still has 8 Dawn to work with. A lot of different options here. Is going to go ahead and minus the Zorojiro. Maybe that means 7 Beards coming out. Yeah, there it is. 7 Beard. What a good card, huh? You can rest it. It kind of does like a Jack impression. Comes down, rest it. You can get rid of something. And then also on play gives one of your characters a Dawn. So we can push that Ivankov to a 5K. So now Ivankov can swing, which we are going to see. Being able to draw that card too. Whew. Value Town. All right, and a 7K swing. Gonna go ahead and block with the Nami. And then finally, again, another 7K swing. Are we gonna use that giant is the question. I don't think the Ploofy will want to go down to 1 life. Okay, heal. Hey, I like it. But this does definitely put the Ploofy player against the wall here. 1 life left. But the 10 Dawn mark is really important for Ploofy. Being able to play at 9 cost and still hold up Giant is definitely one of the win cons for Ploofy. But man, Marco is just so healthy here. 3 life. Very threatening board with Newgate and Ivankov. They can just together just turn out value turn after turn.
Yeah, and that's like why I think Emporio just gets so much more stocks in this meta. It doesn't get off the board, right?
Yeah.
You just get so many draws. You don't even mind defending, right? So you took a 2K here, sure, that's 1 card. Now either you have to spend
an
8K
swing.
Ugh. Like Emporio, like taking one for the team, but yeah, that's such good value. Whenever Marco can stay into the like, if you're at 10 Dawn, 9 Dawn at 3 life, you're probably winning.
Yeah,
yeah.
This
that's
is
kind
looking
of like
very
a rule
good.
of thumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so much advantage already.
Yeah, and like the synergy between Ivankov and the Marco leader, the fact that you're able to filter the top of card of your deck and everything, just gives Ivankov just even more ability to get the value that you want. And then yeah, the Luffy Taro going into this, I think it was
cost.
the Jozu, yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh yeah, and then was able to just 2K out, and now has to. Yeah, doesn't want to swing the 8K to the 4K, but now Ivankov just gets to draw another card again. It feels so cooked either way.
It does, yeah. And I mean, at this point, if we have Sanji Silvers, game's over.
Yeah,
I don't even want to be that reductive, but it's pretty much even without Sanji. If you just have Silvers is going to be able to get the how many cards do we have in hand? We have to be careful because I think we're pretty close to 6.
Yeah, counting the cards, and we'll just go ahead and draw.
Seems good. Putting 1 underneath the Marco.
Oh, I feel like he might have a Rayleigh.
Yeah, so Rayleigh, you can you give minus 2K to the 9 cost Luffy, give it -3 with Rayleigh, -2 to the other Luffy Taro, and then you can use the Newgate to remove the secret rare. But looks like we've been, despite all our card drawing and all our leader effect, we're still having a decision, and we might be missing out on something.
Yeah. I don't know the Marco's list, but it could also be prime time for 9-cost Sanji to come out, do some shenanigans.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna go 6 into leader.
Yeah, okay. Gets the Kamazo 2K.
Okay,
It
we
will
do have
be
the
the 9-cost
Sanji.
Sanji, yeah.
Oh, and another Newgate. Okay. So no removal this turn, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I don't think we're afraid of losing. This is going to be a 9K, so they're going to have to giant and something else, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. Though we will be going to 7 Dawn, so we start the turn at 9, so that's probably impactful enough.
Yeah, I mean, turning off their 9 costs for the turn is really big. Like Luffy is in a position where they can take that last life to just get the Dawn active.
Hmm.
So yeah, Luffy again. These early, the mid game really was suffering for them, and they've just been put on the back foot since.
Yeah, but this as good as Marco is, right? Whenever you play against, you're like, man, they have everything. It feels very tough for me to do anything. The moment they don't have everything,
Yeah.
you're like, oh, okay, wait a minute. Can I play the game now? Is it finally my turn? And I definitely think it is Purple Luffy's turn now to try to
Yeah.
press for some kind of advantage.
Luffy definitely needs a really impactful turn here, and you need to at least get Marco down to 2 life while maybe clearing out some of this board here. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like Marco's definitely still in the lead in this match. I'm not trying to say that they aren't, but I think if they had Silver's, game was over.
Yeah.
Now it's like 90% over in my mind.
Okay, so 5K swing. I assume this is at Ivankov. And they did.
Yeah.
Did they 2K already?
I think you just probably let Ivankov go at this point.
Yeah.
I think it did its job.
Oh, okay.
Oh, never mind. All
Yeah,
right,
2K.
Otama. Oh man, we had Otama in here. I would have been really tempted to have just played Newgate and Otama to get rid of the Luffy Taro,
Yeah.
but
Oh.
13. Yeah, Newgate.
Yep.
Gone. Yep.
Goodbye.
We have 6 Dawn left. What are we gonna do with it?
Probably like blocker and keep up a Gum Gum Giant again.
Yeah, but that blocker just like Newgate answers it like immediately.
Yeah.
Emporio. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Goodbye, Emporio.
Yeah.
Thank
Wow.
you.
Just like think back to how much value that Ivankov got. And
Yeah.
it was insane. It took an 8K swing. It drew 2 cards.
Yeah. Played out a blocker. Yeah. It's a pretty busted card if you have the setup right. And in matchups like this again, when you don't have any way to cleanly remove it, and even when you do that, it just takes a resource away that would have been done for something else. So we're going to start with Marco Effect. We're going to draw a card. Put one to the bottom. So likely no Sanji this turn. Give the minus to likely the Eustace Captain Kid.
Yeah. Marco definitely needs to not have like a bricky turn here. Like you do need to keep up the pressure. Otherwise they will open the door for Pluffy. Like if they aren't able to remove one of the bodies, it gets a little spicy here.
Mm-hmm.
But the world is their oyster.
It really is. Probably think about giving like I mean if we have silvers we can get like a clean double removal with Newgate on the blocker and the Luffy Taro.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so just
Yeah,
get rid of the
cleanly
kid.
Remove the kid. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, 2 large attacks could win it here for
Yeah.
us too.
Probably deciding like how much they want to invest into the first swing here.
Yeah. Definitely get past a multiple of 4. So, like an 11K with Sanji would be pretty good here, and then we'd have 8 Dawn for leader, so 13. I don't hate it. And if they block this, we probably everything on Marco just to get rid of Luffy Taro, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. You can just pivot to board. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tough
Yeah,
spot.
yeah, going to 0.
I mean, at this point, Marco's not even pressed to necessarily go for the game here, depending on what's in their hand. Like, it's so hard for Pluffy to end the game next turn, regardless. So yeah, now Marco can kind of pivot to doing whatever they want.
Yeah, they need rush and like to be there no counter in hand. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
13. And we've been on like this weird spot where like Purple Luffy's never really been able to get to 10 Dawn. All right. Okay, we're pitching there, going to 9. This is 13.
Yeah.
So we need 5k worth. The fact that they pitched a 1k means that they definitely have it. So this will be at 11. This will be at 13. So we're tied. And
Yeah.
then 15 with Uso. Okay.
Okay, and this is needs every attack to hit.
And have a rusher.
6 cards in hand.
And only 9 Dawn due to, again,
Yeah.
using Giant last turn.
Ugh.
And 6 cards in hand, and Marco's been cycling all game. So probably some pretty good stuff in there.
Yeah, this looks locked up. It's even hard to even go for board because they're so big.
Yeah, they're chunky boys. Yeah.
8K, 9K. Oof.
And if you don't get rid of Newgate, you can't play a blocker anymore because it just gets immediately answered. Like, yeah, some chat said this too, so this isn't my joke, but super funny. Aris is Matt, considering the matchup too. Right, this is gonna be 12k into.
I assume the beard. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then how much Dawn do you have for Sanji? Only
10 to 9. That.
Oh
okay.
yeah, we immediately take this damage, right? Like,
Yeah. We just need to make sure that the Sanji lives.
I mean, like what they're showing that they have 5 and 2 up, so like double giant and a blocker. Actually, maybe we don't take this. Maybe we get out of this one if we have an easy 1k. Double giant on the next turn would be disgusting.
Yeah, double giant plus blocker is. I mean, that is good. But I think. I mean, how many cards are even left in Pluffy's hand here?
No, not a lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we do get out of this one though. I think that's very fair. It looks like we were thinking about a rush ace. We're gonna use it with Ezo.
Ezo. Okay.
Okay, 9 at. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Lead. We definitely
Okay.
take that one. Yeah. Blocker.
Oh, and
2 Dawn. Yeah.
okay, gets rid of a brick. 2 Dawn up. Okay.
All right. This is where if we get Silvers is really good here. We could have some removal. I'd be somewhat intimidated by double, 2 Dawn up.
Yeah. What's the lowest amount of Dawn he can use to remove the Nami?
The lowest you can use generally is like maybe 5. It's pretty expensive. So
yeah.
if we had Silvers, what we could do is that we could make both Luffy smaller and then still pop the blocker.
Yeah.
Or if we felt like we weren't afraid of the blocker, we could pop the Luffy Taro and make the other Luffy just an 8k. It looks like for 7 we're thinking about playing another Newgate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're thinking about if we're playing Newgate or not, because that puts a Dawn on our leader. Or we're just manually attaching one first. Yeah, draw 1. Put it to the bottom, so no Sanji this turn. Give the -2 to Luffy Taro. it looks like we're
Yeah.
tapping 7, so another new gate's coming down. Yeah. Attach another one to this, using the effect to get rid of the Nami.
Okay.
And 7 at their leader.
Oh, this is still kind of scary. 2K, 1K.
And then, okay, no divine in hand, so we're going big 11, 2K, 2K, 2K. Yeah, okay, not getting there. No
Oh,
giant.
No giant.
No giant.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, yeah, we get to 10, but that Sanji was at 11, so super close. We had Marco in hand. We did have divine. I probably would have been a coward. I probably would have put. Actually, we had so many 2Ks though at the same time.
Yeah.
We're probably okay, but
It was
kinda
starting to look a
scary.
little scary.
Yeah, just a little.
Just a little bit.
So, all right. Well, always, I'm unbiased. Always love a Marco win.
Yeah.
Currently 4-0, so we have 3 more rounds in this. If you're, you still gotta go. I think 2-1 to guarantee a top 8 to the top 8 top cut, but
Yeah.
we'll see from there. But that was table 3. It looks like table 2 is still playing. Nope, they just finished.
Just finished. Yep.
How much time's left in round? We said there was like 7 minutes
7
before.
minutes. Okay.
Shanks mirror match.
Riveting stuff.
This
Oh, okay.
one's yeah, let's just go to it. I think it's gonna be over soon, but we'll,
I think they're explaining the rest of their.
no, yeah, I think it just ended. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think you're right. Sure. Let's just go to table 2 then, right?
Yeah.
I think this one was okay. Also over. All right. We have no more undefeated or X1 games that are still playing. So, listen, I also have this sandwich from some sandwich shop that
Yeah.
doesn't sponsor me right
Doesn't
now.
sponsor.
Could-
Can't just give it out for
could-
free.
Could be anyone,
Yeah.
right? Though if your store's initials are J&J and you want to sponsor this, let me know. My email is in my Twitter profile, but yeah, Top Cut is played out. Yep. I'll check on the Uta record. So we should have, I believe, 7 or 8 undefeateds left. One of them's Marco for sure, which is exciting. I'll find out what the rest of them are as well. We'll go into round number 5, and then we'll go from there. So we're gonna take I'll say like a mildly extended break, but then we'll be back. I'll put like 10 minutes on the timer right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna put 12 minutes on the timer.
Ooh,
right now. Yeah.
bonus.
Bonus 2
Yeah.
minutes for those extra 2 bites. But
Yeah.
we'll be back. We'll let you know what the undefeated leaders are, and we'll be back with round number 5. See you guys then. All right, we're back. I should have put 13 minutes. 13 minutes was the sweet spot. I was pretty close. But we've got for you guys round number 5. There are 8 undefeateds left, including this Marco and this Uta, which I think a lot of people are really surprised about. And then do you remember the other 6 undefeated leaders?
Yeah, so we have a Shanks, of course, a Ploofy, 2 Teaches, and then a Doflamingo and a Lucci.
Yep.
So the ban's not stopping Lucci and Doflamingo from being relevant.
No, definitely not. And I think that this deck is I think both decks are still just very resilient, right?
Yeah.
They've been around for quite a bit at this point at similar power levels, and even when they're losing cards, they're not out of the game quite yet. But definitely not what I was expecting to be our feature match going into round 5 for this event, right? We've got 2 undefeateds. We've got Marco and Uta. Marco, I could probably cope and say that, of course it's going to go undefeated. This deck is great. But Uta's definitely been more of a, I think, on the rise leader. People are saying, hey, it might be kind of good right now. And it's our only undefeated green deck right now, too.
Yeah, very surprising.
No Lim, no Bonnie.
Yeah.
Which I would have put at being undefeated before Uta, I think, in any regard.
Yeah, I think Bonnie not being here is definitely surprising. I think what's funny is that Bonnie is one of those decks that really suffered from everyone trying to prepare for it. Every purple deck now runs Gamma Knife. Every red deck is running Mole Gun. Everyone is just too prepared for the 8-cost kid, and I think that's really made it more tough for Bonnie. And on top of that, Bonnie itself just is a kind of an inconsistent deck. Like sometimes you just brick out, and then a lot of the pieces that you're looking for are unsearchable in that deck. And so I think it is just a deck that has a little bit of variance to it. And then specifically for this tournament, there has just been so much Blackbeard, and Blackbeard is just another matchup that like Bonnie really wants to avoid. So yeah.
And it's also kind of what I would say it'd be the one matchup I'd be afraid to play Marco with, right? We can't, like, half of our decks is on play. Yeah. So it's tough to play Marco in something like this, but I think Marco has a bit of an edge for how we've seen it so far. We end up going second, which I usually prefer. We're able to get a Jozu to hand early off the Ezo, so that can get some good value for us, bouncing Ezo back, and pretty much anything they play on the previous turn. And if we have like Emporio here to play something off, I think that's such a good start for us as Marco.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious to see if Marco has some of the like anti-Uta tech, which really just comes down to Pudding. I think, if Pudding didn't exist as a card, Uta would be much more present, I think. Like it's just like single-handedly makes this deck like kind of not, I don't want to say unviable, but it's just very, very difficult because Uta is just a deck that's just gonna draw a billion cards, and so it's tough to play around Pudding. And and I think in this matchup in particular too, like I'm very curious how Uta is going to deal with just Marco's control. And the problem with, I think, a lot of the cards that Uta has is that they're going to want to swing. Like the 3-cost Film Nami is a card that gets a lot of value from the when attacking trigger. But then if you swing, then Marco makes it much easier to swing back into. Yeah. So I'm very curious to see how this dynamic plays out.
Yeah, and so far Marco has just gotten all of the tempo cards right. We at most back the Law, which could have helped us get some conversion to a larger attacker. It's been publicly shown like twice that we have Jozu, and Jozu bouncing back Ezo to bounce the Nami back to hand is such good pressure.
Is this a Marco or is this Boa?
Yeah, exactly. And then 7-drop Teach would be super good here. Like they do get some more cards on board. We are playing the old reliable. It's going to be 7-cost Luffy into the Uta. We're going to be able to discard a Loft, be able to put a Dawn underneath our Uta, and if we have a 2K, we'd likely want to save the Atmos. Getting Shanks in hand is quite scary because we could use Newgate to get rid of something, but then Shanks would just be able to get rid of it.
Yeah, Shanks is definitely an ever-present threat, and yeah, the fact that Newgate rests itself just opens you up to getting that Shanks down. So
Yeah. Now, if you have silvers in hand, I don't know if you play that. I think that's a decision. Like Newgate gets like the immediate value. You get rid of the 7-drop Luffy, and then you get to do some attacks. But then you know it just gets removed immediately from that Shanks that was added to hand.
yeah.
All right, for 1.
Maybe replay the Ezo.
Yeah, maybe think about playing the Otama, but we did just use 2 of them. Yeah, I think it's going to be Newgate regardless. Yeah, card is too good. Put a Dawn underneath our leader. Use the effect. Draw 1. And then we can have 6, 6, 7, and also get rid of the Luffy. So it also means
That's
that their
pretty
Uta doesn't
good.
get a free block. It's just sad because you know that Shanks is going to come out.
Ruined the day. But yeah, tempo-wise, I mean, Marco is doing a really great job of just making sure Uta doesn't get anything started. I mean, the fact that Marco's at 4 life here.
All right, I think this is the other. Okay, the other maybe sneak is that if they block with Uta early, we could use something like Thatch or Otama to reduce it and then
Oh
pressure
yeah.
that. But we're going to use the Ezo. I respect not attacking with Atmos to keep it active, just to keep it healthy. Getting another Newgate, which can get rid of this Uta if they just play Shanks next turn. I think, again, Marcos does have a lot of pressure and tempo on their side that even with Uta getting all the card draw and being able to play the Luffy Taro, or the, not Luffy Taro, the other 7-drop Luffy.
Yeah, the film Luffy, yeah.
It's just unfortunate. Yeah, but yeah, here's the Shanks, unsurprising, gonna get rid of the Newgate. Discard a card off of the Uta effect, put one underneath leader. We're gonna go 6K, draw a Brook. And I think we can likely take this. No, okay, we just have so many 2Ks. Why not? And passing.
I mean, how many cards are in Uta's hand right now?
Like 7 or 8. I mean, when you play 1 card a turn, and you draw a card a turn
every
right?
turn, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you ever played Digimon, but it's just like you can kind of find out what turn it is sometimes with just how many cards are in hand. Oh, we put 1 back on top.
Is it a Sanji angle?
Yeah, Sanji would be very, very good here. Sanji into Newgate. All right.
Okay.
Not finding our silvers, but that's fine. Probably put it underneath Marco, so it can be 5/7/7. We get rid of the we're at 4 life. Sorry, I just man.
This is brutal so far.
Such good value. Yeah. 5,
7,
2K,
2K,
1K,
yep.
7, 3 1Ks. All right. We're living.
Oh, so tough. Yeah, what can you even do here?
Also, the pudding that we discarded was the 2K pudding, not the 4-cost pudding. Just so you know, it's the 2-drop 2K that you can play off Marco, not the 4-drop pudding. I know most people think that pudding when I say pudding, but this deck plays the other one.
Okay,
all right.
Yeah. Clear the Jozu.
This looks like we're gonna play another Shanks. Okay.
Well.
Yeah, for sure. All right. 2K pudding to get rid of there. There's Shanks. Unironically, I know that again that we've been in the driver's seat as Marco for this entire game. It does not take a lot for us to start losing and to destabilize.
Marco needs to just keep up the pressure. I mean, the fact, though, that Uta has run out of 2Ks and we saw the draw. I mean, my guess was even before the Uta attack, they have a Film Shakes. Like, if you're looking at it from the Marco perspective, you can guess that there is some amount of bricks in the Uta's hand. And they showed that they didn't have a 2K from the previous turn. So, I mean, it's looking rough.
I mean, we can do what we're at 19 plus 30, so we do like 9, 10, 10.
Yeah.
If
they want to commit to that.
Yeah. I also wouldn't be bad about like an 8, 9, 8, 10, 11, I think, maybe.
Yeah, I think swinging 8 would be really good, just
Yeah.
knowing that they don't have 2Ks.
Yeah.
Or if they do, they only have one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think swinging 8, and then if they get out of it and go to 0 cards in hand, we can get rid of one of the shanks pretty
Yeah.
easy. But yeah, I think we definitely have to attack with Atmos first in case there's any fun from
Shenanigans,
from life fun.
Just being at 4 life is incredible.
Yeah, I am so envious of this Marco player.
Yeah, the even curve has just been too much, right? Like having the Atmos into the Jozu, like into the Newgate. Oh.
Yeah, it's just clearly very strong. I think we're thinking about, do we hard commit to the removal, right? So we'd have to do like, oh, we're just going 7.
7, okay.
All right, don't hate this though. Okay, oh, that just easily
goes
taking
through.
it. Oh,
Okay.
but thinking. Okay, nothing. Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. And then
Just a billion?
13. Yeah.
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 Oh,
yeah,
and
yeah.
we knew they picked up an event earlier, right? I
Yeah,
think
so we knew. I mean, we knew that they drew shanks, right?
Yeah.
And then looks like there's Hody in there. I don't think there's any counter in there outside of that Uta. Actually, that might have been
Oh man.
pretty likely. So Logan's in the X1 standings, but still a really good finish, and I think that they can have a good shot for there. Carmen needs one more game to be able to kind of guarantee going to the top 8, but doing a really good job with Marco. And again, try my best to be unbiased, but I love a good Marco player.
Yeah. You would.
There's so much skill, and you just no, I'm joking. Well, not Carmen is skilled. When I play Marco, it's just all luck. It's all luck. Let's see. Table 2 and table 4 are pretty much done. I think that's somewhat safe to say.
Yeah.
What's table 1 looking like? There's some game on this one. Let's go to table 1.
We have a Plouffe versus Shanks. And Shanks has now dropped the second 10 cost onto the board.
Yeah, that's when things start, getting a little
real
dire.
dicey. Yeah,
just a little bit.
And you have a face up life in Shanks, so a 9-cost mom had to have been played at some point. And generally speaking, if Plouffe is playing the 9-cost mom out, it's not looking good.
No.
Because generally the way Plouffe wants to play this is to just tempo out Shanks, play the aggressive bodies, and just really, put Shanks to the gun here. But, yeah, it looks like Shanks is just in a position where they've stabilized completely. It's tough.
Yeah, once Shanks can feel confident to play a 10, like it's a 2-part. You have to be in a spot where you can drop it and also get it, right? Which is not trivial sometimes, but yeah, once they start doing that, like one Shanks means that you can probably play a second one on the next turn, and it gets really dicey.
Yeah, it just starts to really snowball here.
I mean, even Giant's a broken card, but 12K is too much.
Yeah.
Too much power. Yeah, I think Shanks is definitely in the driver's seat right now.
Okay, so gonna go ahead and swing 6. He's gonna just take. And then swings with the Luffy, 9K. Okay. Down to 1. I mean, it looks like Plouffe is getting ready to just jam. I don't know what the card under the light is.
Yeah, I do not know. Maybe it's like a kid blocker. That's probably like our best bet.
Yeah, needs several blockers here.
Yeah, I see like maybe a 5 in the corner of the card, which is why I'm thinking it might be that. All right, getting rid of a Zoro from hand to draw 2. Another.
Yeah, just blockering up. Okay. I mean, still some life here then for Luffy.
And then 1 up for could be anything.
Yeah. Could be anything.
And yeah, a lot of different things it could be.
Poofy does have quite a few cards in hand. I mean, yeah, this game's not over.
I do think that Shanks probably should have gone out of one of these attacks.
Yeah, I think it's sort of forced their hand a little bit here.
Silvers is so good though. So we're gonna give minus to. It's just one.
Oh,
drop
it's just
law.
a law.
All right. Currently Luffy is at. So -3 to one of the Luffys.
And has a Shanks has a -4 overall, so it's a 6K.
Yeah, and then we just bully that. And that way they just likely can't win. I mean, it's the same as it going into life, right? But just.
Okay, I think that was to life then. Yeah, 7 to life. Yeah, I think generally they can go and pivot whenever they feel like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think Luffy's at -3, -2. It's at 5K.
Yeah.
So I think it was at the.
Oh,
Secret
that's
Luffy.
okay.
Yeah, because it was 7 to 5. And I'm gonna. Oh, okay. This is going into life.
Okay, yeah, block, and then.
Giant, so 9. All right, a little scary.
Oh, this is scary. Yeah. This is frightening. Okay. Need 4K counter here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yep. So that got us to 13 to get out of 12.
So Luffy right now, it's just -4K. Yeah, so I think it is 6K.
Yeah. No, it's 3. 3 from Silvers, and then
Yeah.
2 from both Shanks.
Okay, I think one of the Shanks is the removal Shanks, not the -1K.
Oh,
so
maybe you're right.
yeah, I think that's the alt art for the.
Oh, you're right.
yeah.
You're right. Yeah. So it's at 6K.
6K.
No undefeated Usops right now.
That's interesting. Just chose to go 6.
Yeah,
At
leader
lead.
effect and out. I don't know what they used the -2K for. It could have been the Nami or it could have been the Law. Right now, Law is at likely 1K.
Huh.
I mean, with 9 Dawn at 7K, you can go double 8s. You can go 7-8. I think we were supposed to go bigger numbers.
Yeah, I think, especially with leader.
I think we go 10-12 or 10-11 and just hope it was enough.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Just another 6 swing then?
Yes, 6. Because it's -4.
Yeah. Huh. Okay.
All right. But then we just lose.
Yeah.
Right? Like I don't
We're
not
dead.
to be that guy.
Yeah.
But I think we just lose.
Yeah, I think you were just supposed to hope that Shanks doesn't have a lot of counter.
Yeah. Just scooping it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Not showing the cards left in hand, but yeah, I think 10 and 11 was just way better than whatever that was.
Yeah. Just hope that they've run out of 2Ks and go from there.
Yeah. Well, that's the end of our undefeateds. We got some X1s, but we've got Shanks undefeated. We've got Marco undefeated. And then maybe a Blackbeard undefeated. I think one of them lost to Dofi. And then I don't know the other matchup, which we'll find out in a minute. But let's see what table 6 is looking like.
Yeah, okay.
There's some game. There's some game over here. All right. It's going to be Bonnie. Both players are X1.
Okay, Bonnie versus Blackbeard. But this board looks significantly different than the last Bonnie that we saw.
Yeah.
Um, just plays the second 10 cost teach. Yeah, not having a Burgess on board is like so big for pressure. So, yeah, 5 swing, probably just an easy 1K counter, and then the teach will just get blocked by the. Oh wow, it takes it. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a little bold.
Um,
Because killer is tempting, but also, I mean, I guess it's to prevent the other teach from attacking and getting rid of the Hody.
yeah. I mean, Blackbeard's kind of in a tough spot because they only have 2 cards in hand. So now, if they swing with one of the Blackbeards here, they do have to ditch a card. Otherwise, the Film Shanks could just snipe the other one, which would be pretty bad for them, honestly.
Yeah, and I'm going to assume that the other 10 drop was just played, right? So our leader effects negated from Bonnie. So we don't have that as a thing. We are going to discard a card to prevent on play. So 1 card in hand, we have to discard a 2K.
Yeah.
Meaning the other card in hand is either a 2K or another 10 cost each. Let's see.
Okay. Just have to chase this teach down, I guess. Oh man, taking that one 5K swing, I think is gonna really be punished here.
Maybe we just didn't have cards for it, or we wanted to have the excuse, right? Like, oh well, we need to defend our more cards to defend our 8-drop kit if we have another one. But yeah, we're gonna just start with a 5. Okay, we're gentleman's agreement, just taking any 5K attacks at leader.
Yeah, I understand it's scary to go to 0 cards in hand, but now.
They can't Hody for win because they did turn off skills.
Yeah, so they won't be able to rest the teach.
Yeah, because otherwise it'd be 8, or like what, 3? Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
All right. This going at, one of the teaches. I think that's fair. Passing.
Yeah, and now they have to live through this one.
Yeah, and if they don't have 10 drop, they can't. I don't know. Yeah, this is weird. Yeah, you kind of have to have another.
You have to have
here.
a 10
Otherwise,
drop
you're
just dead in the water.
Yeah. You just don't get a blocker, or you just have to not attack, which is also bad.
But
okay, never mind. We always.
There it is.
We always have one. Hey, we had a game earlier where they didn't have another 10 drop.
That's true.
They had to think about their plays for a minute.
But yeah, does the Bonnie have enough here? Okay, 1K out. Good.
And
question is, can you swing or not?
Yeah, do we pressure the Hody? All right, we need 5K worth of counter, which is a lot.
That's a lot. And if Blackbeard does or doesn't use stage, will tell Bonnie a lot about
the state of their hand, too. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, double 0 cost event. Okay.
Okay, with Zoro, yeah. And our non-counter. So we get out of it, down to 2 cards in hand. It was expensive, and now we gotta see if it was worth it.
Okay, well, again, Blackbeard has to use leader ability to prevent Hody from taking the game.
Yeah. Yeah, because otherwise, they just lose to it, and even if
with
it
still could be rough.
Hody still wins here with good numbers, assuming that it's not double 2K left in life, which likely have a 2K in hand if we didn't use full OLED.
Yep. But that last life has to be a 2K.
Yeah. I think we just put like 2 on Bonnie, see what they do. Either they block, and if they do, we just put everything on Hody and pass. Having 1 Dawn open is still very scary. And while I have you guys, let me see who's left undefeated as well. This is X1, so if one of these players wins out, they're going to get into the top 8. We have Shanks, we have Marco, which we knew both. We have a Dofi, and we have a Teach. So a Teach, Uta, a Lucci, and Purple Luffy lost.
Okay, well, they almost attached a bunch of Dawn to their leader, which makes me believe that they don't have a Hody in hand.
Yeah.
If they're able to get rid of one of the teachers that are on the board, and then on the following turn, if the Blackbeard player doesn't have another 10 cost, then they could potentially still live.
I think the best way is to go just 7 with lead and then 15 with Hody.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Or just...
Yeah, because if they block, then we just use Hody to attack over.
they're curious.
All right, just 5. I don't hate this either. It just depends if what do we have.
Because if the 10 cost is in their hand right now, then they have to take this.
Yeah. It's also baiting. If they take this and you have Hody in hand, you just lose, right? There's just so many. There's so many variables. Because you could block it knowing that Hody was going to get rid of one of your teaches anyways, so that's fine. But if you block it and they have another Hody in hand, you lose.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this one's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, it's pretty close here.
Okay, it is
2K.
a 2K.
All
right.
Well, that's some easy math now. 4 on Hody gets rid of Teach for sure. And then we've got 5 hold on to play after that, assuming you want to leave one open for our leader effect.
And just hope that you don't draw another 10 cost.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty rough. The table math. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. This, yeah, is...
Oh, that's kind of nice.
Yeah. Okay, just don't have 10 cost, right?
Yeah. I mean, surely they don't have the third one.
They do get another chance with the full lead. Yeah.
All right, yeah, they're going to take
it?
it.
My deck has no pathetic cards.
We're still thinking, so we didn't get it.
Yeah. Even Black Hole is also really bad here.
Black Hole does open up a lot, but even so, like, you can't even attack or you just straight lose next turn.
Yeah, if they have Black Hole, they Black Hole the kid that allows them to attack leader, and they only have 1 card in hand. You could send in Q to finish the job. What is in those 3 cards?
Yeah. Because that's going to be your entire hand once you choose what it is.
Still deciding. Oh, it's okay. Who's on?
Hey, real quick. All right, yeah. Just making sure. All right, so they play Kuzan. They're going to be able to draw a card and trash to play Shiryu.
Clear the blocker.
Yeah. Which is cool.
They need to hope that they have. Okay, yeah, 12. So that'll kill the kid, but then the other.
Teach gets
arrested.
And then
5-5, baby.
I get honestly, like unironically, it has to be that 5 and 5. You hate to see it. Yeah.
What was the top
Last
card?
card was Bonnie. All right,
okay.
we're good. Yeah. We had finger pistol as well off the Kuzan.
Not
Super
enough.
close game though.
Yeah.
Super duper close game. But yeah, then you just go attack with leader, and then the other 2 attacks go through.
Yeah. Okay. So Bonnie conquers the bad matchup, is able to get there, and honestly, the difference between this match and the last match that we watched was just having those Burgesses on board. Like Burgess is just so much pressure and is really like what gets you through the end game.
Yeah, and also I think shouts to our Blackbeard player. They played pretty close. I also don't think they. I was in the voice comms. They were talking. He's like his opponent is also like. By the way, don't forget to bomb deck those 2 cards.
Yeah.
I don't think it was. I don't think it would have made a difference.
No.
And I don't think it was intentional. But definitely make sure that the right cards go in the right place. So, but yeah, super close, and looking forward to seeing what our next round looks like. We have 4 undefeateds left. If you guys missed it, they are Shanks, a Teach, a Dofi, and an uncontested favor of mine, Marco.
Marco,
as
yeah.
well. So we've followed our Marco player for 2 rounds in a row. So we'll likely go to whatever table they're not at for this next round for a little bit more diversity. But we have 4 undefeateds right now, and they're 4 different leaders. Last round we had 8 undefeateds, and there are 7 different leaders. So yeah, I think that was it's been pretty cool to see a lot of different decks viable.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is really exciting and like cool to see, especially some of these more fringe leaders or the leaders that are less talked about really succeed here. Again, the Marco, the Doflamingo, the I mean, Lucci lost last round.
But
they
still
might
be 8x1 right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a lot of different decks that are viable right now, and it's super cool to see. So,
yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna take a break. I'm gonna say. Hit you with the 8 minutes. We'll see how that goes. So, round number 6, we'll see what's over there, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are on time, but we are like 2 minutes early. We're gonna wait until yes, it's a minute and change to start. I'm gonna start the timer. It's gonna be a little fast. 35 is when it's gonna start. But yeah, last round ended it a little quickly. We wanted to pair it up quickly, but also we didn't want to penalize anyone who stepped away for 5 minutes thinking they had 5 minutes to step away for. So. But we've got 4 leaders undefeated.
Yeah.
Going to round 6. Remember what they are, Zal?
We have the Doflamingo and Shanks matchup that we're watching,
Okay,
and then
good.
the other two
He's got eyes.
is Blackbeard
Yeah.
and Marco.
Yeah. We watched Marco the last couple rounds. It was doing pretty good. And my hopes for it in this one, I'd say from my experience, Teach is one of our hardest matchups. Sanji just legitimately can't be played. It has no on play. We can go wider on board, and if we're able to do that, we get some good advantage. But I'd say it's one of our tougher matchups. But I think in this matchup, it's around 50-50, maybe leaning a little bit to Dofi's side, even with Jinbei gone. So if Marco wins, Dofi is one of our best matchups in this meta. So you can get rewarded with an undefeated finish if you get this next win.
Yeah, I mean, I was like blinking. I'm like, is this still OP09?
Yeah.
Are we still? Where are we?
Yeah.
But no, OP10. Doflamingo still very, very good. I will say that it is much more difficult these days to end games. I think that's like the hardest thing for Doflamingo. The lines of play that are available for Dofi, like before it was possible for you to, in the end game turns, to have 2 standing new cards to attack with on the following turn. But it's much harder to do that now. You either have to hard play things or, you can't use your leader ability and then just raw play the 2/4 cost or whatever. And then also on top of that for Shanks, like a lot of people are not playing the Red Hawks anymore, which means that like in this case, the Teach will get to do its Teach thing, which means maximum aggression for the Doflamingo player.
Yeah, and so right now we are around 6. There will be 7 since we have 4 undefeated going into this round, and then we will have a top 8 cut. Though if you do place in top 16, you still get some prizing, so still definitely play it out. And then it'll be best of 3, top 8 from there. So if we hit over 128 people, which we were like less than a dozen away from, we would have done a top 16 cut. But with the numbers as they were. We went to top 8. So if you're X1, you're guaranteed in. I think 1 or 2 X2s are going to sneak in, and we'll do that.
Yeah, and we see the classic Teach. Using Teach ability, bring out, probably the 6K body, which is, I think, the right call.
I don't know Weevil just got more obnoxious, I feel like, in recent times. Like, I'm like, oh, okay, I mean, it's good, but now I'm like, man, that... Drew a card and it's a 6K. It is brutal.
I think you just didn't hate the card enough last.
You're right. Yeah. Well, yeah. Just Jinbei just got so much of the hate blame that Weevil really absorbed it pretty quickly.
Yeah, and Shanks just opting to hit Dofi's life. I think that's an interesting move. Like, I think a lot of people just tried to run Dofi out of resources before hitting life, but yeah, now we see Jozu doing the bounce onto the Yasop, and this line is very, very annoying. Like, you do lose out on potential swings against the Shanks, but like the tempo loss from just having your 5-cost bounce is very, very annoying.
Yeah, and I like this play of just guaranteeing we kind of do damage.
Yeah.
We could have put 2 Dawn underneath the leader and have like a 6 and 7, but I think this 8 in general is good. So it looks like. Yeah, we were a 6K leader off the Yasop, so we went 8. We used leader effect in 2K, and then we had to pass.
Okay.
7 Dawn, so...
7 Dawn turn.
I feel like every time I watch a Shanks player, it's like, well, I hope they have this card.
Yeah.
And I kind of was hoping that they would have Beckman. I think that would have been maybe a little bit better here.
Yeah,
but
just to get rid of some of this pressure.
we're going to go 8 into likely... Oh, into
life. He's just racing. He just wants... Okay.
Interesting.
That is very interesting. Opting to race into Dofi is... I mean, I think it's very scary. Like, Dofi...
Oh.
Yeah, God.
This
tempo is disgusting right now.
Man, Jozu's just... he probably should have been leader locked to White Beard Pirates, right? Is that controversial to say?
Boa players might hate you for that, but
Sure, sure. Man, you just get so much value from this card.
yeah, this is definitely really gross amount of tempo that's been generated here. And now like Dofi can kind of squeeze you out of the game. Like anything that Shanks plays from here on out is liable to get red rocked, and then if everything you play gets red rocked, like you're still behind so much on board that like I don't know, it's getting a little scary for Shanks, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if we have what's our best card? Silvers might be pretty good here.
Yeah, Rayleigh is definitely the best card possible here, but I mean, we know that Dofi has a ton of cards in hand, could counter out for it.
Yeah, because we're just gonna be able to like remove Weevil, make the Jozu a 5k attack into it once.
Yeah.
With either 1k or 2k.
Okay, we do have the Rayleigh. Yeah, very curious what's in Dofi's hand here, opting not to use leader ability now 2 times in a row.
And we did we did play the silvers. This is gonna go 6 into.
The Jozu 5 maybe?
At this point, just go life, right? Like
Yeah,
if
you just
if
have
you've
to
already,
race.
If
You've
you've already
committed.
committed this far, it's the same either way. I think they defend wherever you attack into anyways.
Yeah, 2K, whatever.
It's trivial, but yeah, it can be rough. All right, 10 Dawn for Dofi. A pretty wide hand, but being at 2 life right now is so surprising.
Yeah. And okay. Yeah, Pudding, okay. I don't know how many cards were in Shank's hand, but he did have everything bounced up until this far. So
I'm guessing like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
So probably got 2 cards out of hand.
not bad. Still 6 down. Could opt to play like a red rock and then swing 5/5/7 or
All right. For a second, I thought that's more than 5 cards, right? And he was putting cards to the bottom before cutting. But yeah, all right.
okay. Or can finally go ahead and use the teach ability. So yeah, okay.
Second pudding.
I just want you to suffer and shuffle.
Yeah, just one more. Just casually. How good was your hand? Oh, you got a better hand? Try again.
Okay.
Bottoming.
Choosing the bottom. Okay.
All right. Are they going to use?
Are they going to continue to not use the teach? That is very interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
7. Oh, we're just blind hitting. Okay.
Sure.
I guess.
I mean, we could have used teach to set up something anyways, but okay. Oh, we're still going to be doing it. Yeah, right? Like we could have still
Could have played it out.
Yeah, unless there's just nothing better.
Okay, so big.
I'm guessing this is because I think this is the 9K one.
Can teach attach a Dawn to anything? Is it? Okay.
I believe it's anything.
I just remember for Boa, it's just only for 7 Warlords, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's anything. Yeah, because you can use it in like ace, blue white, blue yellow ace. So.
I mean, I guess this play, like I like the aggression that Dofi's doing, but like I do think like Shanks is in such a rough spot here. I mean, basically having your Yasop get bounced to your hand 2 turns in a row is just such an absurd tempo swing. So.
All right. We're playing Uta.
Trying to find something.
2K. I mean, if we have another silvers, that would be insane. Oh, okay. Triple Uta.
Oh man, you're in such rough position here.
Okay, Lucky Roo's good, though they haven't presented a Trafalgar Law all game, so that's likely somewhere.
Okay, we do have a Rayleigh. All right, that at least makes it so that this isn't completely over. Get the bow out of the way.
Probably into the
Joe's.
teach.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did they save the teach? Hold up. That was, I think, double.
That was 2K, 1K, right?
2K, 1K. So they must have attacked into the teach and they saved it. But then are they just gonna let the Jozu?
Oh,
Okay,
2K,
never mind.
2K.
They just have every
Yeah.
card in their hand. Brutal. Okay, so I'm assuming one of these Jozus is a 5K. We've got these dice right in front of us. Like I don't.
We could be using them.
We could be using them.
So that was probably a 6 then.
No, this might be an. Sure, I don't know.
We don't know.
We have no idea. All right, it must be an 8 because we double 2K'd.
Okay.
I really have to know. All right, this is maybe an 8.
Yeah. I assume this is an 8.
Yeah, and then we get to go. We have this funny play where if we have like double 1-drops, we can play both of them, replace one of the Jozu, and then discard a card to put it like technically value up, but
I mean, the game just has to end here. Dofi's just not going to survive.
So 8
okay.
and 1 from leader effect, 6 to 5, and then 7 or sorry 8 with one of these teaches. We have 2 cards in hand. I mean, we don't even have. Oh, okay.
Okay, we're taking.
And if we have perfume, then we just like.
Nope.
All right.
Just get
8,
in there, Teach.
Not enough.
Not enough, yeah.
Oof.
Photo finish.
Yeah, a lot of paths to get there. Probably not the one I was taking my stroll on, but we got there just the same. And yeah, Dofi's still pretty good this format.
Yeah. Dofi still does the Dofi thing, and
it does.
even when you aren't doing the Dofi thing, because he didn't use the leader ability like for most of the game, but he still ended up having the tempo needed just from Jozuing the Yasops away, and yeah, I think Yasop kind of showing. I mean. I am curious how different it would have been if the Shanks player was on like more of the Straw Hat package and
Sure.
was like, playing out the 5 cards. Because at least I don't know. But either way, like the tempo loss there was just so brutal, and like it was so hard for him to catch up after that.
Dofi 1. If you had a 2K in your life, dang. Deckless will be out definitely Monday morning, maybe Sunday afternoon if I'm feeling ambitious. But this is table 2, so this is the winner of here will be the other undefeated, and this is kind of the issue that I find myself with this matchup where it can just be so scary. But we got some aggression out for the last 5. Oh, last 4 we're playing Atmos. Likely no leader effect, but now if they. Okay. They also, I think both these Burgesses will be 9Ks.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay, and this will likely be a 10-drop turn, and then we'll see the Saints go marching in.
Yeah. And I think they just use leader effect as well. That extra dice means something. Yeah, 10-drop. Yeah, Newgate can't do nothing. Going 9 into. Yeah.
Yep, ace, and then 5 lead.
Kind of have to get out of this one.
Really doesn't want to use up that card.
Yeah, no.
But you have to because
Otherwise, it's a 9.
Yeah.
Now, if we have Red Rock, we're in a good spot. Even, honestly, the other card we could have is, like, Gravity Blade. Gravity Blade would buy us a lot of time. Oh, Monet. Yeah, I can see why we want to keep that one. Monet can stay on board for a long time and get a lot of value.
Yeah, really need some sort of event removal here to stay in the game. We get two chances, you know,
Yeah, yeah. So we drew off life. We drew off the top of our
or
deck.
three chances then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we get a lot of choice for being able to get there. Any Sanjis in hand go immediately to the bottom of our deck, which makes it easy too. And 3 cards in hand for Teach.
Okay.
Yeah, Red Rock would be amazing, right? Red Rock would be amazing. You could maybe win the game, and then additionally, um,
Yeah, Gravity Blade
Gravity
just
Blade,
giving
yeah.
you some time against these Burgesses.
Yeah, and if you have both, I think Gravity Blade is the better choice, but it's close.
Yeah, I mean Red Rock, you just try to win the game now here, and you know.
Which I don't think you get to do.
Yeah, 3 cards in hand for Blackbeard, so I'm sure he's got some 2Ks in there. Doesn't seem like Marco likes what he sees.
All right, bottom decking. I'm going to say it's Sanji every time. Giving the -2 to...
Okay, the Teach.
I mean, alternatively, we could just do big numbers and make
Yeah.
it so they have some awkward blocks, but...
10-10, but man, can you live?
Yeah, 6 in the leader.
Okay.
Easy 2K.
Yep.
Yeah. And then I hope you have removal. Is really the name of the game now. So you're that, or we put, if we have Divine in hand, we can put, oh no, for 7.
Oh,
okay,
it
we do
is
have
the Red
Gravity
Rock.
Blade.
Okay,
No,
okay.
Gravity Blade.
Oh, Gravity Blade. Yeah. Okay, that's big. That's big.
And
We have a
then-
game on our hands.
Yeah, we can't attack now, but that's from OP06.
Yeah, good old-fashioned Gravity Blade.
And then we don't attack. Maybe he was thinking about playing out like maybe a Monet or something. I would have liked to see a 7K from Marco instead, even though it essentially would have gone the same result.
Yeah.
All right, got a Dock Q. All right, starting with 5. Kind of tempted to take it, right? But I think you got to get out of it.
Yeah.
Otama
Okay,
2K.
Otama, and then, yep, another
Another
10 beard.
10, yeah. And do you... I don't think you can attack.
I don't think you can swing, yeah. I mean, you have to be somewhat careful of the rushers that are in Marco's deck, right? Like,
Yeah.
we already saw the aces, which notably has rush in
Yeah.
this deck, which
Yeah.
is amazing.
And a little bit of protection too.
Yeah.
Now, but essentially, yeah, we need Red Rock. Is the short answer. We found the Gravity Blade. Now let's find the Red Rock.
Yep.
All right. Give -2K to your least favorite Marshall Teach.
Okay.
And they have what? 1 card in hand.
Yeah, just 1 card in hand. So potentially just big leader swing and then play like a blocker or something and just hope they don't have the removal to deal with it, or yeah, he really wants that Red Rock here.
Yeah. Which alternatively means that if we don't have it, we strictly miss it.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, big swing. Force him down to 0.
This is at 13.
Yeah,
Oh, taking it.
sure.
Uh, okay.
Oy,
All
okay.
right.
Oh, is
Yeah.
gonna take the yeah.
Why not? I mean, it's meant that it's going to be found off OLED anyways. But,
Yeah.
passing from there.
Okay.
A little dangerous though, right? Like you can't. Like you can play 10 drop and like maybe pressure with one teach, but no. Yeah, it's just tough. You have to get out of this one.
Yeah, I mean you have to counter. I'm curious what Marco is has been holding up. Has oh my
Oh,
gosh.
no
Okay.
counter. All right. Maybe they're trying to
Bait
bait for game.
somehow.
Yeah.
Oh, but it just doesn't. I mean, can you really realistically count out of 17-17?
If you have enough divines, you can. Like that gets you. If you have two open, probably have two, right?
Yeah, and then
Gets
the
you
rest
to
are
11.
2Ks.
That's a lot. You are right. That is asking for a whole lot. Maybe if they go like 16, 18. At this point, you still just attack once with a 12K, just to feel it out. Yeah, this is scary though.
Yeah. Oh, I like this though. Very ballsy from Marco.
Yeah, definitely. Like you can tell our teach players like, oh,
Yeah,
I I expected there to be one more card in your trash, not one card less in your life right now.
this is the bluff of the
Because
ages.
there's no way there's no counter in hand, right? Like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have to know that there's some amount of counter.
Especially with Marco's ability, right? Like
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
so easily able to get rid of dead cards in your hand.
yeah. No, I think swinging 12 first is correct. All right.
Okay, so we are committed.
And discarding off of full lead. The pistol. All right, getting Kuzan, so no counter. That's good to know. All right. With 3 blockers, I don't think Marco
There's
can do
just
anything.
no way.
Unless you run Rush Luffy and you're just a god.
Or Roger.
Or Roger,
Yeah.
right? all strong cards in this position, but yeah, I don't think taking that life was correct. It was a call out, right?
Yeah.
But I think it was a bait for him to attack with one of his other teaches, but I think this is still correct.
Okay, well, it's not Roger.
Yeah, no Roger. All right. First check gone.
Yeah, I just don't see a way back from here.
No,
Even Red Rock at this point doesn't do it.
Yeah.
You still have to deal with just massive attacks on the next turn. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead.
Yeah, 6. Red Rock.
Red Rock, sure.
Right, which one turn too late, unfortunately.
I mean, technically, this is the same position he was in last turn. Oh, except the additional meter swing.
Yeah,
so.
right. So it's just rough. Yeah, I think we should have gotten out of that, unfortunately. All right,
Okay,
13.
13. What you got for me?
Well,
Red Hawk trigger.
We'll see their hand in a second, right? We'll see if it really was tough. We had double divine. Yeah, we had 1Ks, 2Ks. Yeah, I'm likely something we could have used to get out of it either, but not respecting that we were so close. Yeah, I think getting there's a chance that there's no counter in hand, right? Because we had like 3 card cycles since then. But if we had a 1K, I think we definitely should have used it.
Yeah, I mean, it just gives you just a little more leeway, and then that red. Yeah, and then you have the red rock on the
Hmm.
following turn. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, very very tough game. I do think it's very tough for Marco to really do anything. Half the reason we win games is because Sanji just establishes another body for us just to be able to pressure for game.
Yeah, yeah,
And without that kind of bonus, I think it's tough. We had the red rock one turn late. We had the gravity blade at the right time, and we're pretty close. So
yeah.
that's their undefeated run. But if they win one more, they should be in top eight.
At
And
least
even
in
if
Top Cut, and maybe they claw it back.
yeah, exactly. So we've got a couple more X1s still going. Let's see. We've got Bonnie versus Lucci.
Okay.
Interesting game. Yeah, we can just go to this one, especially because the other match I was gonna watch just ended, so that makes it very easy.
All right. Lucci, everyone's favorite deck, right? Everyone loves this deck.
I love it now. I love it. I love it more now. Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe that's the way to say it. But definitely the battle of OP07, right? We got Lucci and Bonnie.
Yeah. Lucci looking like in a very healthy position here. I think that's 3 life, right? Or is that just 2? Can't quite tell.
I believe it's 2 life
Okay,
for
so
Lucci.
actually a little bit scary then.
Yeah, another. Actually, there's no blockers up, so this could just be it.
Yeah, this could actually just be it.
7 stunning. Ooh, taking.
Okay.
Two cards in hand. All right, now
It's
we
okay.
just perfect math. 9. Yeah, and then
Yeah.
8 plus
Kaboom.
5. Yeah, not quite. Not quite. Believe it or not, the Bonnie player won, but he looked very menacing hands. Menacing hands. So Bonnie's X1 has a good contention to get into our top 8 cut and
Yeah.
likely top 16 finish as well. And let's see, what else do we have? We have one more game we can jump to. We don't have that much time left in round.
Yeah, we're getting to the end of this round.
I don't really think there's many decks that even go like outside of like Blackbeard sometimes, right? Like most decks usually kind of finish on time right now.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah, they just
ended.
they just scooped it. Yeah. This is the last game that we can feasibly watch right now. And I think they scooped it
also
up too.
scooped
They
it up
also
too?
scooped
Yeah,
it up.
okay, yeah.
All right. Maybe one more.
We're getting to the very final turns here.
All right. Yeah. Let's just see what this looks. This might just be also over. I think these players are likely in the X2 territory, but it's going to be Purple Luffy versus the Teach.
Yep. Good old Blackbeard.
Oh, big number. Yeah, no giants in hand. It's the tale is old at time. Just no giants. Oh, cool. I guess I won. And you have 2 giants. Oh, I lose.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. All right. Well,
Okay.
Teach can be Purple Luffy. Confirmed.
That is usually a pretty rough matchup, especially with the way Teaches currently are built, with a lot more of the they're like more prepared to deal with like the low to the ground aggro stuff versus 5 cost. Like that 5 cost is just usually the magic number because a lot of Blackbeard players aren't playing Laboon anymore.
Yeah.
And which means like you're really just relying on Finger Pistol to get you past the 5 cost spam.
Yeah. Sorry. There's still prizing for top 8 or for top 16. Top cut is
just the 8s.
top 8 though. So yeah, I don't know if I misspoke, but yeah, definitely if you're still X2 right now, you should definitely be playing. There's a good chance for you to get prizing. X1's for sure. X3 there might be one that sneaks in.
Yeah.
I don't think it's super likely. I'd have to double check because we are on the cusp. I said if we were over 128 players, we do a top 16 cut instead of a top 8 cut. But we had 120, so we were
Just
close.
under, yeah.
Just under, but not quite there. So which is I think is fine because I announced this like a week ago, and it's high stakes, and I know a lot of people. Most people who said they were interested in couldn't was because they had their own store champs today.
Yeah, store champs are starting this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, which I highly recommend you supporting locals and going to those too. So
Yeah.
I am not hurt either emotionally or that much financially.
You guys don't know this, but he's been crying in the between rounds.
Yeah,
But you know.
Yeah, I've been holding my corgi close. I just don't like my events anymore. But we do have our finals. For this is going to be Blackbeard versus Dofi. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's going to be a pretty understood matchup, and it doesn't really matter that much. Both players are going to get top 8. So I might try to go to an X1 hopeful. And we go over that. Pricing works for these events. Yeah, this is a little bit more than average since it's a case tournament, but a case is split over top 16. I also have my Eggman event dice for the 2025 season. They are the black and gold ones, which were next to me for like a month, and then I just moved them, so they're out of range. But those are the designs for this year season. And then also first and second get the One Piece Day entry packs. The one with Luffy.
Yeah.
So I had 2 extra ones of those. So those are
Those are nice.
Yeah. And I think like MSRP easily over $100, right?
Yeah.
Like I think they're like around 150, 200.
Yeah, something like that. Something ridiculous.
Because it has the Luffy, it has that Dawn,
and then the Zoro.
Yeah. So all those are money. So that's what you get. If I remember right, without looking, first place gets also 3 boxes. Second place gets 2 boxes. Third place gets 2 boxes, but they don't get the entry pack. Fourth place, which I guess we're playing out third and fourth. But fourth place will be getting 1 box, and then 5th through 8th will be getting half a box, and then 9th through 16th is getting a quarter of a box, and then everyone in top 16 are getting dice. So entry was 20 USD, and you can find all of this on the event listing. So most people I see who run case events go for like $25 or $30.
Yeah, usually like 30, I think.
So I priced it because I'm also paying Zell. I don't know if you know that, but you're getting paid.
Woo!
And not just with the sandwich you got for lunch, and corgi kisses.
Yeah.
I also have 2 people working on staff. Shouts to Risu and CJ for being judges for this, and then just additional shipping and stuff. So I think if I was being like super honest, I think my break-even point was around like 90 people with the additional costs of paying people and shipping and stuff. So I made a profit, but it wasn't normally I make my profit to or I make my break-even point to a spot where I think it's going to be like somewhere safe, because again I announced this like a week ago. I knew there were store championships going on, and I wanted to be somewhat safe. So
yeah.
That's, if you have any more questions about it, let me know. But I pretty much do my best to make it for a good value. If you end up topping, you always make your money back. So like 6 packs are more than $20 right now, and then you get Eggman dice on top of it. So yeah, you're more. I don't understand. You're more affordable.
I mean, it's true. Some LGSs,
as in they have less pricing, right?
Yeah, they have less pricing.
I thought it was like a
how dare you?
A backhanded compliment. So I don't know if it's the CJ, but a CJ. Yeah. When is my next tournament? I probably won't host one until EBO 2.
Yeah.
But that's like the first week of May.
I think it's at the end of this month, right? But legal in the first week
somewhere around there.
Yeah.
So that'll probably be my next one. I was hoping to do an OP. I usually like to do one on like the release of the set, but with me being in Japan and then just like getting super sick and still recovering a little bit, But if you guys want any notifications for any events I do, it will be on my website. It will be on my YouTube. Pretty much every One Piece event I made this week, every One Piece video I made this week had that in the first 5 seconds.
Oh man,
So if you didn't know about this tournament, you don't watch my videos, confirmed. I posted on my Discord, and then yeah, it's on the front page of the website right now too. End of this month, okay.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
entirety of May is just covered in tournaments. So
yeah. Generally, so normally what I do is I do Tuesday night events. That start at 5:30 p.m. PST. Generally don't do more than 6 or 7 rounds, so under 4 hours for the tournament to conclude after starting. Because I know that East Coast people hurt from that a little bit too much,
yeah.
but West Coast people barely get time to get home for those. But my guess is my next One Piece tournament will be Tuesday, May 6th. Is my
right.
guess. So, but that'll be likely when it is. And for those events, it's usually like 2 or 3 boxes, like $8 entry. More so like that.
Man, EB is just around the corner. I gotta get
Yeah.
started preparing for that. That is so much closer. Time is flying. I can't believe it's already April, and yeah, May is like. I think every weekend there's at least one event. So
Yes.
yeah, online regionals, treasure cups, store regionals. I mean, it's just yeah, it's covered.
Yeah. Oh, Hawaii players have to get up at 5. Well, yeah, you're right.
5 a.m.
For this
Woo!
event, yeah, you are right. I do apologize for Hawaii players.
Yeah.
But yeah, normally I do on Tuesday. Generally, weekends are when more official events are going on. Because next week we have Pasadena and Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
The week after that we have something. I know we also have.
Toronto?
I think it might be Toronto.
Yeah, I'm not
that
sure.
might be the 25th. I think we have pretty much an event every weekend after this in April, I believe.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Florida, maybe it's Texas. I can't remember. But I think there is one for 17.
It's funny because like some sets, I feel like there's such a lull in big tournaments. Like OP10 didn't feel like there was that much. I mean, Worlds went on
Worlds
during
and like end of year holiday, sure.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there's going to be a bunch the next couple weeks, and then that's not even considering international events.
Yeah.
There's a Peoria. Okay, that's going to be maybe that's the 19th because I know Top Cut's running one of those. But I think Top Cut's also doing is Booster Box doing Virginia? I know it's the same weekend that Pasadena is happening, but it's a 2-day event for Virginia, which I think is next weekend. And then the 26th, I believe, is Toronto. I think we have one weekend off on the 3rd and 4th, and then we go from there.
Yeah. In
Then
preparation for EBO2.
Yeah, and then it's graduation weekends and Memorial Day weekends. And then, yeah, I think we have like a couple events for EBO2, but not as much as we're getting for the first half.
Yeah.
Booster boxes, okay, Virginia next weekend. Okay, cool. Understood. Well, unintentionally, I've been yapping through a lot of this break. We have one more round. We're probably going to go watch an X1 when we get there too, but I think are we waiting for any? Oh, CJ's typing. Uh-oh.
Should be a new
Oh,
round
we
soon.
were already in overtime.
Yeah.
All right. Well, give us like 4 minutes. I'm gonna make sure my dog's okay, and then we'll get into the next round. So we'll do that. We'll be right back, and we'll see you guys in round 7. And then after that, we'll have a top 8 cut. We'll let you know what that looks like, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We've got our last round of Swiss. We're at an X1 table. Actually, here, let me put. Okay, next round begins in soon at 30, 35, 20. All right, yeah, both players are X1. Here, let me actually put that in the thing. Winner guarantees, I think, to get into top 8.
Yeah.
Loser guarantees top 16 and might bubble into top 8. But it's our first BOA that we've seen today. I've got a lot of people tell me a lot of opinions on this leader.
Yeah.
What's yours?
I think Boa is surprisingly good. I think the emergence of sort of the rush shanks has made it a little bit worse in the meta, but I do think it has some very strong matchups overall. I think, like a lot of decks right now in the format, you're sort of just a victim to your draw, but at least you get to draw a lot. So there are times with Boa where you just have like a billion bricks in hand and you just die.
Yeah.
But the sort of tempo that you gain from, Bounce Law, Jozu, and then 10 cost Kaido is really, really good in a lot of different matchups. And then in this matchup, Boa versus Blackbeard, you do force the Blackbeard to have to kind of pitch cards early or just play around like all your on plays. And that can be pretty annoying for Blackbeard. And you play a ton of little weenie guys, and those can be also very annoying for Blackbeard to deal with. So it can be a little bit of a tricky matchup for Blackbeard. I'm curious like how this will shape up, and I think die roll also matters quite a bit as well. So
Yeah, I think you hit a lot of good points. Clearly, I think Dofi's still favored in this matchup, right?
yeah.
Boa has a lot of qualities that are similar to Dofi, but definitely has more of a removal edge on its side. So the fact that you can never really be as safe against this deck outside of Kuzan, right? Or like you have to be afraid of Gravity Blade, you have to be afraid of Red Rock. Just a lot of cards that Boa can use to get a lot of value and tempo back to your side, which Teach definitely does not appreciate.
Yeah. Teach would much rather you just play one big thing that doesn't really, doesn't rush, doesn't remove other things,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to, a couple of mid-sized bodies. Teach has generally a history of having a hard time answering those.
Exactly. That being said, the Jinbei being banned did hurt Boa in this matchup, and just in general, Boa was one of the decks that really wanted Jinbei and uses the 7 Warlords package. So, yeah.
I think Boa definitely feels the restriction of Jinbei a little bit more, just because you want to be able to have 2 bodies out.
Yeah.
If every other turn afterwards you're removing, right? It just gets a lot more ping damage every turn. It makes it easier for your hand size to be smaller earlier, so you get that draw every time. And looks like Boa is going to go first.
Yeah.
Starting with the Son Goku.
Yeah, unfortunate. Boa generally likes to go second just because a lot of your curve is going second. But that being said, I mean, you get the 1 drop out early, and we'll see how Blackbeard responds here. So he's going to go ahead, use the event, pick up Mr. Burgess.
Yeah.
Already has stage in play too, so yeah, good first turn here as well for
and discarding the Burgess. That's funny. Just gotta make sure it's in rotation. Daku's not too bad. I think pretty clearly you would have liked to have seen it instead for this turn just to get the immediate value, but it's a fine card to play next turn. And yeah, it looks like we're gonna go for Kaya. Look, draw 2 and put 2 cards into the trash. We're gonna have a 10-drop Kaido and a 1-drop Law.
Yeah, 1-drop Law. I think this is again very awkward for Boa. Like 3 Dawn is just an awkward place to be. So, but that said, all this board spam does make it very uncomfortable for Blackbeard, because at any point you could just attach Dawn and just swing 5/5/5.
But look at all the pickings that this Doc Q has now, right? Like it is open season, and we're gonna get rid of a black hole looking top 3 with full lead. Let's see. Also, this is Awakened TCG, and then we're going through the X1s just because the finals is Blackbeard versus Dofi, which I'm gonna say we likely know kind of what that matchup looks like, right? It hasn't really changed that much since OP10. And then also we still have a top 8 cut after this round, so both players are gonna get into top 8. We're gonna be able to see them again, and I personally like to see a more unique matchup that has the potential for either one of these players to get into the top 8.
Yeah, and so now we see Blackbeard putting out the Shiryu, just again picking off some of these 1-drop weenies.
Yeah.
And also just like Shiryu puts pressure on the board, so Boa has a lot more to think about in terms of like what swings they're going to take here. 5K swing into Teach. I'm also very curious when Blackbeard will decide to start using leader ability.
Yeah, I think after this turn, like once Jozu gets online, which I think it's pretty clear that Boa plays a lot of copies of that card, you want to start doing it. And going down to 3 life, Buggy again. We have so many 2Ks in our hand that we just do not respect.
Well, knowing Boa, they're gonna make their way back to the hand at some point here. So, yeah, look at that. Bounce Law is gonna bounce the Shiryu back to hand.
And then we do have 5 in hand, so we get that extra draw.
Ooh, value.
Yeah, I think that's something that you can definitely tell between someone who's been playing a lot of games with Boa versus someone who's been shifting from Dofi. Is knowing when to play your 1-drops aggressively like that, just so you get the draw anyways. And yeah, I definitely think that's something that Leo's been doing.
Yeah, it's actually very annoying when you're forced to take like an early big hit as Boa because it can put the hand math out of the into like wonky spots. Sometimes you're left with too many cards in hand, and then suddenly bouncing your opponent's thing, you don't get to draw that card, so the value is just so much worse. But yeah, I am curious if Blackbeard's gonna use the leader ability. Gonna go ahead and throw away the Shiryu. Not gonna replay that one. Instead, gonna pick up a Lafitte. And yeah, this is again where all these little 1-drop bodies are so annoying. Like you can't just play Lafitte and expect like a leader swing into it or something like that. It's always gonna be one of these like little buggies or whatever. And even Doc Q, right? Like you play Doc Q, you get rid of one of them, but then the other one just gets to swing in for free again anyways. So like, I mean, I guess you do clear the board a little bit, which is nice, but yeah, I do think the 5-cost Kuzan is really nice because that is at least one thing that, Boa just can't interact with at all. So
yeah. All right. Well, we are considering on leader effect. This Kuzan should be safe against everything that this deck can do, right? Like that. This card just says like legitimately, like you have to get rid of me in battle.
yeah.
Or I guess negate my skill, which really only Blackbeard can do anyways. So it's that card says stay on the board.
And so, yeah, we're going to start countering out here from the Law Swing. Another 5 from leader.
And we're just going to play 7-cost Dofi again. Can't bounce anything in the hand because the on-play's away. But, having a 7K body on board is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. It's just very awkward for Blackbeard to deal with things that are, above 5 costs like that.
Yeah, and the other weird thing in this matchup specifically is like you can use Kuzan and play out like a Burgess, but then they have Gravity Blade. Like you just kind of lose.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
If they have Gravity Blade and they can follow up with like a Red Rock on your 10-drop Teach, like what are you actively able to do there?
Yeah, it's going to be a balancing act. You want to be out of you definitely don't want to open yourself up to like full value Gravity Blade from your opponent, but then what does that mean for how you develop cards off the board? And again, I think playing out the 7 cost there was also particularly big because one of the new cards in Blackbeard is Liberation, and specifically it hits a 6 cost and a 4 cost. So imagine that 7 cost Doflamingo was actually a Jozu. That would open you up to getting hit by that Liberation card, and that would have been huge for Blackbeard, but having that 7 cost there instead means that, you don't have to worry about that card.
Yeah, you can definitely see Ernesto just really thinking here. This is a kind of tough spot. I think Bo's done a good job at applying pressure and being at 8 Dawn right now is pretty scary. So we had a Deval that we used. We do get rid of the Law with this 8K, and then using the effect to play out.
Probably the Burgess, yeah. And then play maybe another Kuzan here for 5 that at least plays around Gravity Blade.
Gravity Blade gets less value, yeah. I think that's fair.
I think that's good. And then we'll have to now ditch cards again to protect the Burgess from Jozu or, any number of effects that Boa plays.
Yeah, and we're using full lead, and we nearly took the 10 cost Teach, but re-deciding on if it's the play we want to make. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay. 10 cost.
Yeah. There's no finals yet either because we do have a top cut after this. But the table one last round of Swiss was Dofi versus Teach.
And yeah, look at that. The Liberation was ditched with the leader ability. So had that 7 cost been anything else,
Yeah.
basically, yeah,
Yeah.
would have been a big blowout.
Yeah. If it was a Jozu instead, yeah, you could have gotten a lot of value from like Liberation to get rid of both, and then Burgess would not have been a terrible play either.
Yeah.
All right. We yeah, recalibrating. We do have 4 twice, so 1 card away from going into 8K. If we just counter once, it becomes an 8K Burgess.
Yeah, poking 6, always good against Blackbeard. Again, they just don't run that many 2Ks. 7 we're all likely to take. Leaves us with a lot of Dawn here.
I would say Gravity Blade's amount of down. Oh no, 2?
Aye.
Man, 2K Crocs. That's a lot of 2Ks that we've just been like we've played Buggy twice. We've played Kaya. We've played these 2 crocodiles. Like we do not care about having 2Ks in hand. They need to be on board.
Yeah. Yeah, and the name of the game against Blackbeard is just to flood the board against them, get as many swings as you can, and so yeah, this board's looking very, very annoying. And yeah, we're just gonna take the 5. Yeah, it's kind of terrifying because now you want to use the Kuzan ability, bring another body out, but then it does open you up to Gravity Blade, and Gravity Blade in this situation is just so gross.
It is.
Okay, another 5 lead, likely to be countered. Yep, gonna give him the Bounce Law. And now, big swing from Burgess.
And this might be okay. It is that life. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, just gonna go ahead and establish.
And we play a different Teach.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Don't give your opponent free knowledge. We know 1 card in hand is Teach now.
Yeah.
So yeah, using the Kuzan first though, I do like that to make sure that you get as many cards in hand first before you start discarding off leader effect. But
okay, thinking about getting the Shiryu.
Shiryu or Von Augur, because there's not another Burgess in there.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate.
All right, but what if they just Gravity Blade and attack 3 times?
Yeah.
How are we doing?
Okay, at least get rid of one of the buggies.
Yeah, there are a lot of cards in Ernesto's hand though.
Oh, you know what?
Oh.
I wonder if that was a sequencing error.
I think that was drawn off of. That must have been drawn off Kuzan.
Off Kuzan, yeah.
Yeah. And then thinking about using leader effect.
Yeah, has to, because otherwise it just gets too ugly.
Yeah, I mean, 10-drop Kaido would wreck this board otherwise.
Yeah.
I'd be somewhat tempted to not do it, but
Okay, well, choose your pick, Red Rock or
yeah,
Gravity Blade. Both
I
are
choose
disgusting.
Red Rock.
And now, potentially 4 swings into life here. Ugh.
I would be a little bit worried. I mean, here's the thing: we've used so many 2Ks, right? Like,
Yeah.
how many more are left in rotation? If we try to go for game with our Ernesto, it's not terrible, right? Like, I think we have 5/5, let's say 9 with leader effect and getting cards there.
Yeah.
These are some pretty big swings we're gonna have to try to get out of. But we're gonna go 5. We're gonna go 7. And I like the sequencing because if there was like a finger pistol in life, we wouldn't want to start with 7.
You're right.
And yeah, 5 cards in hand.
So likely to be another 7 swing, yep. And then
Yeah, 2 and 1. Or 1 and 2.
Okay.
Hate that sequencing. So you always start with the 2K just to make sure you have it, and then you go 1K. All right. Ernesto's going to have to make a decision here. It's pretty publicly known that he's got a 10-drop teach in hand because he used the wanted poster instead of the alt art that he got from the full lead. And then, but we can just go numbers here too. Only scary thing is that they can also, you know, have another red rock and make us just feel bad.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is, can you just go for it? I mean, I do think, okay, so if he plays a 10 cost, he freezes the Dofi.
Yeah.
He still has to face, again, potentially 4 swings past that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do you even live even if you play the 10 cost, right? So, okay, 5 swing, very just easily countered.
Yeah. In theory, yes. In theory, this counter is super easy. In practice,
this delay is worrying me a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, hey, we've got half the round left. We can decide. We can make some decisions now.
Boa's hands do tend to get a little bit breaky, but we know there's at least a Kaya in hand, right?
Yeah, I think that's still been there. But again, then this is my worry when again we played so many 2Ks from our hand. Like, you're gonna run out, right?
Yeah.
Like there's gonna be a time when there aren't any 2Ks left to bounce back, or there's less 2Ks in hand, where just a simple 5K pressure is sending us into the think tank.
Yeah, I think the scary part is, okay, if we don't defend the 5K and we just take, and then they go for it, but then if we counter here, do we have enough counter left in our hand to defend our board? Because if we don't, the 10 drop is going to be a really big problem for Boa the following turn. So
also surprising to me, so table 1 already finished. We have Andy with Andy beating Doflamingo as Teach. So Teach was our undefeated 7-0. And when we were looking through the tables at X1s, there were a lot of Teaches that were X1.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if we had 2 to 4 Teaches in our top 8. I think it's going to be the most present leader in that sense.
Yeah. We did give him a 1K counter, looks like.
Okay. Blocker Dofi.
Yeah, Blocker Dofi.
And then we gave another 5, and then are we going 2K, 2K, 1K? That's pretty bold if we do. Oh, we do.
Yeah, we do.
2K, 2K, 1K. All right.
And that's why you play all your 2Ks, because you have more in hand.
I suppose so.
Okay, just filter for some counter, ideally. Yeah, okay.
There's a 2K stronger.
That's very big.
Yeah, there's the 10 drop Teach.
Okay. Stun that.
And are we going to use leader effect? Because it's really if we think the top card of their deck is good. And I think that's very fair. We decide to not to. All right, what do we get? And also, okay, going 7. Don't hate this.
You can't just take because the, I mean, you can gamble the Perfume Fumer.
You can, yeah.
It is just the top card, so.
All right, and then we can go 9 and 9. They need to have 2K. I mean, if you have 3 cards in hand with one of them actively a 2K, you can feel kind of confident.
Yeah.
Man, but if you have Red Rock, though, just better. Okay.
Yeah, it is
9.
the 9.
A block. All right, second 9.
Second 9.
2K, 2K, 1K.
Ooh.
And that's likely it.
That's, yeah.
But not, yeah, likely, right? Unless Ernesto just has some bad swing orders, because they have to, I mean, first you attack with Shiryu as a 5. If the top card is like Gravity Blade or something.
Yeah, it has to be Gravity Blade Red Rock trigger.
Mm-hmm.
And even then.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, just making it big. Haven't used any Dawn yet. 1 card in hand. Yeah, starting with 7. All right, Red Rock.
Oh, yeah.
11.
That's gonna be game.
And like 20. Not quite. Not quite there. Super close game though.
Yeah, very close.
Yeah. Very, very, very close.
Yeah, it's at 3,000 worlds in life there too.
Is either in life or in hand or top decked. I'd be really tempted to, if I had 1 more life as Boa, you definitely, I think, Red Rock the Burgess.
Yeah, the Burgess.
And then I think you just do 3 swings with your cards on board. With the extra 4 Dawn that you have. You could do 5/5 and then 6 with Buggy, which makes them lose 2 cards in hand, which is good. But I think that was a really close game. I think Ernesto was pretty heads up on, like, especially not like discarding that last card at the end there.
Yeah, yeah.
And knowing that, worst case, if I need to get out of 1 9K, and if I have 2K, 2K, 1K to do that, I should be fine. So.
Yeah, I mean, that ending was very, very close. Like, Blackbeard does run a lot of bricks, so if that last card that he took was a brick, yeah, it could have been it. I mean, that was a knife's edge game.
Yeah, yeah.
I swear Blackbeard players, they just have to have nerves of steel, because
They
I
do.
swear, like, most games end up like that. So
They really, really do. All right. We're going to get into, this is table 4. This is our Uta player. So we can scooch over there real quick. Let me get these fixed. And left player is Uta. Both are X1 right now, so if they win, they're in. So Green's getting in top 8. That's fun to see.
Yeah, I think that Bonnie search was probably to find an 8-cost kid, and we didn't get there. And now Uta's board is looking pretty scary.
All right. There will be top cut. Yeah, there will be top 8 after this Swiss standings. Also, this is a little off topic, but there is another tournament hosted, case tournament. It's hosted by Luffy TV. It's tomorrow. I know a lot of people are talking about not being able to get into this one, or we're sad that they missed it. But there's another tournament for you guys that's active. Check it out. Linked in the description. Support our boy Luffy TV. And we are passing back. We are able to stun the Hody using the carrot there. 1 blocker, 1 leader effect open. But there's a pretty wide board here on the other side. 1 life. I really don't know who's going to get this one. If we have another Hody, though, like, I feel like we just win the game.
Yeah, Hody here just seals the deal. Okay, we got 9 lead.
All right, this means that we likely have the I'm Invincible.
Yep.
But with blocker, I don't think that's enough. I'm thinking about what we're using for the stun. I'm guessing we're going to use it on the Luffy.
Yeah. Oh, no, on the Nami.
Oh, interesting. Just preventing them from getting another card draw, I suppose.
Yeah. They're not afraid of dying this turn, I guess?
I guess not. Green mirror matches kind of end in this weird way where both players are just trying to prevent the other player's Hody from hitting the board. You just block her up a lot, especially for Bonnie. Like, you always... It means like you have to like sometimes keep 3 Dawn open. But I don't. This seems scary. Like, with 1 blocker up? Like, what's our play with this last 4 Dawn?
Yeah, I mean the Uta blocker will unrest the Luffy, but
sure.
Hody is still on the table here, and if there is a Hody, it's ugly.
Yeah, Hody would just, I think, be enough. Honestly, I think it's our Bonnie players just recognizing that if they got more card draw off the Nami, it's scarier. But man, I think you're okay to take this, to be honest. If you think you can win next turn. It just means like you have to try to go for game next turn.
Yeah.
But I think that's fine. I think you want to try to keep your Bart around. And again, both these players are X1. Whoever wins gets to be in top 8, goes to top cut next round.
Yeah, I'm sure the Uta player in particular is probably drooling at the thought of a bracket full of Blackbeards. So.
Yeah, because I think we've guaranteed like 2 or 3. Well, one was undefeated, Ernesto's X1, so at least 2 in top 8. Might see a Marco in there.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
we are
we
taking the
do-
block. Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
So
We're
we did
playing
end up
another Uta. Oh, okay.
I'm invincible. Swing him down to okay.
I don't know if I understand that play.
Okay, Hody is definitely very scary now.
Yeah.
I am terrified of Hody here.
And what are we keeping the one Dawn open for?
The green gun Gatling.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Oh, okay. No.
They are afraid about winning. Any 8-drop kids?
Yeah, just desperately looking for ACOS kid and
I don't think any Usopp's got even an X2 record. I'll know more once we finish this round.
okay, we did find the kid. So
And
that delays.
With Cav, we can still do the thing. But if we have Shanks, it just lose. Unless we have Rosie too. There's so many ifs.
Yeah.
If ands.
A lot of things have to go right here, but we are clearing board here, it looks like. So 6 lead, stun the
Odie.
Nami. Oh,
Odie, yeah, he's the
Hody,
the
yeah.
Uta player is already well aware of what's happening to that Uta, to that Hody.
yeah. Got 5 lead, easy counter. All right.
8 for Kid. Use the effect.
What blocker do we got?
Oh, we have so many cards in hand. No blocker seems to be the answer.
Uh-oh.
That is less good, I'll be honest. Rosie would be great. Tashigi would be fine. Nothing's bad. Okay, it's Tashigi.
Oh, Tashigi.
So that does stop a Shanks from just ruining our day.
Yeah, that's good.
But it does mean we can just start swinging willy and nilly.
Yeah, we're going to have to do some big swings here. I mean, if he has another I'm Invincible in hand, could swing just really, really big, let the Luffy get rested, and then swing.
And then go again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
play
just
Hody.
play another Hody. But Hody, okay.
I'm not sure. I'm with you. This, I mean, this is what?
This is still risky.
Double 2K gets us out of here, out of like 6 cards in hand.
Yeah.
Okay, our 0 cost and a 1K. We need 1K more. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Bonnie tops 8. Yep.
Yeah,
yep,
Bonnie top 8.
We've decided this. Oh, super close. Yeah, Kid's able to just sneak it there. Curious to see if we had Shanks. Looks like they're not going to show us.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if I could see like why Tashigi was the decision there though. I think just swinging larger with Uta was probably better though.
Yeah.
Because if you had like another I'm Invincible, and you had a chance to draw one off the Nami, you were in a better spot. But
Yeah, tremendously. Yeah, risky play, I think, with the Hody. I think I would have liked to see the leader swing and just see it. I mean, they did ditch an I'm Invincible the turn prior to restand the Luffy. So maybe I thought they would have another one in hand, but
Yeah.
if they went 12-12, I felt like, you know, that gives them at least a chance. But
Yeah.
unfortunate.
All right. There are literally no games playing.
No, okay.
So I think we're actually in that final spot. We have 5 minutes left in round.
But everyone's done.
Yeah. We are donezo.
So we'll know exactly who is in Top Cut here in a bit.
Once people actually record their matches.
Yeah.
That's just never an easy. Yeah. Ernesto didn't record that he won. Table 4 we just watched, so that they have a minute. Table 2 didn't report. That's crazy, even though they're the ones everyone's waiting on. So
Yeah.
I don't think this break's going to be that long. I'm going to put 7 minutes. That's probably going to be too much, but we're going to just make sure we get everything transitioned into the top 8 cut. We are not done for the day. I'll make sure to see what leaders are in top 8 and hopefully into top 16 if I have that moment. We're going to take that time, and yeah, we will be right back. All right. All right. All right. All right. Apologies for the extended delay, but we do have a top 8. We're gonna go to table 3. It's Smoker, which we haven't seen Smoker all
All
day.
day,
I
yeah.
was like, man, no one showed up with Smoker today. Oh, but they did. They did show up with Smoker today. So that is in our top 8. That's gonna be table 3. And then the what are our leaders in the top 8 right now?
Okay, so in the top 8, we have 3 Marshall D teaches.
Yeah.
The Doflamingo that we have on screen, 1 Shanks, 1 Ploofy, 1 Bonnie, and of course this 1 red-green Smoker. So a lot of teaches, and we knew that going into the tournament that we had a lot of teaches today.
Yeah.
But yeah, big conversion rate because we've got 3 of them in our top 8.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's a pretty strong conversion. I know a lot of people. Teach just got like 1.5 really good cards.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 if you round 2 of the halves up. Like Liberation's like half a good card.
Sure, yeah.
And we also see Shiryu, right?
Yeah,
also,
and then Kuzan. So actually, it's like 2.5.
Kuzan's the full card.
Okay.
Yeah, that is guaranteed good card. The other 2, they add up to a good card. You play 2 copies of each, right? That's 4 copies.
Yeah.
So not too surprising to see that one up there, but honestly, a good diversity. I think the only deck that I was kind of expecting to see here is that instead of Smoker, maybe the Zoro.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I was thinking like even when we just saw the numbers, like there weren't that many Zoro players today.
Yeah.
And that definitely benefited the teaches that came out to play today.
Yeah. And if we looked at the full top 16, so I didn't plan it this way clearly, but all of top 8 were X1. Our last X1 was 8th place. So I'm happy that worked out. That it wasn't someone got X1 9th place and feel bad about it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Which is kind of why I sort of planned it, right? Based on how many people we had, unless we had over 128 players, like likely that was the rounding for it. So, but in the X2 hopefuls who got top 16 and prized out as well, we did see Purple Luffy, we did see Rob Lucci, we saw our Lim, Uta, Marco players, Moria, and then a couple Shanks players. So a good amount of diversity in general, and excited to go over those. So the top 16 will be out on Eggman Events Monday morning, if not sooner on Sunday if I'm feeling ambitious. But let's just kind of jump into this matchup. It's kind of started without us a little bit, but Smoker versus Dofi. Looks like we've got the Sanji immediately, which is really good, but hopefully they don't have the law to bounce it back to hand.
Yeah, I think, Dofi just as a leader, very aggressive, and can definitely put the hurt onto Red Green Smoker. But on the other hand, Red Green Smoker does have access to ACOS Kid in order to just, bunker up and be very annoying for Dofi to deal with. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how this match will end up going. We do see the leader ability, and yeah, of course, there is the law.
Yeah, unfortunate. And so no. I mean, you still were able to get like a 7K attack in with the combination of the Smoker effect and Sanji being able to be a 7K on your own turn very easily, but definitely would have appreciated still on board.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the hurdle for every deck that's dealing with Dofi is just like, how do you manage Dofi's tempo with all these bounce cards, with the bounce law, with the Jozu? It feels like when that curve is just perfect for Dofi, it is just such an uphill battle to try to climb out of. So I'm curious what we'll see from Red Green Smoker on this particular turn.
Yeah, and looks like we're playing 5 for Smoker. Sorry, we have 6 Dawn right now, but then using immediately our leader effect and our Smoker effect to
get a bajillion Dawn back.
Can you believe we play a 7K for 2 Dawn? That's absurd.
Every time I see Red Green Smoker have the opener with the 5-cost Smoker, it's just like do your costs not exist?
Yeah, they do not. No, it is. You get so much free value off that.
Yeah, one of my friends is a really big believer of this deck, and he loves playing the Monet in particular.
Sure.
And in combination with Monet and the restanding of the Dawn from 5-cost Smoker and just the leader ability, it literally just does feel like you get like twice as much Dawn as your opponent sometimes.
Yeah, you have to. I feel like I have to double check sometimes. Like this is the legal play, right? This is the right amount of Dawn. Oh man, I knew it.
Man,
you knew it. I knew it. Yeah, like if you're able to sequence it with Law to Jozu like this, there's so many decks that just literally can't do anything about it. It's so brutal. All right, there's the Sanji they gracefully added back to our hand. And unfortunately, we weren't able to get rid of that law. Would have felt
Yeah.
a lot better if we did. Honestly, I think if we went 9K instead of playing the Rosie to make sure we got rid of the law, slightly better.
Yeah,
But
maybe save a card in hand.
we'll see if this Rosie on board is going to be worth the investment we had.
Yeah, I mean, if he is just trying to play around Kid and just trying to set that up, I could see it maybe working out. But okay, we're gonna Otama, so
Yeah, get the reduction on likely the law.
yeah, get into a swing range that Oh no, we're gonna go after the Jozu. So in
Oh,
combination
interesting.
with Beckman, yeah,
Okay, I don't mind this play.
yeah. And
Uh,
now we still have 7 left to go after the law. Very good.
yeah, this is solid. So it gets rid of the board. I was thinking like maybe there could be like a Gum Gum Mole Gun kind of play.
Yeah.
Losing a 2K out of hand feels a little bit bad, but yeah, I think we'll easily take that trade. And a 7K or 7 cost body is essentially out of range for what most of Dofi does, unless they just want to drop a Red Rock
Red
right
Rock,
now.
and that's so inefficient. It
Yeah.
feels. Yeah.
All right, we got Boa. This is going to let us be able to attack big and set up another body. Using the 7, we're going to hit the Weevil's so good. So good.
good. Yeah.
We're going to Rosie block while we still can. And likely pass from there. Yeah, Dofi still has like, what, 5 or 6 cards in hand?
Yeah.
5? Brutal.
And so definitely still a lot of. I mean, Red Green Smoker has a hill to climb for sure.
It does, yeah. But I think Smoker, this is probably one of the better spots that it could hope for, I think.
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. If it can, deal with the board this turn and then next turn maybe establish that kid or whatever, I think they'll be likely in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go 9 into the Weevil.
Oh, very expensive. Yeah, 2Ks.
Double 2Ks, though. Not expensive enough. All right, another.
Yeah.
That's pretty nasty, not going to lie. And then get 2 back. All right.
Another 8.
8.
There's no way, right?
No, I think it has to be. Yeah, 8 into Weevil.
Does he have the another 2K? No, okay.
No,
It
no.
finally goes down. Okay.
All right, this is pretty good now all of a sudden.
Yeah, yeah. Was able to finally finish out the rest of the board, and then
The Weevil.
yeah,
Sorry.
another
Sorry, let me just draw one real quick. What'd you say?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say like the problem is now Red Green Smoker is like starting to get a really really threatening board here, and the life is gonna start disappearing from Dofi's side real quick.
Yeah, and we're opting not to use leader effect. We're just gonna play likely another Weevil. All right, another Beckman for 7 to kind of trade for it. All right, we know that there's still like a 5-drop Smoker in hand. We could play 8-drop Kid, just force them to have the
Red Rock and yeah.
We can also with leader effect, we should be able to we can do 12 down plays, which means that we could play 8-drop Kid and Tashigi and a blocker if we're really ambitious.
Also, the Red Green Smoker plays the Igloo event. I forgot what the full name of it is.
Yeah, I think it's like 10-layer Igloo is the better.
Very good against multiple attacks in a single turn. So, if we see Smoker hold up to Dawn, we probably know what's going to be happening there.
Oh, but 5 is great. Yeah, they're going to easily take this. No trigger in life. 7K with our first Beckman. 7K with our second one, which we might 2K, 1K. No, okay, just getting rid of it. All right, yeah, it is going to be the 8-drop Kid. We're going to use our leader effect to get 2 back. We're going to play Rosie for 2. Off the leader effect, rather. Okay, or off the 8-drop effect. Yeah.
I was really hoping that the 3 down would be used for Tashigi because, the Red Rock here just puts you in such a vulnerable spot. And we, of course,
yeah. And this is kind of the spot that we get ourselves in, where 8-drop Kid is a menace in a format where people are not expecting 8-drop Kid.
Yeah.
But in this format where most people are like, okay, this card exists, and you have an out to it. Sometimes it's not trivial to be able to find the out, but if you do and you run it, it just makes it pretty tough.
Yeah, and we're gonna snipe out the the Rosinante with the law.
Yeah, not returning the Otama. Too bad.
So yeah, 7K into life. We do have that 2 Dawn, like I was saying before, so likely has the 10-layer Igloo card, but choosing not to use it for now. Just going to take this.
All right. Yeah, if we do have it, yeah, this would be the great spot for it.
Yeah.
I think the only other thing we were waiting for, like maybe if you had like a mole gun, we could have gotten rid of it, but.
Oh, wow. Okay, we're going to.
Another one.
Okay.
All right.
So.
We could have like another 8-drop kid and just say, I don't think you have.
Another Red Rock.
Yeah.
And you used another Tashiki as a 2K, so that means, yeah, this is a little scary.
How do you attack board? Do you attack face?
You definitely want to test his hand somehow. I feel like throwing a 7 to life could be scary enough to just force the 2K, 1K, at least, from hand.
I mean, we can go. I mean, if we think we can win, we can go 9 with leader, 6
Yeah,
left.
That seems so scary, though. You definitely want, like, one more turn if you can.
Yeah, I like starting with the 7 though.
Yeah, yeah. Just a test.
There was a Red Sanji. I think they went X2. I'll probably how many X2 bubbled out of top 16? We had quite a bit. We had 9.
Oh.
9 of them. So I'll see if there's any additional unique bubble lists.
By the way, we did see one of the 7K swings get countered out.
They've got like 4 cards in hand right now.
Yeah.
We went 5K into life, and they countered out of that one too. Or into law. Okay, taking that 7. All right, 10 drop Dofi. No one expected. All right, second kid.
Okay, yeah, second kid. I figured after taking life down to 0, it has to be a kid.
Yeah.
But
just
now,
be like, all right, you don't have a second Red Rock.
Yep.
And we got another Rosie. Not that it matters in this matchup.
Do you have the Red Rock and the Bounce Law? And then they're gonna play over
Virgo. All right.
Okay.
Searching for a 2K or for the 10-layer Igloo. Getting a non-counter.
Aye.
Not your friend.
Oh, that's so risky.
Yeah, that is rough. All right, show me Red Rock.
I mean, Dofis do play like 4 of them now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think 3. If I was playing Dofi, I'd probably be playing 3. And yeah, finding 2 of them is pretty much just asking for a game 2.
All right, 7 in. We know we've got the Igloo event, so there we go.
So this will get out of 2 attacks, essentially.
Yeah.
But if we, given the -2, it's a -2 to something.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be a 7, and then this last 7 for game. Do they have 2K, 1K? Oh, no. Oh, that's so brutal.
Yeah.
Oh, man. They were so close to winning that game.
They were very
so
close.
close. Brutal.
3 smokers and a Hody in hand.
Yeah. It just happens when there's just so many good cards with no counter. All right. Well, but luckily for Georgios, this is a best of 3. So they will be able to get the run back. They didn't get to go first, which I think most smoker players like to do as well. Since Giancarlo finished higher in the bracket, they decided to go first, which I think is fair for not only better for your matchup, but worse for the smoker matchup. So we'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, Giancarlo is definitely on game point here. Needs 1 more, and they get into that top 4. Yeah, super close though. Super close. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the state of green players at the moment.
Yeah.
Is just sometimes the deck give, and sometimes the deck give away.
Yeah, it definitely. You're just like, man, these, and that's like the issue with Smoker too is that your hand, like your cycling, is pretty low as well.
Yeah.
You don't really like Virgo's like your only search card. Like Sanji like draws you a card sometimes. Like Hody draws you a card sometimes if you want to think of it that way. But you just have these games where literally it's just Smoker and Hody stuck in your hand, and you just feel bad about it.
Yeah.
I almost want to play like 3 copies of 5-cost Smoker as a Mad Lad.
That is
right. Like
that is. Oh man.
and then maybe like 2 Rush Luffys as like the backups for it, but
That is blasphemy, sir.
it's just like that card's really good on curve, and then otherwise you're like, I never have time to play this ever again.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because like your most powerful plays are off the back of playing it on your 5-down turn. So you
Yeah.
want as many copies as possible.
But then once you see the one, right, like you're like, okay, no more, please.
Yeah. Especially when oh man, when Dofi just bounces it back to hand. I mean, it is brutal.
Yeah,
It is
and,
brutal.
We have Giancarlo just being very kind, showing us immediately like, hey, I've got a Virgo, or not a Virgo, I got a Sengoku and a Law, so
Whatever you play.
whatever you play. I think if we still had Sanji, I think it was still worth doing the song and dance
Yeah.
because it forced them to have to play Law. But now if there's like I don't know, a Boa or a Weevil off this, it's just better for our Dofi player.
So big 9.
Big 9, yeah. We will take that. And I'm guessing we hit Mulgun, which we unfortunately couldn't do anything with. So, all right. We're at 5. I mean, if we have Smoker, we definitely play it.
Yeah.
And then we can go. Oh, that's.
Oh yeah, just have to swing 5 and then.
Are we gonna play Tashigi?
Shigi here would be quite nice,
Yeah.
honestly.
Because they won't be able to Jozu and Law on the same turn.
Yeah,
So.
they can swing 5-6 back into the Tashigi just to get rid of it. I don't think Smoker would necessarily defend all that, but yeah, having Tashigi out is just really nice. Oh, okay.
But here's like the other thing. Like you can try to you can bounce the Shigi back to hand, but then you just get it back to hand. Like what's the negative, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not too upset about that. You can play it again next turn if you need to. They gave you back a 2K, so you're not upset.
And yeah, this looping Sengokus is just such a great feeling if you're a Dofu player.
It's a key feature.
Yeah. It basically just says like all your laws and Josus have the ability like pay 1 more Dawn to search another card. Like it's so insane.
Yeah. All right, going down to 2 pretty quickly. A little scary.
Yep.
And then 2.
Okay, but having access to Smoker is a big deal on this turn. So I think
That does help.
yeah, I think compared to the last game where like Smoker had at this point in the game actually nothing on board, this is much better at least.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're just gonna have to bank on the kid. Oh, you're not even there yet. You're at 7 Dawn.
No, yeah. Hody turn. That's what I mean. No, don't play Hody.
I mean, if you had the event, you could Hody chase after the board, and then you hold up the event with using Smoker Leader ability. It's not the worst. It's just pretty scary.
Yeah. Assumedly going into leader, 7K banish. So yeah, that if we have Beckman's probably pretty good. We're able to get rid of a Boa and then go like 8 into Weevil.
Yeah. Just stem the bleeding just a little bit. Yeah, it looks like it will be the Beckman.
Yeah. And then do we want to leave 2 open for 10-layer Igloo potentially. We can go like 6 into. At this point, I'd go 6 in the leader. Like 6 into Weevil is just the same. They're gonna defend it no matter what.
Yeah.
I'd rather.
Get the 2K if
Yeah.
they're yeah.
Yeah, 6 into somewhere. I'm gonna say leader at this point.
Yeah.
It was in the Weevil. All right.
Okay.
Oh, and then we did have 2 open for instead of the 10-layer, it's the Rosie.
Yeah. Yeah, playing out the Rosie means next turn you could play a Tashigi off the Kid, and that gives you like that, fortress setup.
Yeah.
The question is, will the Rosie still be here?
That is a very, 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 very good question.
Yeah, that last game, Dofi just had such a perfect setup. Bounce Law into Jozu with 2 red rocks behind. Like,
And honestly, like I don't even think Georgios did anything wrong. I think it's like putting your opponent to have 2 of their out cards. I think is very fair. And
yeah,
he was a little bit unfortunate in the fact that they had both of them, and he was just 2K short. If he had any additional counter in hand instead of 4 bricks, he'd be in a good spot. But without it, yeah, just a little bit tough. And unfortunately, too, Dofi's just doing Dofi things. So we're gonna play it.
Oh, playing over the teach here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Either's fine. I think getting the 1-drop searcher is probably better.
It is unfortunate because now your future turns with Dofi are just a little bit more subpar.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that feeling as Dofi, having to play over a teach, but yeah, probably just bringing back the 1 cost that gives you additional cards in hand is probably just better.
Yeah, and I like taking this just in case we hit like the mole gun. Would have been great. 6K to lead, yeah, 2K with Otama. And do we have 0 cost event? Do we have 2K, 1K? We have a lot of cards in hand, so hopefully we got something. Yeah, 2K, 1K with Tashigi.
2K, 1K, and yeah, use the Tashigi. Interesting.
All right. What's our best play here?
Like, optimally, having an 8-cost Kid, having that bring out Tashigi, use Smoker ability, bring out the Rosinante, like, setting up that Fortress would probably be the best thing possible here.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, just need to see all those combinations of cards.
Yeah, I think our first thing is probably 5K with Smoker to... we might just be doing, Mole Gun. All right, this is fine too. Just going to get the minus into, the Boa and then remove it. We're going to get 3 Dawn back. So we paid 1 for that.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good value.
Okay, if we're doing this, then I think, definitely no Kid.
Oh, do we have another one? Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
Another Mulgun. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to get rid of the, yep. So they weren't in life, unfortunately. They were stuck in hand. Okay, 3rd Mulgun would go crazy, right? There's no way, right? 5 into
one of the laws, I'm sure.
Yeah. Just curious what we're doing with this extra 4 Dawn. 7 into one of the laws, yeah, taking it. 7 into 7K banish. All right, there goes Jozu. 2 for Rosie, and then 2 for 10-layer Igloo.
Yeah.
All right, I don't hate it. Also kind of sets you up for potential lethal with Hody next turn.
You got to put some fear into Dofi that he could go for a next turn, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
brutal. Hello, fear.
Oh my god, that's so brutal.
Yeah.
And then maybe just blind leader ability for the next 7.
Yeah, but I like this attack too because it plays around Igloo.
Yeah.
Kinda, right? You can do it, and then you need like another 2K. The benefit here, though, is that likely they won't play another body. Oh, okay, 1K. It's Teach, which was blind, but still.
Still a body.
Oh, taking it?
Take.
Oh.
Okay, so maybe it's Hody and go for it?
Hody and Go for it can get you there. We'd be like 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9 with leader ability.
I would have been way more comfortable at 1 life right here if we can, because we're likely clearing this board too, which makes it feel a lot better. So even if it was like Igloo to do it, I think we needed to get out of that Dofi attack.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. So my friend Shane, who plays a lot at like Project, he's one of the Project sponsored players. He's been playing a lot of Smoker, and he doesn't like ACOS Kid because he thinks everyone just has too many answers to it. You know?
I think that's super fair. But honestly, at some point, since you get more Dawn than any other deck in the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're sinking technically like 6 or 7 Dawn, so they have to sink the same amount of Dawn back. Sometimes this means that you get to stall out another turn.
Yeah.
Like Kid to stall out another turn so that Hody can win you the game is sometimes worth it. Kid is never meant to stay on the board the entire game after it hits, right? I think it's just to let you get late enough into the game for you to be able to win with Hody.
Yeah.
But man, you can tell this is quite stressful here.
Yeah.
2 cards in hand. Oh, with 2 cards in hand, I'd probably start thinking like, oh, I can win. Hody gets me there.
7. Please let this
Yeah,
hit.
please.
Please.
Please. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a chance.
Oh, do we have Hody?
Okay.
Do we have Rush Luffy?
What is this?
Oh, this is 8 Dawn for what, Kid?
Oh no, Kid can't be right?
10
It's
for
too
Dofi.
scary.
10 drop Dofi.
10 drop Dofi would be sick
He
here.
wins you the game for sure. If we play that card.
Oh man.
Oh, 4 cards in hand. Okay. Ooh,
Oh, 7 is so scary. 7 is so scary. I would think it has to be at least an 8K. Oh,
no,
okay. We're
let's
pivoting.
get even smaller.
Yeah. Oh, that was
Okay.
double 1K. He was out of 2Ks.
Yeah.
Okay, but we are going with the Kid.
Yeah, okay. Get 2 Dawn back.
And then play out.
Nothing. Again. Yeah, okay. All right, 10-layer Igloo can get you there, though. Except for that you left the Teach on the board. I think you should have removed the Teach.
Yeah.
All right, 10-layer Igloo.
Okay.
They have 6 Dawn, so we need 2K to get out. Right?
I forget exactly how Igloo reads. It's like
It's +3 to
plus
you
3
and
and
minus.
then -2 to something? Or is it -1?
You get +5K deficit.
Okay, so -2 then.
Oh, so scary. Let me bring it up. Yeah, I think we needed that last attack needed to go into Teach probably. 2K.
2K.
Oh, and 1K. We're out.
There's a 1K.
We're out.
Okay.
We're out. Okay. All right. And going to game 3.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Woo! Absolute nail biter.
Very scary.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I thought Smoker was out of it, but narrowly out of just having counter for every one of those attacks.
Yeah, that was as close as it possibly gets, and
Yeah, we got game 3. We got 30 minutes, so we should be good. And yeah, super scary. Super duper scary. Yeah, 'cause they got to 11K, and then the 10-layer Igloo gets you like a 10K deficit or a 5K deficit and 2K,
yeah,
and then a 1K
and then
to
a
get
1K
out
just
of.
with
Yeah.
the last attack. Yeah,
Oof.
very scary.
Very, very scary.
I think I mean that it was that close,
Yeah.
and he got the optimal curve. So
Hey,
now
honestly, both games were really close.
Yeah, that's true, that's
I
true.
think game 1 was also if it was down to just having a little bit more counter, because Dofi was clearly dead on the next turn. So um, couldn't Dofi use Teach Effect to make Teach swing for 5? They use Teach's Effect to make Dofi swing bigger.
Yeah, use 6 for Red Rock.
Yeah, he used it already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the numbers were correct. Those are the largest swings he could have done. But it was narrow. It was close. And again, with how Smoker runs, right? Like the last cards being 2K, 1K, not often, right? But yeah, that's why 10-layer Igloo is such a sick card, because it can get out of like a big 9K attack by itself, or get out of like a 7 and 8.
Yeah. Very, very
or 2 sevens.
flexible.
Yeah.
And those are kind of like the magic numbers against Dofi.
Yeah.
You want to be able to counter out of 2 sevens. Okay, now
right.
this is the next challenge. Do it on your off curve now.
Yeah. Being able to, Smoker again likes to go first. No 1-drop though for Dofi. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that is my experience with Dofi.
He used Teach. Yeah, 100%. That was 11K. I promise you, it was 11K. He put Extra Dawn straight from Red Rock. He might not have put a card to the top of his deck, but it didn't matter. It was 11K.
Okay, so no 1-drop for Dofi means this next leader swing will have to be a blind hit, and on top of that, it kind of turns off any. Okay, so he did have the Teach,
yeah.
But it does turn off the ability to play out like Bounce Law here, and in the future could make it more difficult to play something like Jozu out.
Yeah. Also, we had table 1 finish. Going into this, we had three Teaches and then single copies of Dofi, Shanks, Purple Luffy, Bonnie, and Smoker. And at table 1, we did have. Let me double check here. We did have Andy, who was undefeated in Swiss with Teach, versus Anthony, who was also playing Teach. So Andy was able to win the Teach mirror match. All right.
Okay, just a big 9 swing. Yeah, just not even choosing to play anything.
Honestly, I don't think that's too bad.
Yeah.
Just the guarantee removal of the Weevil doesn't feel too bad. All right. Again, I think we're just gonna swing 8 though.
Yeah, just a bajillion into life. Bring out something.
Another one.
Keep drawing those cards.
It's just so brutal. We could do. Let's see. We're at 6. We could play Smoker and then get
Swing
enough.
8.
Well, we could use enough to play Mulgun if we get the other 4 in the swing 5. Okay, Smoker. Get 3 back. We got Mulgun.
Yeah, and notably compared to the first game, again, Dofi doesn't have like a small drop to just bring back with Jozu, so that's pretty good for him.
Yeah, and then likely just playing Tashiki to make sure the
yeah.
Smoker stays around. But this board on the other side from Dofi is aggressive.
It is aggressive, but it definitely needs to find some answers here because yeah, doesn't have the ultimate like tempo blowout curve that he had on turn 1. So okay, we see Jozu gonna bounce the Tashigi.
Oh, I'm surprised we didn't try to bounce the
Smoker. Yeah, just
Yeah. I would have definitely tried to do that instead, because then we can just pressure it and get that out of hand easier. Because this 6K could go into a 4K. Yeah, I think that maybe minor misoptimization. Because then, yeah, we'd be able to swing 2 6s into a... Oh, we're not attacking with Boa even. Oh, very interesting.
Okay.
I'm not. I think that play that turn could have been way more aggressive.
I'm curious for the reasoning for not swinging with Boa there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just out of fear of Smoker's banish?
I guess like you don't care though, right?
Yeah,
Like
right. I don't think you would care.
I don't think you really care about that.
Okay, Mulgun, yeah.
Yeah, because you're losing Boa now anyways, so. Oh, or sorry, you're losing Jozu. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so you give something -5, and then you get rid of a 2K,
A 2K,
or less.
yep.
Yeah.
So, bye-bye, Jozu. Get a bajillion Don back.
Yeah, so you played that for 1. If we have 7 for Beckman.
Oh, that is great.
Brutal, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like why I think you attack with Boa. There's just so much removal potential.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we just do go ahead and get the banish out.
Yeah, then why did we keep Boa around anyways? What's the? I'm very curious. We playing another smoker?
We do have to address the board. Playing another smoker here opens you up to getting gravity bladed, which would feel pretty bad.
Yeah, Beckman would be.
Beckman would be ideal.
Yeah. But no one expects the Hody. All right. Oh, Carrot.
Oh, Carrot's good too.
That's great. Yeah.
It is still unfortunate to open yourself to gravity blade here.
I think the only difference is I would have attacked with Smoker anyways, because if they blocked with Boa, then we could have stunned with the Boa with the Carrot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gravity Blade is here to stay. That's brutal. That is brutal.
Yeah, and Gravity Blade, especially while having Teach out, it just means like you just have more board spam available to you. Hey, this Dofi deck pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I
think it has potential.
I think it needs to play one more body. I think that's really what's holding it back.
Maybe they should print something like that out, huh?
Yeah, that'd be ideal, I think.
Oh my god, it'll bounce law.
Man, why did I look away and the board was like 1-6 now? Like, sorry, 1-4.
Oh, I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, it's brutal. All right, well maybe they don't have Red Rock though. Maybe that's the constellation.
Yeah. They can't have that too.
No, that'd be unfair.
You're telling me blue has 7 costs, remove 2 6 costs, and remove anything for a 6 costs event? That's crazy.
I already tell you.
Oh man. Oh, that doesn't look like a kid.
Oh,
there's the
one
back
turn
line.
late. Brutal.
Oh, I think this is just all too slow now.
Yeah.
Maybe another carrot here. No. 8.
Rosie and
Okay, 1K.
Igloo for 2.
This is a no, yeah. Rosie,
Yeah.
hold up 2.
Yeah. No commentator bias, but. Did he? I don't think
Pay
so.
6. Pay 7, use leader ability, restand 2, 5 Dawn, play out.
If anything, I think you should have one more Dawn.
You should have one more Dawn, right?
Yeah, I think you paid 8. Because it should be 7, we get 5. Unless there's just one more Dawn.
One more Dawn
leader.
underneath leader, probably. Because I think that was an 8 swing.
You get 2 Dawn back from leader effect.
Yeah, I think it was an 8 into the 6. Okay. Somehow Smoker needs to hold out for like another 2 turns, and I just don't know if you get that.
Or wait, was it? Let me see. That might have. You might be right. There might be one extra Dawn.
Swung 7.
Because he played 2 and then kept 2 open and added 2. Yeah, so it's 7 plus 6. Yeah, that's 13 Dawn. Here, let me get right. Thank you, chat. Yeah, which is I honestly I think Dofi was in the driver's seat a lot, but you do have to play the right amount. Thank you for catching that.
Oh, I don't think there's anyone. 2Ks.
No.
Yeah.
And there's going to be 7K. Yeah, they did have the 2 for that. I don't think they were unfortunately for Georgia, I don't think they were getting there anyways.
Yeah.
I think Dofi had such the tempo before him, but yeah, you popped in just sorry about that. Sorry for stepping on toes for head judge. I wasn't even judging, right? I was just I was letting chat tell me. So yeah, there we go. All right. So that is table 3. So Dofi's going into top 4. Go back to us real quick. Table 2 ended. And at table 2, let me see. We had Humberto versus Xavier. And we had Humberto win that one with Purple Luffy. So we have Marshall G. Teach, Purple Luffy. And then we had this match, which was Doflamingo. And then we have James. So it's Shanks versus Teach on table 4. Let's go over there.
Okay.
All right, let me see.
Looks like we just cleaned up.
Did you guys just finish up? Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Who ended up taking it? James did? All right, cool. Thank you. 2, because it's best of 3, right? Okay, cool. Just making sure. Yeah, put 2. Thank you. All right. Yeah, round's over. So that's cool.
Okay.
That's good timing.
Yeah.
So we have again the good variety. We have Dofi, Purple Luffy, Teach, and Shanks, which if asked what are the best 6 decks in the format, these are 4 of them.
Yeah, I mean this is
I think the only other ones I would say are Shanks and Bonnie.
Zoro.
Zoro and
Yeah.
Bonnie, which we did have a Bonnie in top 8, and we also had and we did have some Zoros, but not get as far today. We might have gone some in X2, which I can search for later, but I would definitely say these are 4 of the strongest decks, if not the strongest 4 in this format right now, so not very surprised. That's what it looks like.
I honestly thought in that best of 3 was such a showcase for how strong Doflamingo still is.
Yeah.
Like, it is just so insane having that ability to just play out bodies, keep bouncing your opponent's bodies out of the way, and then you just like never get tempo back, because if you're playing too many like mid-range bodies, Grav Blade.
Yeah.
If you play too many, just too slow with like a big guy and try to hold that guy, Red Rock. Like it feels like you're kind of in this tough spot of like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. It's still like very early game tempo based. I think 2-drop Teach just carries a lot of matchups too. If you see that card in curve, some decks like legitimately can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
Which feels so bad because that just fixes a lot of your issues. It lets you play bodies while still being aggressive without. Like, instead of like the leader effect being like a draw 1, it's just that you're going neutral, right?
Yeah.
You're just still aggressively attacking and playing bodies. So very, very, very tough when Rob Lucci's definitely less present in the meta. But we're going to go into top 4 pretty soon. I think we're just going to stay in this chat. I don't think we're going to take a break.
Maybe I should be playing Dofi tomorrow.
You could, right? I don't think there's a right answer 100%. Someone in chat said this, and what is it? I think I'm the same way, where I'm like, I have no idea what I want to play this format. There's just so many choices. I think depending on who you ask, this is either a really good format or a really bad format, where there's a lot of decks that are viable, but the issue is that there's too many decks that might be viable. There's nothing that it's difficult to target 1 or 2 decks without like being untargeted by the other ones.
Yeah. People always talk about like the idea of matchup roulette, and for sure this set is like where matchup roulette just feels like at its heaviest, you know. And so if you prepare for certain decks, but then you only see the decks that you didn't prepare for or didn't want to see, then like that's not your tournament. So
yeah, for sure. And so it's going to be interesting to see when we have large scale regional starting next weekend here in North America. They've been kind of running in Europe and Oceania already, but it's been the pre format, pre restrictions. So it's going to change obviously with the restrictions being live on the first, and it's going to be. We're going to both be at Pasadena, so that'll be
Yep.
cool. Virginia's happening as well. Peoria the week after that. Toronto. There's a bunch of international events for us that I don't have even eyes on right now, but we'll be trying our best to look at them when they finish, and should be a lot of fun. Let's see what chat's saying. Yeah, the top 8 decks were 3 Teach, a Dofi, Shanks, Purple Luffy, Bonnie, and Smoker. And then I will have top 16 out by Monday morning PST time, if not earlier if I'm feeling ambitious for tomorrow. But that is what that's looking like. Top 4 is Shanks, Dofi, Teach, and Purple Luffy.
Yeah.
So I'll probably decide to watch the match that isn't Dofi since we just watched that one. That's my bias for this next round. But looks like we already have the round paired up.
Yeah, paired up. I'm going to run to the bathroom really
yeah,
quick.
Yeah,
and then...
yeah, you are good. And yeah, because we'll start the next round in 5 minutes. Also, while we're waiting, if you guys like dice, which you should, we do have a restock on our Eggman dice and also the EXP Share Collectible custom tokens. You can find them in the description on the YouTube side, or if you use the dice command, you can pick those up today. Spent a lot of time getting these the way I like it, and big component of dice. And I didn't realize the little side market commodity market that these ended up making, and how hyped these are for you guys. So I hope you guys enjoy them. If you have any questions, let me know. But you can find them on the website, U.S. only because of just the state of the world. It's just easier for me right now. So I do apologize for international viewers, because I know you exist and I want to support you as I can, but it's just a little bit trickier right now to ship and sell internationally. So when I'm based out of the U.S. with things going on. So there it is. So make sure to check it out. And I'll be shipping the first set of these in the next day or two. I've already gotten quite a bit of orders, and I want to get those out to you guys as soon as possible. Or if you're going to be at Pasadena, let me know, and I can sell you these without shipping costs. You can just let me know about that if you want to pick them up. So looking at this, though, we have our Dofi player, Giancarlo. He's going to be at table 2 versus James, so it's going to be Dofi versus Shanks, which means that table 1 will be Purple Luffy versus Teach. So that is what we're going to jump on into. So let me get that set up. Well, you guys can just look at me for a minute.
I'm back.
All right. We were worried.
Whew. Didn't fall in.
Yeah, I was going to say, we lost you in there. Let's see. So we're going to have Andy Lynn. Andy is going to be playing the Teach. And then on the right, we're going to have Humberto.
Okay. I'm very interested in this matchup. I think a lot of the current Blackbeard lists aren't as prepared for Plouffe these days. Mm-hmm. Just being able to deal with 5 costs consistently can be kind of challenging for Teach. But that being said, I feel like Teaches have been able to just do their thing, and it still just is good enough to beat Plouffe. So we'll see how this ends up.
Yeah, I think in general it's favored Purple Luffy though, right?
Yeah, definitely. I do think Liberation helps a lot when Plouffe goes first, because they play their 4 costs on 4, and then if you use your leader ability, sometimes they play a 5-drop and swing 7 or something on their next turn, mm-hmm. and then that opens up for Liberation plays. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Purple Luffy will have more of the edge. I will say that Andy was our undefeated.
Yeah.
So he will be able to decide if he wants to go first or second. I think second is likely what you want, though taking Luffy off of its odd curve is generally not too bad either.
Yeah.
So, more so, I'm just not too familiar with this matchup specifically. If Andy wants to continue on his best curve or try to give Purple Luffy the least favorable curve. All right. Yeah, definitely. Definitely as a viewer, the meta's away. Like, it's rare to see mirror matches, rare to see even duplicate matches at times. I don't think we've had really, like, this is technically round 9, right?
Yeah.
I think we've been pretty fortunate to not really have a repeat matchup, really, at least as our first matchup per day. I think it's been pretty diverse, which is really cool to see.
Yeah. I think in general, it's kind of goofy to say it like this, but like I think like casual metas and competitive metas sometimes are at odds because I think like a good casual meta means that like, you can play a lot of different decks and you know your pet deck is able to win a local. But of course, competitors they want the least amount of RNG possible, the
Yeah.
least amount, you know, they just want as much consistency as possible. So sometimes those things are just at odds.
Yeah, and as much as like a tier 0 meta is like not so fun to watch as a viewer, it does mean, in my opinion, the better player wins more often, right? So it
Yeah.
can be more competitively edged.
As long as the decks are good for that.
Correct.
Yeah.
As long as it's not like, oh, Katakuri Rando Simulator. Yeah.
Yeah, if Katakuri is the best deck in the format, we got problems.
Yeah, that you might be right on that one. All right. Well, it looks like we're getting set up. Andy's feeling moderately confident with their opening hand. And looks like Humberto is as well.
All right. Here we go. Top 4 match.
And there will also be, I don't think we'll be watching it, but there will be a runner-up matchup as well, since there's different prizing between 3rd and 4th place. So I think it's just a box, but that's still, I think, a good chunk of change.
Yeah.
So looks like we're passing. Okay, Teach is deciding to go second. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
And yeah, no law from Luffy passing it back.
Yeah, I don't think Teach minds too much to give Ploofy his best curve because, you know, you get to that 7 drop, but he turns off your on play. So, you know, it's no difference. And it's much easier for him to deal with the 4 drop that comes out rather than the first 5 drops. So
Yeah. All right, using our leader effect, going to 4 Dawn. Do we have the Zoro Juro? Yeah, attacking first because there's a lot of triggers that can come out of that life.
yeah.
And then 4 for Zoro. Oh no, okay,
Bonkley, okay.
Not upset about that one either.
Oh,
and then the law. Wow.
The law. Okay. That's quite
Fancy.
nasty.
Yeah, and then getting the Usohachi for 2. As a 2K rather. Yeah, this is nice because again we want as many bodies as we can out on the board, and if we are afraid about Zoro or Lucci Taro, we have to lose a card every turn from the rest of the game.
Yeah.
As Blackbeard. All right, we're just going 5. All right, there goes Sangoro, which it's a little expensive. Okay, Doc Q to get rid of the law. Good trade there. And then Lafayette to be able to look top 5 for Blackbeard Pirates.
Yeah, now Bonkley looking kind of silly. Can't really swing.
Yeah. Best case is you can, pressure Doc Q or Lafayette. All right, and then discarding the Burgess off the leader effect. Yeah, respecting that Luffy Taro starts coming down next turn. Yeah, already at 7 Dawn without taking a card from our life thanks to the Bon Clay. We get like no searches or anything. And we do have access to a lot of rush in this deck too, but it's just unfortunate that it's all based off on play.
On plays,
Rush, yeah.
Okay, yeah, gonna go ahead and get rid of the Lafitte. But the additional ramp from Bonkley is really nice because the faster you can get to 10 Dawn with Ploofy, the faster you can start just playing 5 cost, 5 cost, 5 cost, 5 cost, 2 bodies a turn. And that's really where I think Blackbeard finds himself into trouble.
Man, how are we at 9 Dawn? Our opponent's at 4. All right.
Okay, so we are just going to play just the 7 cost here.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Because that also gets out of Liberation.
Liberation,
right?
yeah.
And no on plays due to the Blackbeard effect. So, but also being able to go to 10 next turn is nice, and just having an 8k body, not too bad.
So a lot of different options here. Could Van Augur just to get the Bonclay off the board. Could set up a Kuzan as well. I'm curious how Blackbeard what he'll do on this particular turn. Oh man, oh, that almost whiffed.
Yeah.
Okay, so double finger pistol and trash, and then
That
did
feels
pick up the
good
Van
for-
Augur.
Yeah, yeah. So you could Von Augur, get rid of Bon Clay with Doc Q, which
Yeah.
is fine. Gonna use leader effect. Oh, getting rid of the Von Augur.
Ditch, play Kuzan, then cycle it out. Yeah.
Yeah, get the Von Augur. Yeah. No, this is good. If you like one, Luffy's never going to be able to have an effect to get rid of the Kuzan anyways. So I'd rather have Von Augur out to be able to get the removal and another card draw if they need to try to get rid of it.
Yeah, like now if Luffy Taro swings into Van Augur, like Blackbeard's laughing to the bank.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cha-ching!
Oh, okay.
Oh,
yeah.
and
oh.
clearing the... Okay, so that's
A
very
king's
interesting.
bounty.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe, I mean, double 5Ks would be good, or 5 drops would be good.
Yeah.
All right, Zoro, and
Into
then
a 5-drop.
Okay, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay, but again, Liberation makes this look a little
Yeah, so, yeah.
spooky.
All right, gets another Von Augur. We have 8 Dawn right now. Spending 4 for the
Black
Black
hole, yeah. And then we're gonna establish
Our
Burgess.
first Burgess, yeah. And we are, I think, an 8K.
We're gonna have to keep ditching cards. So, what we leaving behind?
Yeah, and I think that's something that's kind of the tax, is because we have the ramp potential. We have to we have to start using our effect, I think, a turn earlier than most other decks to prevent the on plays. All right. Yeah, attack with Kid first. I think this is good in case
Yeah.
there is something out of life. Simple 2K. Next turn, we're going to 10 as Teach,
Yeah.
so we don't really want to make a large body.
7. And then we take the 8.
All right, going down to 2. But again, Teach has so many cards in hand. Sanji, maybe? Oh, no. Another Luffy Taro.
Holding up giant. Yeah, okay. So the thing is, Luffy is very healthy here. That Bonclay ramping was actually pretty significant. You just... That's one life. Actually, I think he just took the life.
He
Took
did,
a life,
yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah,
it
yeah.
didn't really matter.
Just meant you got to 10 a little bit faster. We have 1 Dawn open too, so we can Giant as well to protect anything we need to. I think we know that there's a Teach in hand. I mean, not that it's too surprising with all the additional draws, but it's pretty public knowledge. Getting another Von Augur.
Yeah, I mean, Teach is going to start running out of time here. There's a lot of bodies coming in.
All right.
Oh, taking
Taking
a 5
5.
swing.
Wow. Probably trying to pressure and trick that this going into the Kid. Yeah, so this is going to get Giant.
Yeah, this is perfect Giant value.
Yeah. All right, getting rid of 9 cost Luffy because that card is
just a 9/10.
Yeah, just the
matchup.
vanilla. Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, there's one more. Okay.
Oh wait, didn't they?
Oh, so it must have
Oh, it
been
must
to
have been a
life.
leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, at that point, yeah. All right, one of the Luffy Taros can't attack. And yeah, we got Teach out there.
Good old 10 cost Teach.
Yeah, thank goodness this card is leader restricted.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of effects like that in this game. And sometimes we run into trouble, but thank goodness they're like, this guy probably should only work for Blackbeard.
Okay, so if Ploofy is able to continue to go wide here, it could be trouble for the Blackbeard player. Simple 5K swing. We're gonna go ahead, counter out with another burgers. Yeah, we'll probably just end up taking at least one hit, so we'll take this one. Oh,
brutal.
Man.
Brutal.
Oh.
Hey, when you run like I don't know, two finger pistols came off the top of
yeah, we only.
earlier.
Jeez.
Yeah, Umberto is looking somber.
Yeah.
Hey, at least they didn't block this turn, right? They could have gotten more value, I guess, but
that is absolutely brutal. I had a game once on the sim where I swung with 2 rush 5 cost Luffy's, and each of them got finger pistol from life, and I was like, okay.
All right, yeah, I guess
you got it.
Yeah, you're just better today. I don't know. And we're just gonna play Sangoro and pass, which again is not our favorite thing, but we're probably mildly optimistic we might be able to do something here. Bait the swing with Kid. Likely they did that because they thought that Luffy Taro was going to get blocked by Teach, and then they'd attack with Kid afterwards. And if they don't block with Teach, then you just leave your Kid open. I don't think it was bad sequencing. If you're trying to bait them to not block, because then otherwise you just be able to leave a blocker open. Yeah, it was likely better to go like 9 though. If you knew that your turn was just going to be Sangoro and pass, yeah, 9 with Eustace and then 9 with Kid or with Luffy Taro. It's just tough when they have the Burgess out because then they can start trading.
Okay, are we gonna see the second 10 cost Teach? The way he's
The
laying out his Dawn makes me think he's might pivot to something else here.
I don't think he can win here.
Yeah.
Might be trying to go for Luffy Taro. I think this needs to go for lead though.
And Ploofy is kind of
Oh, double 2K.
yeah, dire in hand right now.
1 in hand. Okay, which means likely no giant. I wish you guys could see how sad this corgi is. It's like he's gotten no attention his entire life. He's never been fed. Never loved.
Okay, yeah, we are going to see the Kuzan, likely
Oh.
bringing back. Yeah, it could be the Katarina Devon as a blocker. Kind of needs to shore up the defenses here, because if you're not playing a 10 cost, then you've got at least a couple attacks that you have to deal with here.
Yeah. Von Augur's not really it.
Yeah, still deciding what to do here.
Yeah, I really think they thought that they would be able to get rid of this Luffy Taro.
Oh, Van Augur. Okay. What are they cooking here?
I mean, if they have...
Okay.
They have like Black Hole, which I
2K.
think I just saw in hand. You can use it with Von Augur to get rid of a Luffy Taro.
A Luffy Taro, or maybe Sangoro just to prevent some card draw.
Nah, I think Luffy Taro is probably the scarier thing.
Yeah, just they have to not die here, so okay.
And then I think you
You have to, right?
you have to attach Teach into Luffy Taro, right?
Oh, I see.
It's tough because then
Yeah. He should, I think. Oh, actually,
Mm.
no. He might just die on the backswing.
I don't think you're. I mean, how many cards do you have? 2 in hand or 3 in hand? Yeah, I guess not. But
Only one blocker, and now you have 3 swings to deal with. So if anything hits, it's
And I don't think they use their leader effect either.
4 cards in hand. I mean,
With 8, 6, 5, good numbers are.
oh,
Oh, Gamma
great.
Knife?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now what are we cooking? I guess just to make it so that they can't get the easy block.
Yeah, okay, so 9K.
I think I still would have swung with Songoro.
Yeah, just to get some info.
And a card draw. And yeah, that's the info you're probably talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Okay, we are just taking the 9. All right, 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, 9 with
Oh, we're taking that. Okay, we're all in. We're all in.
yeah. I don't know how I feel about this. I think that extra life take was a greedy. I don't think we have to be that greedy. We can at least wait before. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
We get
the
out
whole
of it.
hand.
That block. Oh, we have yeah.
If we play a blocker here,
And 9
well,
here
okay, 9.
guarantees the removal.
Yep, and hold up Gum Gum Giant and hold on to your buns.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, see that extra leader effect. I felt cursed. All right.
Yeah, was that one extra Don really worth
I
it?
don't think it was. I mean, it helped guarantee that you got rid of the teach, but I think you were getting rid of it anyways.
Yeah, Gamma Knife, I think it's an OP10 card, and
Yeah.
but yeah, these are going to be some enormous swings here.
Yeah. So this is going to be 8, 13.
I mean, can you really? I mean, you're not going to counter out of a 16 swing, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
Yeah. All right, simples. Okay, 16. All right, we get to 9.
maybe his Gum Gum Giants are different. Maybe they
Maybe,
plus
maybe.
plus 6K instead.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
1, 2. All right.
So 9K. He's 7K. 11, 13, 14.
14. Yeah. And another giant. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, like maybe if you had to do either if you left 2 open, and then you were fine, or if you. I don't know. I don't even know if Gamma Knife was worth it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe it was. Like you guaranteed get rid of the
Teach. But yeah, I think taking that life was so risky. I think like it put you in a situation. Wait, how much does Gamma Knife minus by?
5,000.
It's 5,000, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
okay, 7K.
Yeah, I don't.
And he at the end he did counter just enough to have 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
So if he didn't use leader ability, that last swing would have been 8 and through a 7. So I think.
Yeah, which I think I don't think they had the 2K in hand to save
Yeah,
it.
yeah, because they ended up using multiple 1Ks at the end anyways. So
It's either that or you would have only done 8K and kept 2 Dawn open for both giants.
yeah,
That likely would have
maybe
been
that's better. Yeah. But either way, I think the taking a life there was a little risky, and the risk did not merit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there was just some minor sequencing that could have gone your way better, because otherwise I think it was a really close and I think like near flawless game.
Yeah, yeah. Well, okay, so now Plouffe up 1 game in the series.
Yeah. And should be. I don't know. I think we're gonna go do you think we're gonna go second now, or do you think we're gonna go first?
I think Ploofy still takes first.
Yeah. I think that is fair.
Yeah, I just think first is likely just still better. Just getting the initial tempo down is just too important as Ploofy.
Yeah. I think the only here's the only way I would do Gamma Knife is if they block early with Newgate or with Teach.
And you can chase it down.
Yeah, you can chase it down. I think that would be the best way to use it. Otherwise, using it early like that, like we used 2 Dawn that we would have had open anyways.
Yeah.
But obviously, like we guaranteed get rid of a 10 cost 12K, which is also helpful. So it's difficult to say. I think there's a lot of ways to one way or the other. All right, fixing the camera focus. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Teach won that first game. Yeah, Teach won the first game.
Oh yeah, sorry, I might have misspoken.
Yeah. No, Teach won.
Yeah, Teach won.
All right, we're gonna start going first, and we do get the law to find the Uso Hachi, so pretty good start.
Yep. Yeah, playing out the log, getting that body out, finding something, and then the next turn playing out Zoro, searching again. It just your card economy is just better going first this way than if you went second and you play something like Kid out on 5.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna go ahead and search out the Shiryu. Not as useful in this matchup.
No, I don't really think outside of like 1-drop law, right? Like, what does it really hit?
That is actually quite it.
Yeah.
Unless for some reason Ploofy has played a Zoro out. Yeah, and then is gonna ditch a 2K. Wow. To go search with the full lead stage.
Okay, and get another 2K.
Yeah,
All right.
stronger.
All right, we're at 3 for second, and we'll be at 4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cornelius. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. I know.
Well, here we go. Zoro.
Looks top 5 for a Straw Hat Crew type card. That's purple. That's the only real restriction, though, because guess what? You're a purple leader, so it doesn't matter. And all your good cards are Straw Hat cards, so it doesn't matter.
This makes no sense in the lore. Doesn't Zoro just get lost all the time? Why is he searching? How is he finding anything?
I think it makes more sense because he still whiffs the good card you really need
Oh.
so often that you're like, come on, Zoro. Like, please find me something.
Okay, Katarina Devon. I like that card is being played. It is at first I was like, is this card even like worth playing? But it comes up clutch in a lot of situations.
No, I think you're right. It just being so flexible, and if it lets you kind of do like a somewhat starve strategy sometimes, because then you are able to get it late game. Honestly, just having a blocker you can play off Kuzan consistently is really good too. I think all of that's very good, especially a 5 cost. So like Law can't just bounce it back if you don't use your leader effect.
Okay, well we played the shiniest black hole on the universe on the Zoro.
Yeah.
Then gonna go use Shiryu as our leader fodder.
Yeah. All right. 1-drop Law. You'll survive for now. You've made it this far. What are you doing? Look at this guy. Sorry, my corgi's getting a little restless.
Okay, gonna give that counter up.
And we did take the okay, just again.
Just a blank 7/8.
Yeah, 7-drop 8K. They're not that bad. Honestly, again, being able to get out of like Liberation range is really nice.
Yeah.
So worth playing it, but always feels bad. I think the only thing we were maybe considering is if we play Songoro or not.
Yeah, Sangoro, swing 7, maybe like swing 5 with the law, swing 5 leader. You can play a 4 cost again or something, but it feels pretty weak. So
Yeah.
I think just getting the big body on board just puts a bunch of pressure on to teach. So
Yeah, and the next turn we still can like Songoro and like I don't know, some other 4 or 5 costs, so it'll be fine. But yeah, obviously Songoro being on board right now would have been way nicer.
yeah,
And you know, there's the whole meme like this deck revolves around if you see your Luffy Taro on curve. I always see it on curve in this matchup.
yeah,
All the time, without fail. And I'm like, cool, I can't use the effect. But I'm glad I find it. And then
in this matchup,
in this
then...
matchup, yeah, in the matchups where it matters more, like he is gone. It's removed from my build.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like Ploofy players, like, if they don't see that 4-7-9 curve,
Yeah,
they're just like, oh my god, I just want to die.
Yeah, like
I just want to scoop it up, man.
What am I doing here? Yeah.
Whenever I play against a Ploofy and they're 4-down turn, they swing 9. I'm like, oh man, this game's already won.
All right.
Okay.
Oh,
So we are
stronger.
gonna go ahead and try to deal with the.
I think so. Though, am I wrong? I think Liberation cares about original cost.
Yeah, only original cost. So Liberation won't be the card here. It'll be
Oh,
Finger
okay. Yeah,
Pistol,
that's the -2. You're right. You're right.
So, but he did ditch another 2K for the stronger effect. So
Yeah. So 3 cards to get rid of Luffy Taro is a pretty good trade.
yeah.
And then having to discard another
card, yeah.
That's a lot of value.
Yeah, but Blackbeard very very healthy still.
Yeah.
For life.
2 cards in hand. That's a little concerning.
Yeah. I mean, compared this to last game where he was able to play out the Docu with the Van Augur and still had Finger Pistol that came out at clutch time.
And trick the Ploofy leader to keep attacking into it.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's see how Teach fares and when things aren't as clean for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I think honestly you do this and you play Songoro twice if you have it.
Yeah.
And we're going to 10?
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay,
5-5.
yeah, you're right, yeah. Or if we have 4-5. All right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, because we're under leader effect. I'm like, why did we not just ramp off the Bon Clay? The reason is we couldn't.
Yeah, I still don't like playing Bonclay the turn before the 10 drop. Like I think the optimal time to play Bonclay is right when they're playing their 10 drop because it just is such a huge threat against the Blackbeard, so they have to like stun it or something, and that's really annoying to do.
Yeah,
like,
but it prevents them from like it makes any Burgess feel bad.
Yeah, that's fair. But it's just so easy to deal with here is my only thought. Like Liberation is still on the table. But it kind of seems like didn't find the Liberation. I wonder what he was searching for.
Yeah.
But even Liberation, like you really want to be establishing a Burgess on this turn, so.
But now with how much Dawn we've been using, it's just playing Burgess and not being able to remove anything, or we play Liberation and then like Law trades with Lafayette and we just take damage.
Yeah, this is looking a little brutal because I feel like next turn you're just not going to be able to counter out of the Bonclay swing, which is going to be as big as your Burgess.
Yeah.
And then Sangoro's swinging some amount and drawing a card. Like it's just I definitely feel like Blackbeard's on the back foot. Okay, 6K swing.
And then
It's got to be a 2K, yeah.
Yeah, and then we have like Kuzan for 4, yeah. Or for 5 rather to play Burgess. Yeah, and then discard from leader effect.
Only 3 cards in hand. Yeah, it's spicy.
Unfortunate. And this Burgess is, I believe, a 9K.
And because of that searcher law, like don't even need to invest any bigger swings into the Lafitte. That's also very impactful here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Yeah.
there
All
it
right.
is.
Yeah. Immediate. Yeah. Good. Good. First attack.
And we know Blackbeard's already used a bunch of 2Ks, so how many more 2Ks does he have left even?
Yeah. We're just going to go 6, so we're probably trying to play 2 5s again. And we're attacking with these first just to make it so, we don't get punished by any triggers in life. This will probably be a big 9.
Yeah, 9K swing.
And then honestly, I wouldn't even be that upset if we went 9 with leader and then played a
Yeah.
5 or something like that. I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, just force him down to 0. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that looks like what's gonna happen here. So 9.
Yeah, again, with so little cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, no trigger to help clean board, and then, yeah, kid. Okay,
Okay.
looking very good. This can help you protect the Bond Clay as well. I don't think you can really afford to play 10 drop teach because I think you still just lose.
Yeah, let's say he 10 cost teaches the kid, swings 5 into the Bond Clay, swings, would have to swing the Burgess into the Sangoro and hope that it dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's out of the way. Yeah, 5 into Bond Clay. I mean, you just can't really viably counter for it.
Mm-hmm.
The Burgess will swing as a 10 though this turn.
Yeah. Um. No, only a 9. Oh, okay.
Leader ability plus the
You're right. You're right.
Okay, it does ditch another teach. Oh, this is getting a very spicy. Oh, and picks up a brick. Okay. Yeah, just gonna immediately toss that.
All right, 10 into.
It has to be the Sangoro, in which case the Giant's gonna be pretty handy.
Yeah. At that point, yeah, I guess, yeah, it still has to be the Sangoro. All right, yeah, Linlin's not doing anything. So this is 10 to 10 now. We just need another 1.
Yeah, now you can just. I mean, how many cards are in Blackbeard's hand at this point? Okay, so he's got 5 cards in hand.
I kind of want to do like 7-13.
Yeah, just something. You don't even need to play any new characters right now.
Yeah, if you can make it so they kind of have to maybe like even lose their teach. You can also do with 2K law, 7 plus 13 times 3. You can do like 7-8-8, I think.
Yeah, that's also very annoying. Or you get, yeah, you have so many options for swings. You could also just like test a 9, see what they do.
Oh, gamma knife.
Okay, we are doing this gamma knife play.
And using kids skill is still negated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we still lose that. But now if he does swing big, like it's very hard to keep the teach alive, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's too outrageous to put everything on.
Yeah. Why be conservative? Just go, you
Yeah.
know? I guess the other consideration is just how much down you want to keep up for.
Yeah. 9, draw from Sangoro.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Don't forget to draw from Sangoro. Don't forget to draw with Sangoro. Is it optional? If it's not optional, I'll correct it.
If you have 8
Yeah,
or more.
it's not optional. Yeah. All right. Also, table 2 already finished as well. And that was, again, Shanks versus Dofi.
Dofi, yeah.
And
I think
Shanks, yeah,
took
Shanks a clean 2-0. So James is going to be sitting in the finals.
Okay.
Playing against the winner of this one.
Yeah, really tough spot for Blackbeard. I don't think this is.
Yeah, because even like you don't even have to leave the Dawn open because you're not afraid of losing this next turn.
Yeah.
Like yeah, you can go 11 into
The Sangoro and just hope to clear it.
yeah.
How many cards are in his hand right now? Is that just one? Is that two?
Yeah,
For
one or
Blackbeard?
yeah, no more than 3. I mean, all right, yeah,
Okay,
just
it
gonna
does
let
go
it
down.
go.
Yeah.
All right, do they have 10 for the teach? I don't think so.
Yeah, this is gonna be play Kuzan, bring Devin back. Oh no, wait, what?
Oh boy.
Oh god.
What this is? Yeah, sure. We'll take this one
Yeah.
very quickly.
Yeah,
Kuzan,
bring back Devin to just
yeah, present a blocker.
yeah.
It's the right play for what you have, but
That is brutal.
you're
Yeah.
not happy with what you have. Yeah, getting rid of a finger pistol. So no leader effects once again. Since that card's not going to help you counter out of anything.
Yeah.
Anyways, so might as well.
And it's relevant to turn off things that rest blockers, but yeah, I mean, it just maths out here.
Mm-hmm. 6K, 7K with
7.
leader, and then the rest on one drop law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one drop law.
Yeah, surviving the whole day.
Yeah, the entire day has just been too good.
Just put everything on. Don't.
Wait, what are we doing?
What are we doing? Oh,
Oh.
no, Francouz.
He's
no.
trying to style
No,
on him.
not the
Oh,
style.
my.
Yeah, just the 1 KO. Oh man, no, it's 7 to 6.
The disrespect.
Yeah. Brutal. For the record, that is nowhere near Dawn efficient. maybe they were saying, even if you got rid of the law,
Yeah.
I still had an out for it, but we ended up getting there anyways. So that was game number 2. We've got one more game, and we'll get into game number 3. Winner gets to go into the finals. Loser gets to get that coveted third place extra box match.
Yeah, winner of this will be up against Shanks.
Yes.
So.
Which I think Shanks. I don't know. It's mostly 50-50. How does Luffy do into Shanks though?
These days it feels very even.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels very even.
All right. Yeah, and we will have a prediction in chat for people who are interested in that kind of stuff once we get into that.
But here we go. Final game. Luffy versus Blackbeard. I'm curious if Blackbeard's going to change anything or just going to take second again.
Yeah, because it's been both games has been Purple Luffy going first and Teach going second. So
Yeah.
I think we still want to keep that. It's both of us are getting our good curve right, so it really just depends on if you feel worse if you lose your who feels worse about being on their off curve, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Yeah, and I honestly, I really do like the pace of play in this format from what I've seen. No decks really go super into time. I don't think we've really had any time rules issues besides I think one matchup. It was Moria versus Dofi, and the player who won off time was the deck that I thought was going to win anyways. So I think that's fine. But yeah, look at this game. Not having Law can be such a detriment.
Yeah, it really is. Like having the small body just to clear out things like Lafitte is very, very impactful.
Yeah, and late game it's not as much of the how big your attacks are. It's how many attacks you get. So even
Yeah.
if it's putting 5 hold on Law, it's worth it. All right, we got a 5, so we know what that means. Yep. Oh no, we don't.
Ooh.
What do I know? What do I know?
Kamazo, yeah, Kamazo. Actually, kind of good in this position because his ability when you minus a Dawn, you can clear out something. Although that being said, all the minus Dawn abilities are tied to on plays.
Yeah,
So,
so you're not. It's gonna be, unless you want to just Gamma Knife for fun, right?
yeah.
It's gonna be kind of tough to get there, but
Yeah, never mind. I got excited, but it's not the case. I get very excited when you play Plouffe into Bonnie and you get the Kamazo out, and Kamazo just starts wiping out all the little guys. It's very fun.
yeah, if you're playing against like Dofi, it just means like you have to use Teach. My only issue with this card in this deck specifically is that it's very difficult to play the card and resolve it in the same turn,
Yes.
even with Tendon.
Yeah.
You have to play it early and then hope it doesn't get removed.
Oh, man.
Now
All
you
the feats.
maybe they'll forget to turn off my leader effect or my on plays, and I can get my -1. Yeah, that's the same issue I face when I play Red Purple Luffy in this matchup. Is that when I played Red Purple Luffy more, it was the idea that I could lose a Dawn every turn, and then I get it back with leader effects when I'm playing 11 Dawn turns.
Yeah.
It just turns off that entire idea, which is just unfortunate.
Okay, so we did remember to use leader ability.
Yeah.
It's gonna just be, again, probably just a 7k 7 cost Luffy.
Yeah. I haven't really seen any Sanjis from Humberto yet.
Oh yeah, true. Just the 7 cost. 7K,
Just the 7
yeah.
cost, yeah. Again, every game so far he's found Luffy Taro.
Yeah.
In the matchup where it is just a vanilla.
Okay. We did have a law in hand, but use it as counter. All right, picks up a.
Yep, a blurry Kuzan.
Yep. Everything just a little bit out of focus. And then establishes that that Burgess.
And right now, I believe it's a blurry 8K body.
More Lafitte's.
Yeah.
Going straight to the yard.
But surprising to see the Hito be able to survive another turn. Wasn't expecting that to end up being the case. And we're going to, 9 Dawn? We can make it to 10. We're feeling it.
Okay, well, Luffy's got one job and one job only.
Yeah.
Flood the board, flood the board, flood the board.
Sounds like 3 options.
Oh, is it going to take the last life to get to that 10? Okay.
Yeah. We're going to start with a 6 here.
Yeah, I think draining these 2Ks here is always good.
We go 8. Yeah, going down to 3, and then Another Luffy Taro for 7.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. All right. Again, just multiple every time. Every time against Teach. It's so funny.
Yeah, this is just it's a little slow from Floofy. Like not being able to put multiple bodies on the board is it's not great. But I mean, I guess Teach having to ditch a card every turn anyways, like maybe it's good enough. We'll see.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if you think of it another way, right? It's like you pitch a card that would have been getting out of an attack with it, right?
Yeah.
It was on board, so it's always worth it. But yeah, again, in this matchup where you have to start pitching on turn 3 instead of turn 4, that extra card adds up a lot. All right,
Okay.
we find our 10 drop Teach, which we will be able to play next turn. And I believe we are now a 9K Burgess. Yep.
Yeah. So probably gonna swing into the comma zone just to reduce the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, I think you gotta get rid. I think that. I mean, we could giant.
Yep. Okay. I mean, that's definitely a benefit of going up to 10 Dawn is being able to giant and not having any repercussions to your Dawn economy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and a 2K, yeah. And it gets finger pistoled anyways, but
At least you made them have to
yeah.
do that. But though, I'm guessing they didn't have anything better to do anyways.
Three cards in hand. We know one is a brick. Could get pushed down to
Yeah, we could push them down to 0 pretty quickly
2-0,
here.
yeah.
Though we have to be afraid of, actively losing next turn too. Though
Mm-hmm.
double Burgess is pretty scary. I mean, if we want, we could Gamma Knife and we could, pressure one Burgess.
Yeah.
Oh, we're starting with a 5 though.
I kind of like this because if he takes, then yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, now for sure you're just pushing him down to 0.
Yeah. That's insane to me though that we took that
Okay.
5. But we double 2K out of that. I don't know. Unless those are the last 2 life we got.
Yeah, I can kind of see why, because if they did end up countering that first hit, then they could change their mind and start chasing the Burgess, which would be pretty annoying for Blackbeard. But yeah, this situation doesn't look great either.
Yeah, and unless we have 2 giants in hand. Oh, we have 2 cards in hand though.
Are they? They're definitely not both giant.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think, anyways.
Yeah, I would have kept one. I would have added one more Dawn, made it 9, make them have to use one more card to get out of a 9. But if we want to go for game, right? Like we can make these, I think 10Ks.
Yeah.
So 10, 10, 5, 35 divided by 3, something like 11, 12, 12. Those are good numbers.
Those are pretty dang good numbers. Yeah. Okay, leader ability.
And I think these are 11s, yeah.
Oh my god, he
Yeah,
is so big.
That Burgess.
Yeah, I think he might just go for it here.
Yeah, I think that's fair. This will be 12, and then with 9, we have 14. So if we can get out of this, it's going to be the easiest attack to get out of. And if we can't, we need to live the double gum dream.
Yeah.
Which, drawing 2, it's possible. But here's like the gambit, right? Like, is it easier for you to get out of it right now, or with one more card in hand?
Okay.
Okay. Big 14.
All right, here we go.
Here's 9. Using the giant, getting rid of the Lin. 1, 2.
Is there another giant in those 2 cards? Nope.
Nope. 2, 1.
And
Not
double
quite
bricks. Yeah.
there. Brutal. So close.
Man.
So close.
Woo.
That is tough. And I'd have to see what is in hand. Like, depending on what it was, we could have gone out of the
The initial swing,
11k
yeah.
11k, but then they could have just pivoted to
Just
hitting.
playing the 10 drop, and
Yeah.
that's also a tough spot.
Yeah, and I mean, they would have had 1k in hand, right? So they wouldn't have had that much, but
Yeah.
that depends on like what was in hand, what they got of life. That giant could have gone out of one of those 2 life cards, right? So it was super close, but great game, and Andy narrowly keeping their undefeated streak on this one,
Yeah.
and we're gonna see him in the finals versus Shanks.
Yep. Shanks versus Blackbeard in the finals, man. Is that, if without any knowledge, would you have put that as the likely final match?
I think my only knowledge going into this is that by usage, I think that Teach and Shanks were the most played leaders, which was also, with some knowledge, is true for this event.
Yeah.
We did have total wise 18 people on Teach, and
15 on
15 on
Luffy.
Purple Luffy and
Yeah.
14 on Shanks. So I don't think it's outrageous. I think those are 2 leaders that deserve to be in finals in this format.
Yeah.
Maybe that's an easier way to say it, but
Yeah, I think both of these leaders are super, super good. So
yeah, I think they're really strong in this format. Obviously, Teach was a bit of a boogeyman, and then it lost its worst matchup got a little bit better. Not fantastic, but a little bit better.
Yep.
And yeah, curious to see how it does against Shanks, which is about the same as it was in OP10. I think Blackbeard got a little bit better, and Shanks didn't really do as much, unless you're playing like the Straw Hat, like kind of.
Yeah, that's gonna be the thing. I think historically, Teach has had quite a leg up in this matchup because like before, Shanks was playing the control package with like 7 beard and stuff like that, less rushers, Yasop, things like that. But now, if you're playing the Straw Hat package, you've got access to a lot more rushers, and there's even some Shanks build that I've seen that run the new starter deck Zoros,
Yeah.
which is yet another potential rusher that you can have in the deck. So that card's less popular. But I imagine like 5 cost Luffy is going to be in his build. I think that's like seems like just a red staple at the moment. So
it just stinks because it's got no counter, right? So
Yeah.
and Shanks was not looking for more cards without any counter.
Yeah, that is for sure true.
But we're gonna take a tiny break as we get into finals. I'll put a poll up for who you guys think is gonna win. I'm gonna put 5 minutes on the clock right now. We might not even take that long, but give us our 5, and we will see you guys as we enter our finals. Let us know who you think is gonna win. Be right back. All right, we are back. We've got the finals. It's going to be Andy, who's been undefeated all day with Teach, versus James, who's been nearly undefeated
Yeah.
all day with Shanks. He's on Blackbeard. I think I said Andy was on Shanks.
Yeah.
Andy's on Blackbeard.
Has Andy lost a game yet?
He lost one game against Purple Luffy in that last round. So
Man.
one of the better spots in the tournament to lose. He might have lost a game in top 8 as well, but was able to win all of his matches and just needs one more to get this first place today.
Yeah, okay. So Blackbeard versus Shanks, very interesting matchup. I think normally you would, like we said before the break, you would put Blackbeard as the favorite, but I think it's a little bit closer now. I think more Shanks are putting in rush cards to deal with Blackbeard specifically. No longer are the days where you cut 8-cost Dragon, for example. You want him in the deck. You want stuff like Goldie Roger just to pressure, pressure Blackbeard here.
Yeah, and we do have we did have a prediction in chat with channel points on the Twitch side. It started off like 2,000 channel points to like 100, and then I looked back and it was 220,000 points to 2,000, and then someone on Shanks's favor now.
Yeah,
and
overwhelmingly went to Shanks. Yeah,
and then some Andy stands came in. So it's about a 1 to 4 odds almost, maybe close to like 1 to 5.
Yeah.
So definitely in the favor of Shanks by popularity, but we'll see what happens. And starting off pretty quick, we played Uta. We found likely something I did miss, unfortunately, and just doing our early game searches as usual for Teach as well.
Yeah, going second is a advantage in this matchup. For Shanks in particular, like, you can't really play a 3-drop that doesn't get answered directly by Shiryu, and then a lot of your good stuff comes on the even cost, right? Like your 7-cost Beckman is going to be a lot less impactful here. Good Teach players will always make sure to not let something die from that, and then like your dragons and your 10-cost rush Shanks, those are all on the even curve. So one turn behind is always much worse for you.
And Andy did have the higher seed since he was undefeated in Swiss, so he did decide to go second going into this finals, which again, as we were just talking about, super strong.
Okay, so finding that Van Augur. It is nice that Shanks had the Searcher on turn 1, so able to answer the Lafitte with the Uta. Oh, never mind.
Joke's on you. Doc Q's in town.
Well, that's annoying.
I was going to say, not a lot of players. Like, Uta's kind of like a 50-50 choice on deck construction for Shanks right now. And you still just have the answer to it with Doc Q, so
yeah,
a little brutal.
And no rusher on 5, so that means you can only get rid of 1. And I think the decision to go into Lafitte over the Doc Q is very good. But and now with the LaRue in play, Mr. Rue. Oh, actually dumps off a black hole, so maybe has a different black hole in hand already, or has a different plan for Lucky Rue.
Yeah, because Black Hole's not too bad of a choice here because you get the removal without the on-KO proccing since you negate the effects. So looks like we're getting Kuzan off of the My Age. We're attacking 5. Okay, so we're just not respecting.
Yeah, we're saying we don't care.
Yeah.
We don't care about Lucky Rue.
And we're going to play the Kuzan, immediately use the effect to draw 1, play out the Burgess knowing that likely there's no way to get rid of it, and it's currently a 7K.
7K, yeah. Decides to use leader ability anyways, gets out of like Otama, Beckman. Or no, it is 7 down now, so can't do much. So we're gonna poke in 6. Gives up a stronger. And more Lucky Rues. This is looking promising for the Blackbeard side. It's just such a slow, slow start for Shanks.
Now, Lucky Roo lets you KO something with original cost of 6k or less, which Burgess does have that. However, Burgess does have KO protection,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really matter. I'm sure a lot of people read these the first time and you're like, oh, I can KO it, and then like, oh, never mind.
Never mind.
You can't do that.
Oh, Blackbeard never lets me do anything. And yeah, we've got a finger pistol. Gonna go ahead and deal with that. Yeah, you don't even want to blow up the Doc Q with it because you don't want him to draw a card.
Yeah. And yeah, likely just going to go 9 into the other Roo. Yeah, that's brutal.
Yep.
Yeah, no
Suddenly
KOs
no
again.
board.
Yeah. I'd be mildly. Yeah, you know what? Let's just get a little bit greedy. You can get punished for this if there's something like Building Snake or ways. Red has ways to decrease the power, but
Yeah. But it's tough, like let's say he has the dragon here. I mean, it's still just not quite good enough.
it's 9 to 8, best case.
Yeah. I mean, we do have the dragon, but we use the teach ability, so we're just gonna go and race.
Yes, I think 6 and 9 are good numbers.
Oh, he takes the 6 though, so maybe out of 2Ks. It's pretty significant.
Yeah. Oh, wait, is there Black Hole, though? That can negate the effect of Rush.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my
punished.
goodness.
Big punish here on your sequencing.
But what were you gonna do? Like
You played afterwards.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yeah, he could have played. Yeah, that is true. Why did he play it before swinging the 6 if he was going to swing 6?
I
Maybe-
understand the muscle memory. The muscle
Yeah.
memory is that, I play this card first to get the 2 Dawn to my
Yeah,
leader, and then I
yeah.
attack, but huge tempo swing for our Teach player.
Because now the 10 drop comes down, and now your dragon's just going to sit there and do nothing for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Brutal.
That might be enough for this game, unfortunately, for James.
Now 9K swing, got to take that.
Would have been nice if I had my own 9K swing, but whatever. Whatever. All right. Well, what do we hope we have Shanks and it's enough to carry the game?
Yeah.
Nope. Oh, we do not learn our lessons. And no, they didn't use their. No, actually, this point it doesn't matter as much. Yeah, go 9. Okay.
Okay, more stuff.
Yeah.
Just take more counter.
I mean, you just get a
Just
free
gonna
block.
block, yeah.
Why? Yeah. I don't know. If that was the case, I'd attack 9K with leader first to see if they take it, and then if they do, we just
Don't swing.
don't swing. Yeah, because now they can pressure the dragon.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
It's
it's
going to be
brutal.
another 10 drop, and
If they're at 0 life right now, I feel like I'd have a shot, but now it's just so rough.
okay, if you have Roger in hand and you just go down to 0,
Roger can get you there. That is true.
so does the teach play around Roger? So 5, like imagine just taking this.
I can.
Okay,
But we're not.
we're not doing that.
You just attack with Burgess once and pass with 2 blockers.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't even know if the black hole trigger would have completely changed this game necessarily. I mean, I could have,
I
to
think,
be honest.
If
Yeah.
they were at 0 right now, Roger would be way more.
Or 3 cards out of his hand. Yeah.
I think it would have made a huge difference.
Remember, kids, play around black hole trigger against
Yeah.
Blackbeard.
Okay, yeah. Big 5. No way they take this. Okay.
Yeah.
Big 9.
Block. Rush Shanks, okay.
Which I guess it didn't matter. Block 2K.
And
Game 2.
Game 2, yeah. We scoop it up.
Yeah, I think this is pretty clearly the end of this game.
Yeah, this so far from what we've seen from the Shanks, this is like the standard red hair package,
Hmm.
which generally has less rushers unless they're teching in the 5 cost Luffy's. So
I mean, we do see 3 rush cards on board, but
yeah,
I get what you're
yeah, but these are just so slow.
saying. Yeah, these ones don't count.
I think they don't count.
All right, all right.
They're so slow. They come right before the 10 drops come in, so they tend to be not enough.
Man, like 20 and 12, and yeah, we're done with this game.
Yeah. Okay.
Going to game 2. All right, Andy just gotta win one more game to be our winner for the whole day. Currently, what? 4 wins plus 7, 11, and then one more 12. I think he's
Yeah.
like 12 and like 1 or 12
One.
and 2. Yeah. No worse than 12 and
Outrageous.
2 with this deck so far today. Very, very good performance from Andy. Very, very good. But I think this one, both decks I think want to go second in their own way. Shank's going to be able to take that for game 2. I think it's going to be a lot stronger
Yeah.
for that, being able to get to 10 a little bit faster and delaying the new gate. But yeah, just unfortunate how that timing of that trigger came up.
Yeah. Black hole.
But hey, hey, there's stakes at the line, right? But at the end of it, there's like 1 box worth between first and second place at this point.
Yeah.
I think this
Hey,
is.
that could be $100.
You're right. You're right.
In this economy.
Yeah, yeah. But hopefully this is kind of a lesson learned for them and for viewers.
Yeah.
In a mild stakes environment instead of a higher stakes at an
For
official
sure.
event. For sure, you're not going to approach the matchup the same without being like, all right, that could be black hole. I could get super punished.
Yeah.
Let's do the good sequencing. Let's do the best that we can do.
Yeah. Imagine this is your winning in. Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, again, like this is the safest kind of match for you to lose all day, right? Like obviously the glory is there, but I would be very happy if as either player getting this far. All right, and looks like we are getting set up. And yeah, again, I think Shanks is going to be going second. So first we do have the my era, another double pistol. That's very funny. We saw that earlier today.
Does that mean there's another pistol lurking
There
in life?
has to be one in life, right? That's been the sequencing we've been seeing.
Immediately ditching one of the 10 costs. Yeah, nothing to play on the first 2 dawn turn for Shanks means this Lafitte is quite annoying.
Yep. That's why I think if I was to play this deck, I'd either play Big 9.
Oh, and not even at the yeah. So.
Yeah. Take your cards.
Oh my God.
I wish there was like better like high-end straw hats that you want to be playing. Because if you could play Nami to help you curve your early game for straw hat stuff, I think Shanks could be in a good spot. But without it, it's kind of mediocre at times.
It's kind of that like 8-drop slot. If there was like a good straw hat rusher type card, I feel like. I mean, we do have like the 10-drop from the starter deck that like punishes people for using blockers. That one's just okay.
Man, infinite value.
Oh my God.
Now there's 2 of them.
There's 2 of them. Yeah, this is a horror show start from Shanks. I mean, this is just online bullying at this point.
A little bit, yeah. Let's see. Ploofy lost in. Oh no. Well, they lost last round, but it was close. They got to game 3.
Yeah.
Game 3 was a little bit in Blackbeard's favor, but the other 2 games I think were pretty close.
Okay, Shanks, what you got for me? There has to be a play.
Uta. Okay, right on time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could have played this 2 turns ago, but it's fine. Uta's finally here. We're adding a 2K. Love to see it. Do we have Yasop? Yasop would be pretty good here. No.
Oh my.
We've got 9.
There's no way.
Sorry, we got 10. Hey, we put them down to 3, all right? We're winning the race.
Yeah.
The one-sided race that we're running. Teach is just like jogging.
Yeah. Oh
Shanks
my.
is just sprinting.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't think Teach has ever had so many cards in their hand.
Yeah,
They're like, dang. Right. Shiryu here just to get rid of the Uta for the swag.
Yeah, for the giggles. My God, we're witnessing just. It's funny because we're saying like, "Oh, this is annihilation, brutalization," and it's just little feet on board.
Yeah, just drawing 2 cards like a champ.
And meanwhile, Shanks has a toddler on board, so
Yeah. We're going 6, so we can't even like use leader effect to get out of it for free. Just going to use, I guess, leader effect and something. Full lead to find a Burgess. And I think we play Shiryu for 4.
yeah.
Oh, no,
Oh
we're going
no.
to play
Okay,
the
sure.
Okay.
I mean, at this point, do what you want.
Yeah, and leader effect discarding the Shiryu. Okay. And currently, get rid of one of these. You did it. We're at 8 Dawn, 5 at Lafitte, I guess, or Lafayette.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Lafitte. I don't remember. I can never. I always just jump between both, so both people are angry.
Oh no, went face there.
Then, yeah, I think I would have gone 5, just knowing that they likely had the 1K to defend there.
Yeah, I've never seen a Blackbeard with this many cards in hand.
Yeah, it's intimidating. All right, got rid of the Uta.
Yeah.
So we can search with Lafitte again.
Again.
Yeah. And then not have a great way to get rid of it.
And now we've got the double Burgess on board. Triple Burgess.
Sorry,
Why not?
Yeah, I think you're mistaken.
Yeah, sorry. Misspoke.
Yeah. They're only 7Ks though, so not super menacing. Just mildly menacing. Yeah, why not? Just
Yeah, for fun.
yeah.
I've got this many cards in hand.
Must still be still at 7K, so 2K and leader effect.
Okay, at least a 10 Shanks here deals with 1 Burgess.
Yeah, if we have it, which
Do we have it?
Do we have it?
We just went 9 somewhere.
I mean, do we just go for game?
Oh.
Are we afraid of losing? Okay, well, we're not playing 10 Shanks. Spoiler.
Okay.
Another dragon. Leaving 1 open. 9 at lead. 2K, 2K, 1K.
Yeah, I mean, it is important not to go down to 0 because of the threat of Goldie Roger.
Yeah. I don't know if it was worth just putting that extra Dawn. Seemingly, no.
Okay. I mean, for sure, 10 cost Shanks is coming down, and then, yeah, the Burgesses go in.
No way we have a 3rd dragon, though, right? That would be ridiculous. Let's see. On the other side, Dofi just won their first match for 3rd place.
Okay.
And the other match is Dofi versus Purple Luffy, which is definitely more even of a matchup than what it was. Jinbei carried a lot of value in that. All right, this is, again, 9 into likely dragon. Oh, no, they're going.
Yeah,
They're going. Okay.
We racing.
Another 9. All right, 0 and 2 with the 10 cost Shanks.
Oh, there was a 10 cost Shanks.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't play it. Unless we just felt like we needed one open for Rad Beam, but even then.
No, you gotta go down to 2 life before Rad Beam does anything. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, it does more. I
does
guess,
more, yeah.
All right.
I mean, a third rusher technically could get there.
It could.
Block.
Yeah. All right, 10 cost. Where are we going?
Just has to be face. And just hope.
Yeah, you turn the card side. Yeah, just they're thinking about where they're going. Yeah. I mean, if you want, you could go against Burgess and get rid of one of them. Sure.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, but I think you're still losing next turn.
You're still
though.
in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think we should have played Shanks last turn, and then we would have been easier to play an 8-drop Dragon and Rad Beam if we had it. Because since we used a 0 cost with a Shanks, I think it was moderately likely we had one last turn.
Yeah. Okay, pick up another 2K, more counter.
And I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think these are 10Ks now.
Yeah. 2. We play another 10 cost, stun the Shanks.
I don't even think we need to do that. I think we go like 11, 11, 12, 13. Or we can just, yeah, you're right. You don't even have to attack
Yeah,
with their
I mean,
teach.
right now, Blackbeard is in no obligation to do anything. He's still completely safe.
Yeah.
The only thing that could lose him the game is if Shanks goes down to 0 and has Goldie Roger. That's the only out at the moment.
Yeah, and they have to. You know, I think I respect Andy enough to recognize that out.
Yeah. I think we're chasing board here.
Yeah. And we're not going to get it. So, all right. Well, with 2 blockers, yeah, very unlikely to get there.
Yeah.
There's only 3 cards in hand, though.
3 cards in hand. We know one's a 2K.
Yeah.
So
We'd have to go like 7, 9, 9, assuming that we have another dragon in hand. And like maybe if we have like a 5 cost rush Luffy, that'd actually be very clean as well.
yeah.
That'd probably actually be better than dragon, if not just as good. I think we have to go 7K here.
Yeah, at least.
But I think it's clear that they have 2K, 1K. Let's play Rush Luffy easy.
We haven't seen one yet in the Shanks' deck.
Yeah, either one of them.
Yeah.
And we could go double 9s. I mean, they could just block both. But then, because if they take 1 damage, you could Goldie Roger out and win the game.
These Burgesses are 10s. Oh.
Yeah, you're not surviving next game for sure. Oh.
Okay.
I mean, these are good numbers for 1 blocker, but for 2?
Yeah.
12 and 1.
1K. So probably a 2K, 1K left in hand. 5. Another 1K. Oh, okay. So the last card's a 2K too.
Yeah. And with that, I don't think there's any. I mean, what? Double 3-drop Zoras, maybe?
Yeah.
Going crazy.
Nope.
Yeah, this is 12. Or sorry, this is 13. So likely taking this one. Oh, you know what? Let's do one more. Why not?
Okay.
Into the teach. Okay.
Okay, so now has to survive 2 hits. Okay, I don't know his deck list. Could have double Red Hawk trigger.
Could could be insane. Yes. All right. And these are currently +5s.
One Dawn. Oh, it's probably Divine Departure because he's running the Uta set.
Sure.
Uta, so.
Yeah. All right. Come on, Red Hawk. They got Liberation, or they got Black Hole earlier. I'm due. No Red Hawk.
No Red Hawk.
All right.
A bajillion.
Yeah, like 20K.
Oh.
Okay. Divine, we're at 8.
Okay.
2K,
We're almost halfway
2K.
there.
Oh, we did have Roger. No. Oh, that's so frustrating. I think we do double 9K, and I think we try to trick him at that point. I don't think we've seen Goldie Roger. And I think we just try to bait them to get the blockers early.
Yeah.
Or not to block early, and I think we have a shot.
Yeah.
So, super close game. I think
unfortunate.
But yeah, we've got our winner, Andy, just his day today.
Yeah,
sure.
just utterly dominant.
Yeah, doing really, really well. Undefeated in Swiss, first place in Top Cut. Why do we even have Top Cut? He's going to win anyways,
yeah.
right?
Just styled on everybody.
Yeah, and big congratulations to Andy there. So let's jump over to here. We'll jump to us real quick, and I'm going to see what the state of Table 2 is. I know Dofi won Game 1.
Yeah, third place match here. Doflamingo versus Plouffe.
Yeah, we can jump
the
over
OP10 Classic, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. But, this, I think it's more in Purple Luffy's. I think it's still in Dofi's favor, but not so much. We do see a 10-drop Kaido hit the board. Excuse me? I didn't see that way earlier. That is a new card.
Yeah, it's interesting because now Dofi isn't necessarily forced to try and necessarily race the Plouffe. Like, cards like the Kaido lets you play the long game a little more efficiently. So, yeah, I do think it's still probably in Dofi's favor. But yeah, having access to some of these big boys, actually bigger than what Plouffe can play out, is actually really, really good.
You know what I noticed? As there's no Luffy Taro on screen. meaning
didn't have it.
Didn't have it, which is so funny compared to the
Blackbeard.
The Blackbeard matchup, where they
of course
they saw it all the time on curve. Place. Is there a better way to say this? Not semifinals.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put third place.
Third place match, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Dofi's hand is not. Actually, no, it is quite big. But we're going searching, probably to find like something that bounces Nami out of the way. Once the Nami gets out of the way, I'd feel a lot better in Dofi's shoes.
Yeah.
Either like Gravity Blade. I mean, you can't find that with Sengoku, but just some sort of bounce just to let the Kaido swing in peace.
Yeah. That's Croc, which won't let you do that.
Yeah,
either.
just a 2K. Get the teach out. Okay, well, Dofi has at least another turn left in him. Like, he's got so many cards in hand, 3 life. Like, it's going to be doing fine here. What is he going to get? Oh, okay, yeah, now he gets the bounce law. So the question is, do you go ahead and block with the Nami while you can, or do you force Dofi to play it out?
I think that's a very good question. I think we kind of have to force them to do it, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going like 16. I mean,
you don't want them to play something better than a bounce law here, so yeah.
Yeah, but then they can bounce back Zoro, and then I have one less attacker next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of sucks either way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we have this is a pretty good board. If we had giant in hand and we defend one thing, it's moderately likely. Oh, they're going for face.
We're
Okay,
going
not
face. Wow,
afraid of
okay,
losing.
yeah.
Bold.
I mean, he does have a bajillion cards in hand, so unlikely that he dies here, but
Yeah, if I had Zora on board, I'd feel a little bit more, feel a little bit better about not losing or being able to maybe press for game. We could also play something like Gamma Knife and really mess with this.
oh yeah, Gamma
This
Knife.
Kaido, yeah.
Yeah, Gamma Knife does bring Kaido into a range where you could kill it with the 9-cost Luffy. But 5k swing, gonna get quickly countered out.
Dang, they found out my secret plan. Starting with a 5. If we also have secret rare Luffy from OP10, the Gear 5 one, that could do damage here. But we would have started with we would have ended with the leader attack if that was the case.
Okay, in goes Sanji, 7. Yeah, just clear the board. Not protecting that.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, this is probably to try to chase down the Kaido.
Yep, and
2k, 2k, 1k.
that's not good news.
Yeah. Because now what?
Yeah, I think we were hoping that would happen. We'd play, what, Zoro for 4. I mean, we could attach that 4 to Linlin. I mean, what are we going to use with that 3 Dawn? I think we need to put 3 more on to get rid of that Kite. At least 2 more. Because it was 16 to 12?
Yeah. Okay. Well, Pluvy's hand size is pretty massive, so maybe not as scared about just a like a final swing from both the Kaido and leader or something like that. Okay, we got another 12, maybe into the Kaido again. So
Yeah, it's
okay.
an easy one though. Yeah.
Don't love that.
This is gonna be pretty tough. We did no damage to life, and there's still a Kaido.
Oh, yeah.
And we had 8 cards in hand.
So I'm not sure if I know the math exactly here, but if you do putting somebody who's holding up a giant, there's I think less than a 50% chance that you draw it in the next 5 after the pudding.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a chance that this just gets rid of any potential giants. If Dofi goes for it here.
I think this is the right play in this scenario.
Yeah.
I think some people, yeah, as you were saying, I think some people get blinded by pudding.
Yeah.
Where they're like, oh, well, they have 7 cards, so I can use 4
I should
cards.
just use it, yeah.
But that 4 Dawn can also get rid of 2+ cards out of hand if they're both 2Ks, right? If you're just attaching it to to X larger. So, yeah. All right, yeah, just putting it to the bottom, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. All right, what you got for me in those 5 cards?
Well, here's a 9.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
one.
there's a giant. Getting rid of a Gamma Knife.
Okay, so that's 1 brick.
Yeah.
That was in his hand. Does he have more? Because we got another 9 coming in. Oh, and a perfume femur.
Yeah, but then we're gonna be able to make it a 9K attack with Dofi and Teach.
9 again. Oh, okay, that's
thinking. Okay. Gamma Knife to get a Dawn back active.
Oh,
so which
big.
means. Okay.
Imagine.
Yeah. Oh man, I'd be tilted so quickly. Oh, so you got a Dawn back so you can play your giant. Huh? That's crazy. Good job.
Holy.
Yeah.
That would have been amazing.
Yeah. I think we need just to attack larger with into the Kaido. It seems like they had enough Dawn and stuff to get out of stuff, but if we went 10k to 12, if we went like 18,
Yeah, just full commit, right? The
yeah,
3 extra Dawn there ended up netting just 1 additional card instead of potentially could have been 2 or 3, you
yeah.
know?
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right. Well, that's going to be it for this tournament. We got Giancarlo there, or Giancarlo, sorry, with the 2-0 finish with Doflamingo getting third place. We've got Humberto with a heck of a run in his own regard getting
yeah.
fourth place. And then on our table one, we had our winner, Andy, with the Blackbeard, and we had James getting second place with Teach. That was a close call for getting all that facts correctly.
Yeah.
So, but for people who are interested in the results, it will be on my website, Eggman Events, Monday morning, if not sooner. We'll see how ambitious I'm feeling after this. But we didn't have in the top 8 3 Teach, a Dofi, a Shanks, a Luffy, Purple, Bonnie, and Smoker. And then to kind of wrap out the top 16, which will also be on the site, we did have another Purple Luffy, a Lucci, a Lim, an Uta, a Marco, a Gecko Moria, and 2 copies of Shanks.
Yeah.
So those will all be on there. And sincerely, like, everything was like 3 to 2 copies, if not less, on this. I think we had in top 16 9 unique leaders. Pretty close to that.
Yeah, it was crazy. We just so much diversity.
Yeah, for sure. And I think most people have been like, I don't know what to play. There's so many different decks that are viable right now. And this first event kind of proves that. There's a lot that we can be playing right now. The matchup roulette is a little bit higher roulette style. Than maybe some people like, but I think it's a great time to play the game right now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to explore here, a lot of different tech options for decks. So, a lot to think about as we move into kind of the regional season here for OP10.
Yeah, and we're looking forward to that. That starts here in North America next weekend in Pasadena, which we will be at, in Virginia, which we will not be at.
Not be there.
And if we are there, or if you suspect someone that looks like us there, let us know. If someone claims to be Eggman over there, and he's selling some fraudulent dice.
Yeah.
Please.
But those only
contact
roll
me.
6s.
Yeah, exactly. There's a 6 and the egg logo. So is it also a 6? Like, no. But talking about dice, we do have some on the website right now. You can find it linked in the description on the YouTube side, or in the script, or on the chat with the dice command there. If you just go to the front page and go to Eggman Dice, you can find them there. Big restock on the rainbow dice. We have the black and white ones, which is just going to be more of a standard that I hope to keep in stock as much as I can, since I think those are just easy ones to get. And also the tokens from EXP Share Collectibles, which I really do appreciate. And then also, while we're talking about stuff, if you guys want another case event, tomorrow Luffy TV has his own, which you guys can find linked in the chat on both sides. If you guys need access to it, just reach out to me if you can't find it. Highly respect Luffy TV, and I think he runs great events too, so make sure to check that out if you haven't already. And how long do you have to be sub for dice? If you are sub for 1 year, you get the 1 year dice. Funny how that works. So I think that's really it. Zell, do you have anything?
No, I'm just excited to play in my own store regional. I have a lot to think about now, like
Yes.
seeing the matches today. So, do I bring Blackbeard tomorrow? I don't know. Or do I even bring Dofi? I was very impressed with Dofi's run.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I've got some thinking to do.
Yeah, I think there's if anyone feels confident in this meta, like, make sure they're okay.
Yeah. Are they all there?
Have a good conversation with them on how they're doing, why they're feeling good about it.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot to consider right now.
Yeah.
So, well, we're going to raid someone. Most of the people I was going to raid have already ended streaming today. So we got some new people to start raiding into. Looks like is there another tournament going on over here? Yeah, we got some Yellow Kid versus Don Quixote. Not sure where they're from. It looks like they might be in either Spain or
Latin
America,
yeah.
Mexico, but we'll get the raid here. We got the in-person setup going. Not sure if people from EU can participate in Luffy's event. That would be a question for him. I don't know offhand. My apologies. You should just sign up and then say Eggman said it was okay. He'll be. I'm sure he'll understand. I'm sure he'll be like, man, Eggman got more people in my tournament, but I gotta charge more for shipping for it. I mean, just the monkey paw. So, anyways, thank you very much, Zell. Do appreciate
Yeah, thanks
it.
for having me. It was a good time looking at all the matches and stuff today. So, yeah, had a lot of fun.
This will also be free to watch on YouTube. I'll unlist it as soon as we're done with this, so you can make sure to check that out. And again, Monday morning at the latest, tomorrow morning at the earliest for getting some of the data here. We should get top 16 and probably some bubble out X2s for people interested. So, again, that's going to be it for us. Thank you very much. Join the raid. We'll catch you next time. Have a good weekend.
Bye, guys.